I don't know if y'all are aware. We have exactly 2 episodes left of this preseason part of the show before we get to the regular season beginning. 2.
That's fast as hell.
It's ridiculous. That's crazy.
It's snuck up.
2 until the season starts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. My brain feels so football washed. So I'm like, what are you talking about? The season already started. And I'm like, oh shit, that other ball. Gotcha.
The important one.
It exists.
Yeah, we are very close to the start of the regular season. Preseason is upon us. And with that being said, today is one of my favorite episodes of the year. We are going to give one question that will define your favorite NBA team season. So 2 weeks ago, we gave you guys one thing that we thought you need to know after a long offseason where you probably weren't thinking about every team. It was kind of like a little recap of the offseason where we talked about like stuff that changed for every team. Now, we're zooming all the way out, 1 million foot view, the biggest question, the biggest topic, the biggest goal for every team, whatever it means, everybody will be different for different timelines. The one thing that we can boil down every NBA team season to will be discussed today.
Narratives. We
pushing it today.
I see the glimmer in your eye.
Yeah. This is really where I thrive. You know, this episode and then the official predictions.
That'll be next week. So yeah, nice back to back, finishing out the preseason part of this season. It'll be a good one. It'll be a long one. I'm imagining we're gonna be sitting here for up to 4 hours or so. It'll be a long yap session.
You know what's so funny? The other day I was reading the comments and someone was like, "Damn, 3.5 hours? Y'all need to get up and walk."
Yes,
I was like, "What are you talking about, bro? You think our asses just glued to the seats? We have lives too."
Well, it is for 3.5 hours. That's a long time.
I guess so.
Yeah, this will be another long one. It's gotta be. We gotta cover every single team, the biggest topic they have.
Damn, I know your seat stank.
Trust me, it does.
Yeah,
I can smell it from over here.
Yeah, bro, I know that should be.
I'm not gonna be the one up here fighting smelly allegations. It's not gonna be.
We already know. Whoever smelled the Delta. With that being said, cue the intro music. Let's talk about every single NBA team's biggest goal, biggest question, biggest topic for the season. We're throwing it back.
Whoa.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
He was bragging. I outmuted Before we get into the main topic we're talking about, gotta remind you guys, if you're here and you're catching up with us for the first time all off season because you stopped watching NBA content for the summer, like most people do, we have something for you guys to check out and do us a favor and subscribe to. And that is House Call.
Surprise.
Our new football show that we started over the summer. Same exact thing as TU3, but about the NFL. If you haven't heard about this before, or you have and you haven't done us a favor and checked it out, link will be in the description. Link will be in the pinned comment. Check it out. Watch us yap about another sport.
Special stuff, man. I love House Call so much. Check it out. That's all I gotta say.
Hashtag ad.
Yeah, exactly.
Boy, do I love football. Nothing puts a glimmer in my eye like a gridiron. But okay, on to the main topic. We're doing this the same way we always do. There's 30 teams in the league, obviously.
Yes.
So all of us have 10 on our list that we're responsible for posing the question. Donovan, you go first. Let's start on that side of the room. What is your first team and the first question you have for their season?
All right, pick a number 1 through 10.
7.
7. The Milwaukee Bucks.
Great. Fun one. What is the number 1 question for the Bucks this season?
Obviously, the biggest question is, can you keep Giannis's hand off of the red button?
Yep, pretty much.
That's what it is. Can you make sure that this environment is welcoming enough, good enough to where he doesn't want to ask for a trade mid-season, or you can go into the offseason and feel like you kind of have some type of pathway to being somewhat competitive. Obviously, you waived and stretched Dame's contract, so he's no longer there. That allowed you to bring in Miles Turner. He's kind of been playing footsie in the media in terms of whether like I'm all in, I'm all out, I want to compete for a championship. However, like I love Milwaukee, I want to stay here. You don't really know. And like a lot of people, and basically like probably like 80% of the league, you get to this time of the year, everybody has a lot of optimism, and then you play the first 10, 15 games, you get to Christmas, and the season doesn't go the way that you want, and now it's like, dang, the season sucks, it's over, now we have to like figure out a pivot. In my mind, I'm sure that Giannis is going into this year saying like, yeah, like we're going to make the playoffs. I trust in the staff. We have a lot of people coming back. The Miles Turner edition was good. However, we can get to December, and they can be, I don't know, 10 and 18 or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever the bad. Yeah, you can be a bad team, and then he starts looking around and is like, "Dang, Miles Turner is really all I have to help." That's what Milwaukee needs to focus on.
Yeah, this is a good one to start with because this is like quintessential question around a team. Like this is the biggest question in the league is what is Giannis's patience like? Because he's, for the past 3 years, everybody like us, everybody that has a show, a podcast, a Twitter account, an opinion of any sort has been saying, surely we're heading towards a Giannis trade request, right? Surely he wants to win and sees the end of the road coming soon. We can get him to a big market, get the fun and the interactions of a trade. He's been the main person we point to for that. Every time he gets a mic in front of him, he's like, nah, not yet. As of now, I want to be loyal. I want to stay here. I want to make it work. And I believe him. He clearly wants to be there. But the question will be, can he maintain that positivity and maintain even like listening to his desire to want to be there when he does know that, he's talked about it, the responsibility that comes with being a superstar, having a legacy, needing to win while balancing your love for the city. So they got to prove it to him. And the one move you mentioned, the Miles Turner move, was just the ultimate all-in move because it completely fucked their long-term flexibility by waiving and stretching Damian Lillard. They have very little other moves to make now when you have 15 million plus of Damian Lillard sitting on the books like that. So this has to work.
Yeah.
Like there's not this. That was the chance to keep him.
Yeah, and to answer your question when it comes to Giannis and whether or not he can maintain a certain level of patience, that can happen if guys like Cole Anthony has a season of his life, Ryan Rollins has a season of his life, Kyle Kuzma. Can he have somewhat of a bounce back year for Kuz? I don't know what that means, but can he have somewhat of a normal, regular, productive NBA season?
Yeah, Kuz is the important part to me.
Yeah.
Because we know what Turner is. Miles Turner is going to be a very good replacement for Brook Lopez. Just honestly, the new young version of the same mold of a guy who can block shots and stretch the floor, exactly what Giannis needs. It's like unbelievably perfect that they got him to replace Brook at the time they did. Like that is the best you could possibly hope for to maintain the identity of the team. This man on screen right now and his garbage ass stats will be the swing factor because we know Kevin Porter Jr. what he is. He gave them a little bit of ball handling. He will not be a consistent shooter, ace overall positive player. Gary Trent's a solid player. Torian Prince solid player. They have like guys who were filler spots that can like be in a rotation. But Kuzma was their big acquisition last year. And if you look here I know it's a lot of stats on the screen. Minus 11 relative true shooting on spacing play types, which are spot ups, handoff, and off screens. That can't be the case. He has to space the floor. He has to give off ball scoring. He has to be their one avenue towards getting somewhat of a scoring punch.
Everybody has to be 10% better, bro. From like top to when it comes to Giannis, he has to be playing literally at an MVP level, which he does every single year, night in and night out. But that goes from him to Kuz, and then it wrinkles on to KPJ, and even to Nasus. He's not safe either. Can you be the best cheerleader in the entire NBA? You have to be on your A game. There's no room for error.
The Kuz thing, I just don't think it's gonna happen. Like so ultimately I do think that Giannis is gonna press the red button. I think at a certain point he is going to ask for the trade and we can do all the hopium that we want, and we can put them in the best case scenario. At the end of the day, we are relying on Kyle Kuzma and Miles Turner to take this team and turn it into a championship contender, all while Doc Rivers is at the helm as well. Like there's also that aspect of it where his teams have consistently, and especially when you talk about like playoff success, his teams have consistently underperformed outside of 2008. So I don't know if we're gonna get that. And you're asking for a level of Kyle Kuzma that you haven't gotten in 5 years. You have the last time,
like 2 years. That 1 year, the Wizards, he was very good.
The level that they're gonna need Kuzma at to take this team to be a second round team, right? Maybe be like a frisky conference finals team alongside Giannis playing MVP level. That level, that's like bubble, 2021 type of Kuzma. It's been a while since you've gotten peak Kyle Kuzma.
Well, I think a couple of years ago, that first year the Wizards, he was better in terms of what they need for this team. Because that in 2020, he was a very good defender, very good slasher, good like role player Kuzma, And obviously that would be fucking ideal compared to last year what they got from him, which was the worst role player in the league last year. But I think a couple of years ago, Kuzma was on-ball scorer, solid secondary playmaker, push the ball in transition, attack a closeout, be a big spacer, like 6'9" can handle the ball and be a real offensive scoring punch. That's what I really want from him. Is whenever he had to be the first option on the Wizards team that wasn't going anywhere, but he was getting buckets. And actually, like, we were hyping him up a little bit a couple years ago before this trade. Like, we were kind of optimistic whenever his names were floated in trade talks. That's the Kuzma I want to see. Because other than that,
You said the first year in Washington, right?
or was it second year? Whatever. The good year. Is it 2023?
Either way, it's been 2-3 years.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And so that's my point, is that whether you want to go back to the first year in Washington, the last year in LA, we've obviously, like, there's players that once they get into a winning situation, or once they, change scenery, they can kind of get back to what they were. But also, a lot of times, how many times have we seen somebody goes from the winning situation and then it just never goes back to the idealized version? The one thing that he does have going for him is, hey, he was playing next to LeBron. He was playing next to AD. That can also work if you're playing with another great player like Giannis, who's one of the 3 best players in the world. So maybe there's hope for him there, but we're asking for literally career years across the board. Everybody has to operate at their peak potential. And then, even then, are they making the conference finals? Are they beating the Knicks in a series? Are they beating the Cavs? We'll see what Orlando looks like. Detroit is obviously doing their thing. There's no guarantee that this team can even get to a conference finals, even if everybody's playing at the absolute best. That's not even
the question for them, honestly.
Yeah, so I don't think that, like, if we had to make a prediction on whether the button is going to get pressed, I would say it does. But I mean, maybe the fact that it hasn't been pressed to this point, that is a good sign for Milwaukee, right?
Yeah. No, the good sign is that Giannis wants to be there. He's giving you every chance in the world to convince him to stay. He's convincing himself to stay. Now, is that proverbial match eventually going to hit the bottom and, like, he's going to give up? Maybe. But right now, you fully have a chance. And you made a decent move. Not decent. You made a great move to get Miles Turner. It's the best you could have done given your circumstance in terms of having 0 assets outside of that to get better. So, yeah, it's a good sign for Milwaukee, but I'm sure no matter, even the most optimistic of Bucks fans can't feel great about it, but it's undoubtedly the biggest question.
Facts.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you when it comes to the Kyle Kuzma talking point. Out of every single player on his roster, as good as Miles Turner is, Kyle Kuzma has an opportunity not to, he has an opportunity to raise the floor for this team in terms of, like, how non-dog shit they can be.
Yeah, because the guard rotation, like, they got some sneaky guys, between Kevin Porter, Cole Anthony, Ryan Rollins. Like, there's some talent there if they can use it right and get some good ball handling minutes on the bench and, like, figure out a way to finagle that. It could be a solid room, and then Miles Turner next to him obviously makes sense. It's really what you get from your wings, and is there going to be any sort of dynamic punch there? Because there's obviously no Chris Middleton walking through these doors, which was, like, a vital part of when they were good. There's damn sure not no Damian Lillard walking through these doors, no Drew Holiday. Like, they have to find a way to have a new version of this team.
Yeah, and honestly too, like, when you talk about, like, all those Milwaukee teams with Drew and Chris Middleton, you knew what their strengths and their identities were. With this team, if you are an optimistic Bucks fan, like, what can you cash in and bet on this team doing extremely well next year?
Running, being younger and more mobile.
That's the most bleak shit that you say for any trash ass team. Run really hard and hustle. Yeah, that's all.
Like, Miles Turner obviously brings the spacing. He's a good trailing shooter. That's a good dynamic with Giannis in transition. Jericho Sims is obviously athletic as fuck. They have Kevin Porter, who's fast.
Traits.
Kuzma can run in transition. Andre Jackson's young. Like,
he's young.
They can be a more mobile, young version of the team. And, like, if Kuzma's good, they're a little bit longer on the wings. And, like, really, you're just, like, going all in on the transition Giannis, like, in, like, 2019 before Chris Middleton became a star, before Drew Holiday. Like, the worst version of the team. Man. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the biggest question for the Bucks. Sorry, you guys know it's been the biggest question forever. Mo, what's your first team?
Again, pick a number 1 through 10.
7.
Okay, 7. The San Antonio Spurs. So the biggest question that I have is, of course, I could sit down and talk about, like, how's the spacing of this team going to be? Is De'Aaron Fox going to, like, actually be a duo alongside Wemby? But honestly, like, for the expectations that I have for this team in terms of where they lie in the playoff race or the play-in race, it's pretty, like, lukewarm. Nothing matters to me other than, can Wemby be a top 5 player this season? How high can you soar? Because all signs are pointing towards that. I watched a lot of his press conference and some practice clips, and he looks genuinely decently, like, stronger. And on top of that, too, his game it's practice, so you can't really take too much off of it, but it feels like he's playing with a little bit of force. Yeah. And so,
you saw that one clip from the scrimmage?
Exactly.
Yeah. He fucking demolished whoever that was defending him.
I think that was Luke Cornett.
Oh, that was Luke Cornett.
Or Luke, yeah.
This part is interesting to me, is you just mentioned, can De'Aaron Fox be the, co-star that he was brought in to be.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom left of this right now, their numbers within each other. With De'Aaron Fox, he only shot 64% at the rim, without 77% at the rim, that being Victor Wembanyama. I want to see that flip. I want to see we really get the, when we talk about them getting a star point guard for De'Aaron, it was always like, can we get someone that can feed him shots? Granted, it was a tiny sample size, but that's the number one thing I want to see flip on here is I want to see Victor Wembanyama's field goal percentage, rim percentage, 3-point looks, whatever, be like proportionally improved by playing with De'Aaron.
And honestly, yeah, maybe the bigger question instead of like Wemby's Wemby, it doesn't matter if it becomes like a top 8 player instead or whatever and has a little bit more struggle. You gave De'Aaron Fox a humongous bag. I think personally he's well worth it. I feel like De'Aaron Fox is continuously one of the more underrated stars in the league because again, he was in Sacramento. They haven't been on much and he had like a singular good or maybe 2 good years with them when it comes to NBA notoriety.
Yeah.
I think he needs to reestablish himself as like one of the star point guards in the league. I'm not saying he should be top 5, but he can definitely be in those conversations. I want to see those feats like completely reestablished.
And I guess we can zoom that out a little more even. Like, yes, what they can get from De'Aaron Fox to, I guess, justify the contract they gave him, justify the investment they made to bring him in via trade, the assets they gave up, albeit it wasn't a lot, but also balancing that with Harper, with Castle, with Vassell, I guess, who I assume is going to be the starting small forward. Gross. Balance, just what are you going to get from these guards? How are they going to slot into each other in the lineup? Who's going to start? Who's going to be the tertiary ball handler? Who's going to be the 6th man? Like, figuring out what that guard rotation looks like for the next several years to come is probably the biggest question. On top of all the other things they need to figure out. Are you going to play Wemby with a big? Is Carter Bryant going to be your long-term forward there? Can Sohan play with them? Like, the entire roster is really, like, open for interpretation still. Nothing's really solidified at all. But the guards is, like, the number one question, I think.
I think, yeah, the Fox Wemby connection is the most important thing on like outside of everything else because they're so young, they're so new. There's so many like moving parts. We haven't even talked about like Mitch Johnson and like how we generally feel about him being a
Who
head
knows
coach,
at this point,
right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on, but obviously like the core of this team and what you think is going to propel you forward is the combination of Fox and Wemby. And so you need those 2 guys to be locked in. And then you can figure out how Harper fits alongside those 2
But isn't
guys.
that crazy? Harper's like a blue chip prospect. Any other team.
The number 2 overall pick in the
Any
draft.
other team that got Harper would be like, how do we build around Harper? How do we make sure he can be on the path to being an all-star? So the fact that he's like an afterthought makes me think maybe we got to like change that. Maybe that's not right. Maybe the biggest priority is like, how do we maximize Harper with Fox there? Like, how do we get these 2 guard actions like Tyrese Halliburton did when he played with De'Aaron Fox? Like, how do we get the most of him as a rookie and make sure he's on the right path? Because this isn't Stephon Castle, who's like a good prospect and like was somebody you're glad to get in a weaker draft class. That's like elite role player, walk in, he has a high floor. This is a guy who could be one of the best guards in the world.
This brings us back to where we were before the draft, which is, hey, you just traded for De'Aaron Fox. You picked a guy in Castle who wants to play point guard. Do you even need this number 2 overall pick? Like, should you have cashed that in for somebody else who fits, alongside? Do you try and go all in for a Giannis? Do you try and go get like a Lowry Markkanen or somebody else that could have fit better into what your scheme is right now? And a lot of that like does come back to your original question of how good is Wemby going to be? Because if Wemby does ascend and he is the top 5, top 4 player, whatever it is, then going all in and trying to restructure the team for, I guess, more of, and not that like the window's going to be short, but more of a like short-term type of timeline rather than, hey, we're going to slow play this and do this like 8-10 year type of thing. That's the thing where like
I'm changing my question.
you have to
I'm
figure
changing my
out.
question. I
Go
think
ahead.
we're viewing this completely opposite.
What
The
do you
new
think?
biggest question is how good is Dylan Harper for the season? Because everything you're saying, I think, is underestimating his ceiling. And I understand what you're saying because we talked about that obviously pre-draft. Like, should they trade the pick? So and so.
Yeah.
Dylan Harper's such an amazing prospect and such a high ceiling that like
I don't
that's why they did that.
I
Obviously,
don't doubt it, but when you have Wemby on your team, like
Wemby's 21. Like, we're not talking about a prime star here. But I guess my bigger point is, you mentioned like you already have Fox, you already have Castle, all these guys. Dylan Harper can easily be so much better than both those guys to where we look back and be like, I can't believe we thought about trading this pick because we had Stephon Castle in the door. Like Harper like has a ceiling that like this conversation can be completely different a year from now. So I guess the new biggest question I have is, will we learn this year if Harper is the type of guy that transcends that and makes it like, what can you get from one of these guys? Like maybe Harper will be the clear priority.
I don't know. I feel like I think we should hold Harper to that expectation, but because of the situation that he's walking into, no one thinks of him like that blue chip status at all, even though he very much should be that. But I don't know if he's like, with the situation that he's in, I don't think he'll like necessarily define the season at all.
I agree.
He could if he came out of nowhere, and I don't think anyone was expecting him to do so.
Would it be out of nowhere if the number 2 pick is a star? Like, I feel like we're overlooking it because exactly what you said. Because he went there and he's overshadowed by Wemby, by Fox, and their already existing thing. If Harper had gotten drafted to the Trailblazers or the Nets or whoever else, somebody that needs a point guard, we'd be like, oh, this is going to be one of the defining young stars of the season. Can't wait to watch him every night. So I agree with you. Like, there's a reason we're not talking about him a priority. But you could just imagine that flipping by Christmas time. And we're like, oh, he's the surprise number 2 pick, surprise star of the year.
Okay, so do y'all think if you had to bet on it right now, is Harper going to be like the number 1 guard next year?
No.
Next year's hard to say because he'd still be young and De'Aaron's still in his prime. But that's why it's a question, I think, because I feel like both could be true. He could clearly be a rising star, but clearly also you still want De'Aaron because you do want to balance win now. And that's why it's a question, because that's a weird scenario. Because I don't know, who's a recent young star point guard that was clearly a star in the rookie year, but wasn't like ready? I can't think off the top of my head. Like, if he's rookie De'Aaron. Rookie De'Aaron had a good rookie year, but he was inefficient, but we still saw like that guy's... No, he could be better than that.
So maybe we could talk about Tyrese Halliburton, honestly, because he was OD efficient during his rookie year. Obviously, again, playing... It's so funny this is happening again, playing behind De'Aaron Fox. Yeah. And like everyone saw that, like, oh shit, this dude's really good, but he's not De'Aaron Fox good just yet, until the keys completely flipped, and now like the whole story's too late. And maybe,
exactly.
I hate to say, but what if this is like another one of those situations?
And that's why it's the biggest question, because it could be. Maybe it's not. Maybe he needs time, and you just clearly are De'Aaron's guy. We're going to give Harper several years to develop. That's probably that's very practical. That's why we're all assuming that. But that could quickly look different, and now that's a defining part of the season, trying to figure out what the future is.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Kings waited too long, and they had to break him up. They couldn't figure it out. That's something I'd like to avoid if I'm the Spurs.
Yeah, honestly, so I guess we have like 7 different questions along with whether it be how good's he gonna be, what's De'Aaron Fox gonna look like, Wemby, are you gonna be like a top 5, top 4 player in the world? Overall, like I think I feel super confident in Wemby doing whatever he does. But I'm very interested in seeing. My new question is how well they can prioritize De'Aaron Fox being like a star in this league again, while also making sure they are nurturing and giving Dylan Harper the proper level of opportunities as a rookie in this league.
What a unique situation to trade for a guard that you feel good about with Wemby. We're all very happy to see Fox go there. And then you, several months later, get the opportunity to get Harper, who is like similar archetype of slasher with some off the dribble shooting, but like young, and you're not going to pass up on that because he's so good. Now you have both.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen like ever. That's so, to have just gotten Fox. Like some teams have a guy like Fox, and then they have an opportunity to get Harper, and it's like, oh, replacement plan. Yeah. You just got this guy, you really haven't even seen him with Wemby yet, and now you got the next guy. Like, so strange.
Maybe I think best case scenario for them is them genuinely doing a 2 timelines thing and actually letting De'Aaron Fox be the guy now, try to make as deep playoffs runs as possible, get Wemby in those reps, and then when Dylan Harper is ready, okay, you move off of a 31, 32-year-old De'Aaron Fox, and now you're actually ready to make contending runs.
And some people have a lot of hope that Dylan Harper can be a combo guard. They can play together. And
that's
De'Aaron's a good enough defender at the 1 that I think you can have a less than ideal defender at the 2, assuming Dylan Harper is not a good defender for a while, as most young guards aren't. So there is a world where, like, if Dylan Harper is ahead of schedule and ready to play, they could start together year 1. Like, that's not impossible when you have, especially when you have a defender like Wemby behind you, a little more room to deal with 2 small guards. So I don't mean to make it sound like it's an either or, but you could just quickly imagine it morphing one of these ways we're talking about, where that question will be looming.
When it comes to on the court stuff too, like when it comes to like an immediate answer that we will get or immediate question that will define their season, their shooting is fucking piss. So that's another humongous question too. That'll define their season.
And that makes it even more complicated to start both those guards. Like, very strange team right now. The whole roster is weird. Like it's all in flux, really. We could say their wings are our biggest question, their bigs are our biggest question, their guards are our biggest question.
They're super confusing.
What's the identity of this team is, I guess, what we're saying, because we have no clue outside of Wemby.
Exactly. I mean, shit, it's just Wemby. That's it.
Yeah. Shout out Carter Bryant. Thank God they got a guy who's going to be a 3-and-D wing, can fit with any of these configurations.
Yeah.
Is the 3 going to be there? I have no idea.
So interesting because so far through the 2 teams that we've mentioned, like they have no identity yet at all. We don't know what they're going to necessarily thrive at.
Okay, well, let's talk about a team with an identity. Orlando Magic is my first team. Biggest question mark is obviously how can we maximize Desmond Bane and make good on the gigantic investment we made of 4 first-round picks and a non-All-Star. They have to get the most value they possibly can out of this man.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it'll be, oh my God, this is our all-in move, and it's not fixing everything overnight. And I think that's going to be the expectation with the spacing issues they've had in recent years. Getting this elite shooter, elite movement shooter, can do some playmaking off of pick and rolls and handoffs, all this stuff. He's talked about is the perfect fix to their spacing issues because he has the spacing and the ball handling. If it isn't a all at once fix, people are going to view it as a failure of a move, which won't be fair at all. But that's going to be the consensus national media talking point is their spacing better be fixed now with Desmond Bane. So I think they're probably right now focusing on figuring out every single ounce, every single iota of value they can draw from Desmond Bane on the court.
You're right. It is not fair if that ends up being the case, but it's also, I also think there's still a little bit of validity to it.
Mhm.
Just because if you're the front office, the only other move at that point, and we've kind of skated around it throughout the offseason, is firing Jamal Mosley.
Yeah.
That's the only other
Or
thing.
trading one of the big wings.
Currently I don't think that is in their.
Oh, no, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
That shouldn't be on the short list of moves to take this team over the top. I just think that if Desmond Bane, because he does fit extremely well and he does give them things offensively that they've been missing. So I do think that if they can't make it work right now, then you do have to look and say, okay, it's actually a structural thing, and you do have to trust that you've drafted, you brought in enough people that are good defensively that even if you change the coach, your entire defensive identity and this very, we're gonna grind it out, we're gonna lock you up, all this other stuff, that's not just gonna go out the door if Jamal Mosley leaves.
Yeah.
And so you do have to be okay if that is the way that it goes if we get to February and you're 21st in offensive rating, because then at that point, we'll know that's not Desmond Bane's fault that you're 21st in offensive rating.
Mm.
But if you just have to shake things up, Jamal Mosley would probably...
It's the coach.
Yeah.
The players, it's not on you.
Yeah.
But yeah, listen, Desmond Bane is insanely efficient, 87th percentile on true shooting on spacing play types, 86th percentile on finishing play types. He's 90th percentile on potential assists. He's a very underrated passer that in all that time that Ja Morant missed, he used that to sharpen his blade as a passer, became a very respectable playmaker, specifically coming off of screens. I love when he gets downhill running off of that and can make a read to hit a roll man. They did a lot of that with Memphis. He has everything needed to fit in between the ball handlers, make them be able to go off ball more, hopefully use Paolo as a screener more if he's receptive to that kind of thing, which is really important, I think. Also, that completely depends on Franz Wagner's ability to be a spot-up three-point shooter, to be able to stand there and space the floor when those two are getting the two-man actions. He can run bench units, which they desperately need. That's a big part of why their offensive ratings have been so bad over the years, is when Paolo and Franz aren't playing, which, normally they stagger those guys. But even when one of them is playing with a bunch of non-spacers, it's dreadful. He can run a lot of those units without Paolo. There's a million ways to use Desmond Bane. He's one of the more versatile players in the league, and they got to make sure they do every single one of those ways.
Yeah.
Because no other spacing help is coming through those doors.
Yeah, I agree. And if you think they are, then you're just crossing your fingers and hoping for oh my God, Franz Wagner, can you go ahead and have a 33% 3-point shooting year?
God, that's the bar now?
Yeah, that's what we're expecting. That's kind of passable if you ask me. Oh my God. Anthony Black, do you have an actual opportunity to be a not only a real rotational guard, because I think he already is that, but can you be damn near starting level, a decent 35% 3-point shooter, along with the hellacious defense that he does provide?
Mm-hmm.
So many internal growth that could help subside those questions, but Desmond Bane definitely is it's all on him.
Yeah, I mean, their guards, and I'm looking at their depth chart now. Their depth chart it's super funny because they have 4 guards on the roster where it's Suggs, Tyus Jones, Anthony Black, and then Desmond Bane. Everybody else is just forwards and centers. Yep. And so you have this very, very clear identity in how you wanted to build this team. And that's fine, I guess, but you still have to get some offense. And so that's where Desmond Bane 100% is not only is your offense as a 2-guard playing off of these guys, like you said, going to be very, very critical, but the ball handling stuff, because the more and more that I think about it, and I wanted it for him very, very badly.
Yeah.
But we've also said you don't have to turn every 6'9", forward into Luka. Not everybody has to be this like all-encompassing heliocentric, player. If you're just 6'9" and you're just big and you just get buckets, that's fine. And so if Franz and Desmond Bane, if those two are guys who are handling the ball, that's okay. And it's okay if you take that away from Paolo, and it might put him in a situation where now, like every time that you get the ball, you get the ball, you just go kill. You don't have to worry about, okay, now I have to drive here and worry about who's coming over and setting up for everybody else. You can just worry about what you do best. Yeah. So I think like that's one of those areas where for Desmond Bane, it'll help Bane get more comfortable in the offense early on, and it might simplify things for Paolo.
I think it's the opposite for Paolo. I think he needs to be pushed to not just do what he thinks he does best. Like, in terms of just go kill. Mm-hmm. No, I think he needs to focus on everything else besides killing. Because I think, so I mentioned Desmond Bane as like, how do we maximize him? The bigger picture is how do we have a good offense for the first time in seemingly Orlando Magic basketball history, right?
17 years.
And I'm talking about all these ways to maximize Desmond Bane. Part of that is putting the ball in his hands. We've talked about the fit between Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero. Part of that is Franz needs to be an active spacer that can actually allow Paolo to make each other better. But part of that is also Franz is an incredible driver, a very good playmaker. You have to put the ball in his hands some. Jalen Suggs, great 3-and-D guy, also has some shit with his ball in his hands. So, like, you can have a 4-ball handler lineup there that is incredibly hard to deal with on some 2019 Magic stuff. 2019 Raptors stuff where everybody can attack a closeout and make a play. All these things we're talking about are things outside of just Paolo playing with the ball in his hands. He's not a good off-ball player right now. I would love to see him buy into cutting, setting screens, being a big man on the boards, obviously spacing the floor as a spot-up shooter, all the small stuff that isn't go out and kill.
Okay, I agree with you, and I think that's where I think we're looking at it. I think we're saying the same thing, but in a different way, because the reason why like I don't want the ball in his hands and have him have like that mentality of go out and kill is because clearly he's not a super fast player, and he's not doing things with enough pace. And so putting the ball in his hands and empowering him to do that and play this like, hey, you're going to handle the ball every single time down the floor. He's not working fast enough to where your offense is going to be fine. And so that's why I'm saying, like, yes, Desmond Bane, you can handle a little bit more of the ball handling and playmaking. Franz, you can do that as well. That way, whenever Paolo does get into those situations and they do give him the ball, he's going to be in those advantageous positions to just go downhill, come off of a screen, and then go kill, instead of the more traditional way that we've been seeing him do in the last like 2-3 years, which is like kill him instead of just like
skip the kill.
just kill. I don't need the style points from Paolo. I just need you to get downhill, like
be decisive.
Yeah, you're 6'9", 270 or 260, whatever. Like you just need to go and be decisive.
And we've seen him get better at that as a finisher for sure.
Honestly, all this just sounds like a coaching thing. Going back to exactly what you guys said, if I'm looking at this on paper, this should be a top 15 offense, barring like of course like another absolute stinker year from Franz Wagner shooting wise. This should be a top 15 offense. You could convince me top 16. Worst case scenario, top 17.
I'm glad you're willing to cede one spot.
Yeah, exactly. You could convince me that. But honestly, if you put any other like above average
this team sucks.
offensive minded coach here, they're gonna figure out ways to like cut out and not force Paolo to be a player that we want him to be. Maybe it's just time, or maybe it will be time this season will tell us what he actually is, and we won't have to like sit down and criticize him for his ability to play, read, and react offense. Maybe he's not the processor as Franz or anything like that. That's why you got someone like Desmond Bane. And I guess another talking point too when it comes to that is this team, now that they have Desmond Bane, their season should not be absolutely nuked with an injury to one of their big three or big four. That's another big thing. Like going back to what you said when it comes to Desmond Bane, he allows you to play in so many different ways. You said he worked on his ball handling skills when John Morant was out in Memphis. He's been doing that since even longer than that. Back when he was in TCU, people really weren't like aware, like, oh shit, like he actually has some shit to his game when it comes to attacking the rim and being a facilitator at times. And I think because of that, they have the ability to morph all different types of morph their playing style based off of who is around, who is thriving, and figuring out what's the best lineups health wise too.
Yeah, they have versatility depending on if somebody walks out. I mentioned they have 4 guys who can handle the ball a little bit. That means you can afford to lose one for some time. And slot in somebody that doesn't need the ball in their hands and you still have a functioning offense. What we're saying is they have every reason to fix their offensive woes this year to some extent. Be at least top 20 offensively, and then have your top 3 defense. That can get you to being the 4th seed in the East. You can't be 25th or worse like they have been in recent years. Be functional. Be the 18th best offense overall for the year, where you have some stretches where everything clicks at once and everybody's healthy. All that's possible. Otherwise, if that's not the case, and then once again fails in offense, the question will inevitably it's gonna shift from, can we make this work? Can we get the spacing better? To where are we trading Franz Wagner? Because clearly these guys aren't going to work together.
And fire Jamal Mosley too.
Yeah,
if that's the case.
That'll be the question. And I can't even say it won't be fair or not, because if it doesn't work now, maybe it never will. Maybe the 2 guys are too duplicative.
Yeah,
you always worry that it's going to be a Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum situation where everybody goes out and says they can't play together, then they develop. So we're giving them a chance to do that. But sometimes it's a Tyrese Halliburton, De'Aaron Fox situation. You do need to split them up. So we'll see.
Yeah. All right. Is it on you? Is it on me?
You can go first.
It's you.
Okay. Next team, the Indiana Pacers.
Okay.
Can the power of friendship prevail once again? Because I don't think, personnel wise, I don't think that they have the guys to be a top 5 or 6 team in the conference. I think like you lose Miles Turner, you lose Tyrese, and like those are 2 incredibly important players to both sides of the ball and your identity on both sides of that ball. And so I don't know what happens, right? Because now, like in all of the lineups last year, when you didn't have Tyrese on the floor, they had a negative differential. Like the offensive rating was basically around where like the Blazers were last year. And so
that's a terrible place to be. Goddamn.
And so you have that. We talked last week about the shooting splits for Nembhard in terms of regular season 3-point shooting and then playoff.
I got an answer for you when it comes to that.
Okay.
What if you just lie to Nembhard? Tell him, yo, the playoff schedule has expanded.
Just clocks.
The NBA is fucking
clocks.
crazy. Hit him over the head with like a bat and then make him woozy a little bit. And then genuinely like take away his email, take away all social media, and just lie to him. Tell him you have to lock in every fucking night, bro. Our season's on the line.
How do we save our year? Yeah, what if Andrew Nembhard's fucking stupid? Maybe that'll make it work. I view the opposite for them, honestly. I think the Indiana Pacers are a very smart franchise. Would you agree? That they're good at staying afloat and maximizing their assets and maintaining competitiveness in every way they can without tanking and being a team that needs to put butts in seats?
Okay.
That's fair. That's a fair description, right? Any smart team like them in this situation, knowing they don't have Tyrese Halliburton, knowing the situation at hand and the practicality of the matter, I think they know they need to tank in a stacked draft class. And I think they will stealthily do it at the exact right time to make sure they have a puncher's chance at getting that lottery and getting one of those 3 superstars that are up top.
So you're saying that they're going to pull like a Utah Jazz type of situation?
I think it would be shocking if they don't.
It'll be more so like a 76ers type situation, I feel like.
Yeah, or Mavs a couple years ago when they ducked the play in to get in there, but hopefully they're smarter and do it sooner so they can have higher than the number 10 pick, you know? But I think this team is too smart to, unless they come out and they shock the world and they're surprisingly good, like the Raptors after they lost Kawhi and they're like, oh, they're still a 3 seed. Fuck it, write it out. If that's the case, they will write it out. But if they are a middling team fighting for the 8 seed, whatever it may be, if Pascal Siakam misses a month and suddenly you're lose 6 in a row, I think they will do what's smart and shut it down for this 1 year because there's so much fruit to be reaped. Since they got their first round pick back in this stacked of a draft class, I think they're too smart to latch on super hard and like refuse to tank if the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, honestly, because going back to what you said, they lost their most important players or some of the most important players on offense and defense. It's fantastic when it comes to guarding the rim. That's what Miles Turner is known for interesting reasons. And they lost, again, like their 2 best shooters as well, and Tyrese and Miles Turner. So I think this is a perfect year to go ahead and reset.
They're a very smart
team. In a very respectable way, and sell off on someone like Bennett and Mathurin as well, who's just been a huge question on your organization.
Yes, they are smart, but they are also like we've seen them over decades be committed.
Yeah.
This is committing to winning, though. I think in this circumstance, I'm not saying they're gonna trade Siakam or trade Halliburton or something crazy that's like tear it down to the studs. It's a 1 year like play real hard until January, and the Siakam has a high ankle sprain. Pull a Brandon Ingram. That's going to be a 65-game ankle sprain all of a sudden. Like that type of stuff is investing in winning, I think, because that's eating your medicine for half a season to as soon as Halliburton comes back, hopefully we have fucking Boozer ready to come help him.
Yeah, you are right. But historically, this team has never once had the number 1 overall pick in the history of the organization. They don't believe in
For
tanking.
sure.
They've been one of the most middling teams in the NBA for the history of it.
For sure.
They don't do that. Now, if like they get a blessing in disguise situation or whatever weird way you want to word it, and something happens to Pascal or Andrew Nembhard and they're just like that, that's like what, okay, cool. But I don't think they're purposely going to go ahead and do the tanking thing.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying they should be the worst team in the league. The old days are not the old days. The Hawks got the number 1 pick with like the 13th best odds. The Mavs got the number 1 pick with the 10th best odds. Like these days, there's a lot of evidence. You don't got to tank that hard. You just got to get into the lottery and get a little bit lower than you were before. And I think they're the type of team that can get themselves to the 9th best odds.
Okay,
real quick.
so I agree with you. I don't think that that's necessarily, or I guess like my question kind of goes hand in hand, because if the power of friendship does prevail and Nembhard does come out and he does prove that like, hey, I'm actually like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
If that works, then the decision of like, okay, when do we like soft launch the tank? Then that becomes interesting, as opposed to we're just not good enough throughout the year, and it's much more easy. It's much easier for us to disguise what we want to do.
I'm kind of expecting both to be true personally. I feel like he could have that type of year we all hope he can have, and like prove to be this guy and like get better with those reps while they still lose a lot of games because he's only human, and like he can only do so much with Jay Huff and Isaiah Jackson as the bigs. Pascal Siakam first option, wherever that brings you these days, which I love Siakam. I don't know how far that's taken you. Like, I think we can see that Nembhard leap, and we can see these guys like benefit from these touches, like Jaren Jackson a few years ago, while they still get in position to get a high pick and get your Zach Edey or whatever.
What's funny is I feel the opposite, because I don't know if I see the Nembhard leap, but I can still see them winning games, because I do think at the beginning of the year they will try very hard. Like
for sure.
I do know that. And then 2, the bottom of the East is trash.
It is.
And so like they're gonna win games on the simple idea of it's gonna be a random Tuesday and we're just gonna play harder than you guys. And we still have a lot of continuity. So like they ultimately might be in the same position that we're talking about. I just don't know if they're gonna get there for the same reasons. But it'll make it interesting on like how successful they are come January 1st, or
I think most teams that stay around that 6 to 10 range and get into the play-in, like they're floating around that all year, which I think we expect them to be, barring an Andrew Nembhard leap or barring a Bennedict Mathurin leap that might change all this. I think you typically have like the ability to kind of decide your fate when you're floating around. Like it's pretty easy to duck one way or the other and like fight for it, because other teams will choose to duck out and you can be the team that stays in 10th and get into the play-in on 37 wins. So you can really like choose your own adventure at that point in the calendar. So I don't know. I kind of feel like they know that they should do that, and they will.
Would they trade their pick this year?
I wouldn't. What?
Well, I mean, listen, the right deal is there.
That's what I'm saying. Like you go get somebody else. You trade.
Maybe.
So
maybe,
okay, so
maybe.
let's loop this in.
You like complete a big 3. Okay.
I think that's exactly a great point, because I'm gonna loop this in with another team that's in the same exact scenario, the Boston Celtics. The question I have for them is, what do they need to do to tank? Who stays and who goes? I think it's a very similar situation to the Pacers, where they're both in a like 1 year reload. We'll see. We'll start off. They'll both try to win games. See where it takes you, right? Maybe you can be a sneaky 4 seed and you take it and just say, we're going to develop this year. Maybe Simons is great for us. Pritchard step into a bigger role. Jaylen Brown will get better at these specific skills without Tatum and so forth. And we're just going to be the 4 seed this year. So be it. Or we float around 8 and we tank at the end because we see the opportunity and yada, yada, yada. Same thing as the Pacers. I think both are in that exact scenario, and both could go either way. They could both also go trade for Nick Claxton. They could both also swing for the fences and trade for a bigger person who becomes available, or small moves to prep for the year prior. When they got Siakam a couple years ago, that was a trade for the next year, and they did it at the deadline. Obviously, they weren't going to like figure it out in the next 2 months and make a deep run. They're going to have that, get their feet wet, and the next year come out firing like they did to make the finals. I think they could very well do that too. Like both could be true.
Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way that the Celtics, and Brad Stevens he's way too good of a GM to do this. But to go into next year with Kata as your center, with Kata, Boucher, Xavier Tillman, Luke Garza, like somebody else has to be there. And it's funny because I mean, there's been a couple teams where their entire like center rotations have been just depleted this year. Yeah. The Celtics are one of them. Now that Horford's gone and Porzingis is gone, and it's simply and Cornette, like they have to reload there.
This is their long-term salary chart. Look at this nice $27 million expiring contract in Anthony Simons. It would be a shame if we gave him a lot of touches to go average 20 points per game and shoot 40% from three, and then we flip that expiring deal to a team that happens to have a nice center for us that they want to get off the money for and let Anthony expire. It would be a real shame if that were to happen to a team that's trying to reload and contend again next year.
These guys out here are going to go fishing. What are they fishing for? Some dummies.
Oh my goodness, Jaylen Brown, $71 million in 2029.
Damn, man, that's fucking crazy. $70 million.
Oh, that's Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown 65 year before, which is still gigantic.
71 is crazy.
But yeah, so like this is they only have seven guys, six or seven under contract for next year. Actually, if they choose K, that's 8 or Jordan Walsh. They can make it up to 9, but some of these are team options, right? For young guys. They have very little reason to stay competitive if one or two guys misses some time. Like, I think they'll be on the same thing I'm talking about with the Pacers, where they'll try their darndest to see what can happen early in the season, but they will be smart knowing there is legitimately 3 superstar prospects in this next draft.
Yeah, for sure. I think if they're smart, which I think Brad Stevens is like one of the 3 smartest minds in every single front office imaginable. I am interested in an underlying talking point in seeing how Joe Mazzulla like kind of adjusts and seeing how like he goes through this process when it comes to putting his players in the best positions possible. Is he gonna like stay and remain to the same exact game plan and chuck a lot of threes, or is he gonna scale down and try to like figure out ways to really try to empower this blistering piss center rotation?
Both. I think shooting a lot of threes will help the center rotation. That's what you do to make Kata valuable, I think, is you shoot tons of threes, you got tons of spacing, tons of opportunity for him to roll. I think that's exactly what you got to do to find a way to make value with these guys. Like, if you do want to win, the only way you do with this roster is, I think, shooting even more threes. We got to get to 75 a game.
I don't know, man.
We got to up those numbers.
Jeez.
The 60 we were doing before, rookie shit.
I don't know, man. I want to see how deep his coaching bag is potentially, because he walked into the most like blissful situations that any head coach. Also, he walked into with a lot of pressure too, because everyone knew this was a finals team and he was expected to figure it out through unfortunate circumstances that happened previously. So yeah, very interesting.
So interesting that the Celtics and Pacers are both in the same exact spot with the same best player nursing the same injury. Both in a 1-year monitor. What you can get out of this, prioritize assets, 1-year rebuild. I feel like they'll probably move in lockstep the entire season.
Yeah, for sure.
What's your next team, Mo?
Jeez, we're like 50 minutes in and we had like 5 teams to talk about.
So goes.
All right, let's go ahead and get one.
We're saving the shitters for the end, and then we're gonna speed through them. You guys have seen the show before.
Okay, so next question: Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
Can the Unks keep unking? That's just genuinely going to define their season. I think everyone feels super confident about how well this unit can play together. The real question is how long and how sustainable can they play together health-wise? Because whenever we see older units in the history of the NBA, this is not our first time seeing it ever. Like, we've seen it time and time again. Shit, I can name you like at least 10 old units, unk-offs, that's happened over the last 25 years.
Name me your top 5 favorite unctions in the NBA history.
My top 5 favorite unctions has to be, okay, I will say this sounds really nasty, but I like seeing Russ, Melo, LeBron, and Dwight Howard. Only because it was cool as fuck, because they looked like they could win. On paper, 10 years ago.
I didn't like that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. How far the Unks can go, and we'll narrow it down. What can Al Horford bring here in his age 39 season? I think it's interesting because the emergence of Quentin Post last year was such a big part of that team. We were talking about for the past 2 years with the whole Jonathan Kuminga of it all. When we still had the hope that he'd be the like long-term solution to a new ceiling, it was like clearly he needs to play the stretch 5. The issue is Draymond Green is their only stretch 5, but he doesn't want to be a 5 full time. So you can't really start Kuminga with Draymond at the 5 because he'll wear down. That's a problem. Then Quentin Post came through and we got that stretch 5, and it worked really well with Jimmy Butler specifically, who kind of leaped Kuminga in priority here. With Quentin Post on the floor, Jimmy Butler averaged 25 points per game, 65% true shooting. That's insane. Probably small sample size. Jimmy wasn't there that long. But clearly Jimmy, as a slasher, as a foul merchant, plays well with the stretch 5. Quentin Post couldn't play big playoff minutes because he was a walking lick defensively. Al Horford is not that. How do we unlock this team now that we finally have a stretch 5 that can play defense?
It
unlocks them in every single way possible.
Yeah, it's gonna be unlocked. I have like the first month of the season, I actually have very, very high hopes for the Warriors.
I'm glad you said that way.
Yeah.
I as well have high hopes for the first month.
Exactly. This is an 82 game season, and
Yeah.
we've seen Steph get injuries over the last couple of years. Again, Al Horford is like 40. Draymond Green has had gray in his beard for several years now. Jimmy Butler is 35, 36 years old. Like these seasons take a toll on people. And so I have no idea what they're going to be in February. I can see a scenario where both Jimmy and Al Horford are out for like 2-3 weeks in January. And now it's Steph and Draymond trying to hold it down. And they may be going 500 or they may go like 4-6 over a 10-game stretch.
Mhm.
All that is very much in play. They were the second oldest team last year. They're the second oldest team this year. They would
Who's
have
older than them right now?
the Clippers.
Damn.
Oh, okay. So, but the Warriors have the older average starting
Starting
five.
lineup, yeah.
But
Yeah.
the bench is so old, and the Clippers at it. Okay.
Yeah.
They got
Yeah.
Kuminga,
Yeah.
Moody, and
I was like,
Potter.
what?
Yeah.
I remember the graphic of 35.6 average age for the Warriors starters,
Yeah.
and I was like, the Clippers
Okay.
are older.
But yeah, like as a team.
Yeah, starting whole roster.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
going back to like my main question, which was like, can the Unks keep on unking? You guys said it for me, and then you dove into it and stole my thought as well when it comes
Get
to
fucked.
Al Horford. I said Al Horford is changing their lives simply because of the things you said when it comes to how well they played alongside, how long or well they played with Quinn Post towards the end of the year. He gave them an interesting offensive juice or plump or whatever, but obviously he can play into the postseason.
Plump.
Yeah, man. He
You
was
said
just
plump or pump?
like pump, same
For
difference.
But just
Yeah.
pumping juices into people?
He literally like juiced up their offense. We saw the on and off numbers between him and Jimmy Butler. And now can you imagine that? Like Al Horford be having like the best parts of all these weak ass centers in the past when it comes to the shooting,
Mhm.
I don't know how to think about him and his screen setting compared to Kevon Looney, but he's not a bad screen setter
Not
at
better
all.
than Looney, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. And then he has playmaking to him as well.
He'll learn,
Obviously,
like-
he's a very positive defender, even at this old age, no matter what type of center is in his way or guard, he can still like defend decently well. Al Horford changes their lives.
He is. So we'll see what they look like over 82 games. But those first 18, oh no, the Warriors are going to be like 15-4, and they're going to be at the top of the conference, and everybody's going to be looking at them.
Oh yeah.
The first month is going to be awesome for them.
Yeah, I'm glad the whole general point you're making of like what even is what should we expect from a team this old? I really don't know. Like I could see them catching lightning in a bottle and being as good as they were in the second half of last year, push Jimmy, and then just like being the 3 seed.
Mhm.
But it's also very easy to imagine the age being an issue and the injuries piling up. This is going to be a nice litmus test for me to see how far you can get in the modern NBA when every year we talk about it come playoff time, that it's a battle of attrition. Who can stay healthiest the longest is lately who's been making deep runs in the playoffs. Above all else, it's who doesn't get hurt. How does age factor in that equation when you are literally old as dirt?
Plus, can we get early season Buddy Hield again? Because Buddy Hield last year started the season crazy, and depending on like who you're putting in that spot, if you put Buddy there, if you put Pods there, surely Pods has to play better than how he started last year.
Yeah.
Because he was awful to start the year. So if you can get either amazing shooting from Buddy in that 2 spot, or you get like just very competent combo play from Pods, that starting 5 is gonna be really good, and it's gonna be filled with obviously high IQ players. You have Steph shooting in gravity. They're gonna be able to do a lot of good things.
Yeah. Can't wait to see it. Next team I have, let's talk about the Charlotte Hornets. I'll keep this one real brief.
Okay.
Can you finally build a good offense around LaMelo Ball so I can learn if he's good enough to build a team around? Because right now I don't fucking know, because they have been the face of incompetence for 3 years with an incompetent franchise around LaMelo that highlights his weaknesses, but also does him just dirty enough that I can't really tell how good his strengths are, because he's simultaneously flawed while also being king, not his fault, because the team around him is absolute bullshit. They've had the 29th, 27th, and 30th offensive rating in the last 3 years after they were 6th in 2022 and when LaMelo made the All-Star game, and they had all that competency around him and Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier, and so forth. It's been a disaster since. While I want to be like, I'm out on LaMelo as a building block, maybe his flaws in the half court and his process isn't really worth it. His juice isn't worth the squeeze. All this verbiage to talk about maybe his empty calories and all this stuff. And then I look at the numbers, and the team's offensive rating is 11 points better with him on the court. And he has like 10th percentile of a teammate's shots made on his potential assists, and he's getting sold every which way because he has no finishers, no shooters, no rollers, nothing to facilitate his growth as a playmaker or his growth as a scorer with good habits. He's kind of been left for dead, and I would like to see them give him a little bit of a chance so I can learn something about LaMelo Ball for the first time.
Shit, alongside LaMelo Ball, learning about him as well. On a smaller scale, of course, I would like to learn about Brandon Miller too.
Me too.
I have no idea how to think of him back when he was drafted. We're like, oh my God, like, yo, I can't believe the Hornets took him. They should have taken Scoot Henderson. Obviously, like, no one thinks of that anymore. We saw like the insane potential that he had through his first year. Second year happened. I don't really know what to think about because the injuries happened and he was hella inefficient. Didn't really do much outside of just getting buckets. What type of player do you have? Is this someone who legitimately is, I don't know if I want to say franchise changing, but for this team, franchise changing type of wing who you can like somewhat rely and build upon, be a foundation of your team for the first time? Or is this just another wash? Is this another James Bouknight like type situation?
Okay, I pray to God it's not a James Bouknight.
I hope it's not that.
It's not that. It's not that. We've seen enough to know Brandon Miller is not a James Bouknight, but
They already have a book night as well. They got Salon, so like you know what I'm saying. Like if you're just going like draft bust for draft bust, like they have those. I'm with you. Like you do have to figure out if LaMelo is worth it. I also think that at this point, you could say not his fault for the situation, and you can also say not his fault just because I don't know if he's going to be there with all of the ankle injuries and stuff. And so if that happens again, he hasn't played 50 games in 3 years.
That's insane.
Yeah, they have a million questions we can get into, including his health, Brandon Miller's health, his long-term ceiling, what their big man rotation is going to be like. All of this amalgamates together, and can we get a regular team so we can learn something? That's all I need to do. I need you to be regular. You can be bad. You don't got to be good. You just got to be normal and competent in all the ways necessary so we can learn something about your young core. Because right now it's the biggest question mark, and it feels like you're going nowhere fast.
Yeah. As of now, for me personally, I haven't given up on LaMelo, but my hopes are not up at all. And now all my attention has shifted to Brandon Miller, who I think can be like one of the 10 best players, one of the 7 best players at his position, not even at his best, you know?
Yeah. I've like mostly given up on LaMelo, but then I have to remind myself he really does have a bullshit situation. And like maybe I've given up on like the 100th percentile outcome that I once thought was possible for him being a superstar, but he very clearly has more to give than what he's been allowed to show, just off the nature of being surrounded by a team that makes the Cade Cunningham misery era Pistons look good. Mm-hmm. He really does have it worse than Cade had it 2 years ago.
That's insane to say.
I promise you he has it worse. Miles Bridges, Mark Williams, who's no longer there, he has nothing.
I understand.
But wait, he got Grant Williams.
He didn't even have Grant Williams. I would love it if he had Grant Williams last year, but he got hurt immediately.
Yeah.
I understand that.
I'm begging for Grant Williams to stay healthy.
That team lost 30 games in a row.
Wait, they did?
I just mean offensive confidence.
Oh, they did.
Because listen, they also had no defensive talent. Offensively, Tijon Salon was a high pick that he got to have help. He's been fucked harder than anybody. And I'll throw in another bad team right now. The Brooklyn Nets.
Okay.
Real simple. Do they have the point guard of the future on this roster? You goddamn better. You better, motherfuckers. You better have a hit on one of those 1,000-point guards.
Jesus, man.
Bro, if they all suck.
Oh, nah. Someone.
I'm burning down Barclays. If none of these dudes make an all-star game in like 6 years, we're burning the Barclays Center to the ground. No. Because you clearly don't deserve it.
5 picks if they all suck.
I'm sorry. I almost said something crazy just now. I'm doing more than just like simply losing your job, bro. Like,
it's too much.
So hopefully Nolan can be your starting point guard and Demon can be like interesting wing at 6'8". That's like a ball handler. Like all we got to see is, do we have at least one ball handler that can be here and support whoever the next superstar we get is?
I do feel bad for the point guards post trade deadline because like you're probably going to trade, like you're going to flip MPJ. Like if you do flip MPJ in Claxton, it's like, who am I passing the ball to? Like I have no idea where my assists are coming from.
It's going to be that one RDC video where he was just passing the ball. I think he was like just passing the ball to each other.
Yeah, that's all I want to talk about the Nets, because for what you just said, they're going to I hope if they can get value, they're going to trade MPJ, probably Cam Thomas. They're going to be playing a bastardly brand of basketball. It's going to be terrible. The amount of lack of shooting, finishing, just a bunch of ball handlers that can kind of dribble and kind of pass it to each other. It's going to be the worst team you've ever watched.
Yeah, we got to take their GM and ship him to Canada or something, man. Like,
We have to stuff them in a locker.
we just can't do this no more.
Unless
Can't
MPJ
do
and
it.
Cam Thomas are great and they don't trade them. But I think once they trade those guys, if they can, which they will if they can, it'll be disgusting.
We said it last time. We're on single digit watch with the Brooklyn Nets.
What's over under, like 12? It's got to be horrible.
Now we looked at it last time, it was 20. Because
Under.
the Jazz were at 18.
I'm going to say they have a smooth 17-win season in the bank.
I'm going 13.
17 win
Damn.
season. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going 13.
Okay. Who's your next team?
The LA Clippers.
Okay.
These guys are funny. Were the changes that you made enough insurance? Because obviously, alongside the Warriors, they are the second version of the unction, and there's so many things that you have to bake in for the Clippers, and like not even trying to be funny, but like anything that can go wrong will go wrong for them. And so if you get into a first round series, okay, we have a game 7 coming up. James Harden is not going to be able, like we can't rely on him to give us a good game 7. Is having Bradley Beal and Chris Paul in the backcourt, is that going to be enough to overcome any type of shortcoming that James Harden has in a game 7? If Kawhi misses time, which he will, is Bradley Beal scoring going to be enough? Is the John Collins addition going to be able to offset any type of missed time from Kawhi and the missed scoring that we have from moving on from Norm Powell? You have Zubac there as well. Is the Brook Lopez addition going to be enough insurance for the 10, 15 minutes that Zubac is not playing on the floor? Did you build in enough buffer that you can finally get somewhere with the team that always overachieves, because you know what Ty Lue is going to do? You know that, like, even with certain lineups, whether you're playing Derrick Jones Jr. and you're trying to create like a defensive lineup, do you have enough scoring that you could bring in? Because I for the value that they got on Collins, Lopez, Bradley Beal, it's all great value. Like, it all makes sense. But for them, and especially what like Ballmer wants to do, and like you're on your very last legs of this Clipper trio and trying to make a push and all that, are those guys enough to where finally you can get somewhere with those guys?
Yeah. And it's a question that nobody has an answer to. Like, we love the moves they made on the periphery. Mm-hmm. This is the best big man rotation they've ever had in this era. Having John Collins, Zubac, and Brook Lopez, that's going to be great, especially for the regular season, the depth they have to maintain good defensive personnel and strong positional size with Derrick Jones and Kawhi as big forwards. Like, well, Derrick Jones is not exactly huge, but with some size on the wings, it's going to be a very good version of what we know this team can be, what they were last year. They'll be even better on the margins in an increasingly competitive Western Conference. Mm-hmm. They shouldn't lose a step. They'll be a top 6 team. It's competitive, so that's not exactly an insult to say they're the 6th best team. They'll be good. Does it fucking matter? Can we believe in them in the playoffs with Kawhi and James Harden? Probably not. So the big question is, can you prove us wrong for writing you off despite the improvements?
Yeah.
I don't think you can.
I'm so excited to watch John Collins this season, man. As a Hawks fan, and seeing how there's just been like such an up and down overall feel for how good John Collins is. I think he's very fucking good. I think he's finally in a position for the first time since he was in Atlanta to play with such a talented, I guess shout out to Isaiah Collier last year, but to play with an established, talented playmaker like James Harden, those lobs are going to be amazing. Those finishes are going to be amazing, bro.
Yeah. Also, and then I'm going to double up here because this is the team that, like, they're also kind of straightforward. But for the Miami Heat, what is your purpose?
Look in the mirror. What are we?
Yeah, like it's a very existential question, because I do feel like they are at a very existential point in their, in their lifespan, because you are like, Pat Riley's been there forever. Spoelstra's been there forever. You are now out of like, you're out of Jimmy Butler territory, which was your saving grace post LeBron. You have Bam, didn't have a great season. What are we doing here? Right?
Yeah.
Are we going to try and stay competent, which you always are? And that's fine if you want to, but for 3 straight years, you've been in the play-in. You have no superstar. You whiffed on KD, you whiffed on Dame. Those things have not come to save you unless somebody else like unless Giannis presses the button and you want to go after him, then we'll reevaluate there. But what are the Miami Heat current day?
Yeah.
Right. Like that is really what they have to figure out. You gave Jovic an extension too. You're trying to build some stuff out. You have to figure out where you want to go and like refine your identity.
Specifically on offense. That's something they talked about all offseason is this team knows what you're talking about, that they're kind of at the end of the rope of what this era is. They've kind of maximized every bit of value they can play out of the way they played before.
That until they go ahead and shit out 2 more random 3-and-D players.
Yeah, they keep finding ways to replenish the depth. I mean, they probably will. You know, there's probably a guy I don't know about right now. It's going to be the surprise role player of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, they're going to play a different brand of offense this year. I think Eric Spoelstra has been pretty clear about that. They know that they can't just keep running back this off-screen, walk into mid-range jumpers type of offense they do all day. Like the days of Gabe Vincent, Max Strus, and Tyler Hero raining threes and mid-range jumpers off of Jimmy Butler passes are gone. Without Jimmy Butler, that style of play doesn't get you anywhere. Bam Adebayo is not the hub that can facilitate that. Tyler Hero made great strides as a playmaker. Is not enough. They're going to play fast. I think they made that much clear. They're going to have, I don't even know yet what the exact differences are going to be offensively. I think we'll find out the first week. We'll learn a lot about this team. But they've made sure they make it clear they're going to play with tempo this year. I imagine they're going to be a higher volume three-point shooting team and be among the top of the league at that to make up for the creation deficiencies. It's going to be an entirely different looking offense. And time will tell what that looks like. But that's going to be the question.
Yeah. Okay, next team. I got the let's get the 76ers out of the way.
Okay.
I wrote a lot for this team, but it's also been just a big old basic narrative that we have when it comes to how healthy is Joel Embiid gonna be? You know, obviously that's like the biggest cloud over their organization. But if we're looking at like a more granular thing, and if we're like looking at the season beyond Joel Embiid, because honestly, like I think we can all agree if we were to bet our lives on it, they're not winning a championship with Joel Embiid as like the face of their organization at all. So turning the page, I'm so interested in seeing how impactful VJ Edgecombe will be alongside someone like Tyrese Halliburton and Jared McCain once he's back in a few weeks through that. I think he sprained his finger or something like that, or thumb or whatever it is.
Yeah, it was a thumb injury.
Yeah, so I'm
sprained his finger. Just sounds funny because it's like, oh, my finger hurts, but it's a serious injury.
Yeah, exactly. I think VJ Edgecombe is such an interesting player on this roster because I don't want to say for the first time ever, but Tyrese Maxey hasn't played with explosive players like that throughout the history of his career on this team at all. Like, yeah, he had a year with Ben Simmons. Yeah, I guess you could say he played with, I don't know, Kenyon Martin when it comes to having explosive athletes. He doesn't have that. He's never had any running mates. And I feel like having someone who just literally, he demands so much attention with how quickly he can get up and down the floor with his burst and how he is like a fantastic secondary playmaker. I guess what I'm asking is how much better can Tyrese Maxey be through someone like VJ Edgecombe? Is there another ceiling? Because I feel like it might be there.
Yeah, it's in general, like, how does VJ Edgecombe add to this expanding young core that isn't like deep or anything, but now we're 3 interesting guards deep. How do they play off each other? Same questions as Spurs. How do you deploy this guard room that has one proven like all-star level guy that isn't like one of the best players in the league, but is the guy for that position on your team clearly, and he's great for your star big man, and you have 2 young up-and-coming guys that, you know, they're all small, so they're all duplicative a little bit, but also very different. Tyrese Maxey's a slasher, ball in his hands, can create a paint touch. Jared McCain's a fantastic floor spacer. VJ Edgecombe is an athlete, should be a good defender. Like, they're all very different, but you also can't play all 3 of them that many minutes together, I don't think. So it's just figuring out what that puzzle piece is, and like, if VJ Edgecombe shows in year 1 that like he needs to be the priority, if he's that level of guy that you think he could be as a number 3 pick, or how you just balance that with the win now. Honestly, it's the exact same thing as the Spurs.
You're gonna, I mean,
relatively,
and like, you know that between Embiid and Paul George, like those 2 guys are gonna miss some time. So like, you're gonna have the opportunity to develop everybody, and so I think that's the silver lining for the Sixers is that I don't like. Yeah, if you want to say, okay, everybody's gonna play 55, 60 games, we're gonna go and, you know, make a playoff run. Yeah, okay, fine, but like that's probably not gonna happen, and you're going to be able to figure out what VJ Edgecombe is this season, and you're going to get a good opportunity to see that. So I'm with you. Like I am interested in that, but Maxey's also the guy where it's and like he's the vet now. He's no longer, like young core. That's Jared McCain. That's VJ Edgecombe. So now you're moving into a space where Maxey is supposed to be that guy with Embiid. And obviously everything kind of circles, everything does circle around Embiid. But with Paul George also declining, Maxey should be the second guy. Like everything Paul George does for that duo is very ancillary, additive, right? It's supposed to help them and not necessarily be the basis of what this trio is. So I do need to see Tyrese Maxey be much more efficient and much more just dominant as a number one option, as a scorer, as all these things, because that's probably what's going to keep the Sixers afloat whenever you get the Paul George is out for a week and a half or Embiid is out tonight. Like that, you need Maxey to take another step.
Hell yeah. Shaquille O'Neal commentary. Can you be dominant? We need more from you. Can you be the man? But it is what that. A lot of nights he's going to be the man for sure. For sure he will be. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously they're going to try to win. Mm-hmm. I don't really care. If it happens, great. It'll be a fun underlying story. Like it'll be fantastic. I hope that Joel Embiid can stay healthy. But I don't really care in terms of the grand scheme of the league. It'll be a great story. I'm rooting for them to stay healthy and being surprisingly competitive. Every year they can be competitive with Embiid will be a gift at this point, I feel like. I'm going in not expecting it to work. If it does, pleasant surprise. I would no longer bank on it. So to me, it's all about the development of the young guys and how does that room take shape over time.
Facts.
Yeah.
But if they can win, that'd be great. It would be fantastic to see a Joel Embiid playoff run at this point. Just not getting my fucking hopes up.
Not anymore. We've been burned too many times.
Yeah, but I'm being very nice about it by saying I don't care.
Who's your next team?
Next team. Let's get to the Los Angeles Lakers. It's about the time to inject another main character. Biggest question to me is, can they be a top 10 defense? Is it possible with the current personnel to build a good enough defense to really contend? Because I feel pretty certain that there'll be a great offense to some variety, whether that's top 3 offense and prime Luka carrying a team like he has before when they've had some of the best offensive ratings of all time under Rick Carlisle back in the day. If that's the case, great. If it's a step below that and it's just a very good offense that gets you into the 3 to 5 seed like they have been, great. Whatever variation of good offense it'll be good. You have Luka, you have LeBron, you have Reeves, and you have a big man that's at least skilled offensively. We can give him that. They'll be a good offense. Now we get the defensive side of that skilled big man. Can he be a good enough rim protector that having him and Jackson Hayes as your 2 mobile bigs, can that be a life raft to give you a regular defense?
DeAndre Ayton life raft for defense.
Yeah. Can you be regular? Can you not have to gimmick your way to the 17th best defense in the league like they did after the deadline last year?
No.
Well, yes, they won't have to gimmick themselves anymore. They're not going to do that uber small ball, leave 3-point shooters open. They'll be regular, but to what avail? Is there a ceiling here with Marcus Smart in the door, DFS out the door, Jake LaRavia, whatever that brings, Vanderbilt coming back, being healthy, being in a good role. He's going back to being a wing defender instead of a big man because you have those bigs in the door. He doesn't have to defend 5s anymore. That'll help your defense. For everything Ayton isn't, he's a competent 7-footer that can defend a pick and roll to some extent. A lot better than what they have with goddamn Alex Len and Rui playing center at times. They'll be regular with Ayton in the door.
Alex Len.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Of course I'm happy to have Ayton. Look at the names he's replacing. But is there juice there to figure out a way to be a very good defense that we can look up in January and say, okay, we didn't necessarily think it was going to be the case, but the Lakers are a contender?
What
do you think? You think it's going to happen?
I don't know if there's a pathway to becoming a top 10 defense. I think they could be right outside of that, and maybe honestly their offense could just be that potent because of improvements that Austin Reeves just naturally makes every single year. LeBron is hanging on to every limb of being a top 15, 20 player in the NBA. And Luka just could have one of those seasons, all seasons also, an all-time season as well. That could very, very much be in the cards. But I don't know if you guys have the infrastructure or the actual wing defenders necessary to go ahead and subside all the potential holes that could be there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the question. I
think
had
that last year.
The Luka thing, him being skinny now, is he going to be in shape? I kind of just buy that as a certainty. Maybe that's me just hoping it's a certainty, and that the things we saw last year were the slowdowns that we saw in his game and the lack of rim pressure and all this stuff that's been developing over the past couple of years. I'm just assuming he'll be fine. Assuming that was him coming off of an injury, changing teams, crazy change, and never being in shape and all this stuff. I'm buying into the he's skinny now and we'll get to whatever the best version of Luka is, whether it is still a low rim pressure guy like it was 2 years ago when he averaged 34 on low rim pressure. That can still be the case. I'm assuming he will be one of the best players in the world again. I have to assume that. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Oh yeah.
So I have to assume he'll be one of the best players in the world, and everything is on that basis that if you have Luka playing at best in the world caliber, you'll have great offense. And to your point, they don't have DFS anymore, who that's kind of pointing to is like the big lack of wing defender. He isn't like a strap up, defend, big wing type of guy. He's an amazing team defender and unlocked a ton of good looks for them. Made that small ball look possible by being able to be such a good team defender. Lose him, bring in Drake Laravia and Marcus Smart. They have like the skeleton of a defense if Marcus Smart is healthy and if DeAndre Ayton is truly bought in defensively, which I also buy. That I think we obviously won't get the like I hate basketball DeAndre Ayton like he got in Portland. Like that clearly won't happen. Whether or not the ceiling is there to like be a top 10 rim protector in a given season, I don't know. But I think we'll clearly get him trying defensively, to whatever that brings you. And I think if he's trying defensively, LeBron has been pretty good defensively as he's waned off offensively. He's been locked in. I think he'll continue to do that with Luka playing the best player in the world. Rui's another wing size big guy. He's not a terrible defender on ball. Dog shit off ball, but we'll take what we can get in complimenting Rui's defense. Like, if Marcus Smart is healthy and can be another essentially wing defender, they have the pieces to be competent defensively. It's not like it's a just black hole of talent.
Yeah, I think the Marcus Smart thing is like if you guys are going to be a top 10 defense, I think it comes much more off the back of Marcus Smart being healthy rather than like
I forget he's there always. I don't know why.
But see, that's a terrible selling point. If Marcus Smart stays healthy, it would be great. Fuck.
Marcus Smart last 2 seasons played 34 games last year, 20 games the year before.
Oh God.
So
and I think there was some tankering going on there. So he's not exactly him being hurt,
yeah,
but he was hurt a lot.
So there's that aspect of it. But yeah, I think like that. If Marcus Smart is healthy and can give you very solid defense, that's also your best chance of just being the most balanced team, I think, especially with the starting 5 and bringing Reeves off the bench and allowing him to cook in certain spots. But damn, that's tough. Like the 2 guys that you're asking for are, which is crazy. He's only 31, but like he's played such a physical and just like reckless style of basketball for his entire career that like obviously his body is much older than 31. But it's a over 30 Marcus Smart and then DeAndre Ayton. And those are the 2 guys that you're kind of hoping to really anchor your defense.
And I guess the big question that people are going to have is like the overarching one. If people buy into the fact that Luka is going to be prime Luka again, the real biggest question is what you get from DeAndre Ayton. Is that'll be the bigger talking point.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, like he's not going to be like amazing. He's not going to get to the free throw line. He's not going to be some amazing finisher.
He's not going to sink them. Like even if he's not great, he's not going to be the overall reason why they may like underachieve.
Yeah, I don't think the floor is as low as people think just because we talked about it. Obviously, I'm an apologist. The perception is so bad that people think he'll be like the worst player in the league. Lakers fans will want him shipped out immediately. Lakers fans want everybody shipped out no matter what. So that will be a certainty. That's an easy bet to say Lakers fans will turn on him. They turn on everybody. But he will be fine. He's only making $8 million a year. They don't need him to be exceptional necessarily. I think he'll be competent at the very least.
Okay.
I hope, man. I hope for your sanity. But I don't hope so for my entertainment.
Listen, man, Amari Hampton just went to the IR for 4 weeks. My sanity is not tied into the Lakers. My sanity is being thrown away by the other sport.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I could give a damn what happens. At least I have Luka Doncic.
Oh my gosh.
I got enough misery to go around. But yeah, I guess it begins and ends with Ayton, offensively and defensively. What he brings as a finisher, what he brings as a shot blocker. We'll see.
I definitely do envision a world though where you guys are legit a top 3 offense in the league. Genuinely, like that. Maybe your offense is so fucking potent. This could be the most talented offense that Luka's ever played around. The most impressive weapons with, of course, LeBron, do-it-alls with Army Knife, Austin Reeves, a fucking gunner as well, who can do a lot of the things that Luka does, but just on a lower scale, of course. Then Rui as well he's similar in a lot of ways to someone like PJ Washington. And then on top of that, too, Jake LaRavia is not a nothing. He's someone who needs to be accounted for on offense as well. I like this offense a lot.
Yeah, I think
it's better,
gonna be
much
good.
better than last year.
So there's like, the Lakers like have been so in the back half of the LeBron era, they've been so up and down post Russell Westbrook trade that like there's a baked in like yawn. I'll see it when I believe. I believe it when I see it type thing with the Lakers in every preseason cycle. They were the 3 seed last year. Like they're not going to be bad, barring injury and barring unforeseen changes. Like they're going to be a good team. Whatever that looks like. I guess the debate is like, is that good enough to be one of the best teams that you actually can win a championship and make good on making advantage of every single Luka year? I don't know, but I think they'll probably be like the 3 or 4 seed again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's fair. That's very fair.
What is the next team?
Let's go with the New Orleans Pelicans. Question. Was a little bit of that Zimpy all it needed to change your life? Because now that like Zion is in shape, and like if he is in shape, and that is truly the thing that has kept him from being consistently available for you and allowed to unlock this version of Zion that we've seen in bits and pieces and in flashes, would you get the whole load this year? And if the Zempi was all it took, I mean, hey, with Zion on the floor, the offensive rating was great. They were top tier in terms of offensive rebounding. You know that's a piece of his game. If he is there and if he is healthy and if that's all that it took, the Pelicans become much more interesting than obviously what they were last year. And even barring like, because we've been talking about it for a couple of years, like this is Trey Murphy's breakout year. It's going to be here. Even if that doesn't even happen, if Trey Murphy's at
it's going to fucking happen.
Even if it doesn't, you have Jordan Poole's offense to kind of offset whatever lack of jump there is from Trey Murphy. You have Herb Jones's defense. You have this team that's kind of been there together in bits and pieces. If Zion's healthy, I can understand why somebody would like to be bullish on the Pelicans. Me, myself, I'm not personally going to do it, but I can see where the bullishness comes from.
Me, myself, I am willing to be bullish on Zion Williamson, but I am not willing to be bullish on the New Orleans Pelicans. I agreed with everything you said until one line you said where you lost me. You said if this is all the case and Zion is healthy and he is fixed by the weight loss and he is able to stay healthy and be the best version of himself, I believe that to be the case. I am once again on Zion Island like I always have been.
Yeah.
I'm never giving up. But then you said, then maybe I can see the Pelicans being interesting. That I cannot see because this team will have one of the worst defenses in the league no matter what. I think there will be a swell offense. Their defensive talent is absolute piss.
Key, two things. One, last year when Zion was on the floor, again, I'd like the offensive rating, great. The defense was basically the same as the Wizards. They were trash.
They're going to be horrible defensively again.
That's one. Two, notice I said interesting and not good, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have pieces where every night you're like, oh, I wonder how so-and-so did tonight. I want like, hey, the last 9 games, Trey Murphy's really doing something that's really kind of cool. Interesting, but not good.
Yep. And that's
Keywords.
the worst place to be for a team that just traded their unprotected first-round pick in a loaded draft class. They will not be in the playoffs. I'm almost certain of that. But I think I'm almost certain, not certain. Okay, I can never be certain with Zion Williamson's health, but I have reason to believe we fixed him. Shit's going to be different. I have reason to believe a broken clock will finally be right. Just because of hope. Let's call it hope.
Yeah.
I have reason to believe that'll be the case. I think we're going to see like all NBA Zion again. I think it stands to reason. This is one of the best rim finishers of all time, and he's in the best shape he's ever been, even better shape than college at his physical prime right now. I think he'll be back to being one of those dominant players in the world, especially with the team around him. We've seen 2 years ago he was healthy. It wasn't necessarily dominant Zion. Remember that was a year where they were surprisingly good and had a good defense. When they had Ingram, they had who was at the guard at the time? That was pre-DeJounte. It was why am I blanking? Who's their point guard at that time?
I cannot remember.
It was not Drew Holiday.
Who did they have at point guard 2 years ago?
CJ McCollum? No.
Why am I blanking?
Hold on, I got you.
I can't remember who was on that team, but that was that really long team. It was Jonas Valanciunas, Zion, Ingram, Herb Jones, and why can't I remember the goddamn point guard? But that team was surprisingly good defensively, and they didn't play through Zion. That was the year they chose to like deprioritize him and not put all their eggs in the basket, and his usage was down a little bit. So when we seen him be healthy at last, he wasn't like truly dominant like he was in year 2 because they said we're not going to get burnt again. This year they have to play point Zion. Jordan Poole is awesome. I like his game a lot off of Zion. He's not a lead playmaker. Same thing with Trey Murphy. I think he's going to be a very good like.
I guess CJ McCollum was their point
they
guard.
were running. CJ.
Okay, it was CJ. Okay, it was CJ then. But yeah, Jordan Poole is going to be a great shooting guard next to point guard Zion. Trey Murphy, great 3-and-D guy with juice. Now that he has the ball handling, I don't think he's going to be a star right away or ever, but he's going to be like one of the more exciting wing shooters, a la Cam Johnson or whatever. They have all these guys that will fit really well playing through Zion. If I'm playing fantasy basketball, I want Zion Williamson. I think we're going to see like the most productive version of him by necessity with this offense.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm excited as hell to see their offense, and only watching that specifically. As soon as they turn on the other end, I'm closing my eyes and I'm just opening it back up after the next 25 seconds, bro. Because I don't want to see them 24.
They're going to have 4 guys you can pick on, then Herb Jones trying to defend everybody.
Yeah. The most annoying guys on defense is, of course, like Jose Alvarado, and then of course Herb Jones. But outside of that, everyone's literally like
Yo,
a walking lick.
their best guard defenders is going to be post Achilles DeJounte and Jose Alvarado.
And who knows? I don't even know DeJounte is going to be playing to start off the year.
No, he
as
won't
well.
be. He won't be. But
So
I'm
it's
like,
like,
by the end of the season,
Even
that'll be.
then, it's kind of good. You got Jordan Poole. Oh my God, you got the Rug Fears, Sadiq Bey, Jordan.
Fears is going to be one.
Hawkins.
I imagine Fears is going to be one of the worst defenders in the NBA year one. He's so small.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude, they're going to get picked on everywhere. And a Zion Missy.
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
You listen. There's always teams that kind of fit this bill where they can go and score,
Shout
but they
out to-
can't stop anybody. Somebody has to fill that role. If the Pelicans are that, if it means that you win more than 21 games this year,
Oh, they won more than 21.
shout out to you.
Will
And
they win
that,
41? I don't know.
that's what the bar is.
They
for them.
do have Kevon Looney, which is nice stability, known defensive anchor. Kevon Looney.
Defensive anchor. He's great at lots of small things. Be a fantastic screen setter. Well, that'll help Zion and Jordan Poole a lot. I think that'll be exciting.
Dude, their offense is going to be electric.
Yo,
It's not
man,
going to fix their defense at all.
Can I play a game against them? I think I can get one. I think I can get one bucket.
I think if you're slashing and East Missy has to rotate to you, you put a shoulder in his chest and get a bump him off the old man game. I think you can get a shot up.
I think I can. I think I can get one bucket.
Oh gosh,
I
I don't
believe
want
you.
to see that.
Bad rotations, wide open three.
Backdoor cuts. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
I'll run in transition all day. But yeah, the biggest question for me is like, can we get Zion unlocked? And I
Yeah.
think the answer is probably yes.
Okay.
Assuming he doesn't fall apart again physically, which who
Yeah.
knows?
I agree. It's like stylistically, this feels like it should be. Again, we didn't see them play at all, or we don't know what their head coach Willie Green's from wanting to roll out. Going back to what you said when it comes to when they had all those long, lengthy guys, and they were just like playing somewhat of an egalitarian type offense, prioritizing the ball in everybody's hands. You don't have that anymore outside
I
of Jordan
hate
Poole.
these all lives matter ass offenses. Put the ball in the big guy's hand and let him dunk every play. He's
Oh
special.
my God.
He can be Zion production. I mean, he can be Giannis production wise.
Yeah,
Let him go be the best finisher we've ever seen.
I think we're gonna definitely see that.
Okay.
Definitely see that.
Especially if he's skinny. Let him average 30. He can do it.
My next team.
You went to that. I guarantee you he can do it. If you give him those shots, Zion can average 30. On no jumpers. On
He could
zero
do that.
jumpers, he can average 30.
He could give you like a jumper, maybe 2 a game max.
You're right. He'll make 41% of them.
Yeah, exactly. nothing
No
crazy.
jumpers
at
is
all.
ridiculous.
He could, if anybody could do it, he could do it, right?
That's
He
basically how he
averaged
plays.
27 the second year doing that.
On no jumpers.
He had no jumpers, bro. Okay. My next team, the Toronto Raptors.
Okay.
They spend a lot of money on an unproven product. They have so many like question marks around every single person on their roster, genuinely. But I think the biggest question still, and it's fair to say again, Scotty Barnes, is he the guy that you want to commit to in the long term in terms of treating him like a franchise player?
That is the biggest picture question for sure.
No.
No.
I can't be fully out, but I'm not fully in.
But that's exactly how I feel. I'm not writing off the world in which he can be their best player and they can be a playoff team, but I'm super not fully in. Like whatever that means, not fully in. I got like 1 foot in the door maybe and like half of an elbow, but my whole body's not in.
Yeah, like it would be in if you sense that he could genuinely be a top 17, 15 player.
And I would like for it to be in.
Yeah, of course. You love it inside. But could we looking at it as another situation to where he's like in the same realm or same status of an NBA player like Pascal Siakam? Because you're not doing anything as an organization if you have a Pascal Siakam level player. And if we're on the same trajectory where his shooting is continuously like up and down and he's not necessarily bending offenses or like being a driving force of a team, being like the superhero on your offense or defense, then what are we doing?
Exactly.
Right now?
I need to see him like create more bend for sure so I can be in. That's the number one thing is like, can he be a guy that changes the way teams have to defend you? Can he be a guy that changes you and your defense clamping down the other team? Like, can he be a two-way player? Because I don't think I'm ever going to be in on him being your best offensive player anymore. To me, it's very clear. Scotty Barnes can't be the best offensive player in your team. And it's also clear Ingram can't be that. But I do believe that there's some amalgamation there that they can have a two-man game that's good enough to be a 7 seed in the East or whatever with those two guys and the way they mesh off each other. But I need to see Scotty Barnes be a legit two-way star like a Pascal Siakam.
Yeah, I think for me, I think like a lot of that happens. A lot of that will be answered by Brandon Ingram's level of production because I need something right to go for this team.
Yeah.
Since Kawhi left,
Can we be
si-
up?
Like Like Kawhi left, and they took a while to embrace the rebuilding or retooling, and then they finally shipped out Fred. They finally shipped out Pascal. But even since then, the quickly thing hasn't moved on, hasn't worked out. RJ Barrett has played well, but like you already want to trade him right now. You're giving Jakob Poeltl money, even though that's like that's a lot of money. But I don't know if we're kind of in that mode yet. And so you're still trying to figure out all the things that you said about Scotty Barnes. If the Brandon Ingram thing works out and you can get a clear picture, that's great. Because if he's not there, then we're just gonna have Scotty Barnes in another like no man's land kind of year where it was 2 years ago, last year, and then I don't really learn anything. I need Brandon Ingram to be there, and I need him to actually be kind of productive so I can get that clear picture.
Yeah, and I think we did learn that Scotty Barnes might be like the worst no man's land player in the league. Like he is not built to be in no man's land. He needs to have structure so we can utilize his skills and do not ask him to go create off the dribble jumper opportunities. That's not his game. There's a reason he was at his best and he looked like an all-star, or he was an all-star playing next to Pascal Siakam. He can be a brilliant second option and like provide so much value there with what he brings defensively with that crazy, ridiculous length. If he can be a guy that doesn't have to be your primary shot creator, that'll never be him. So yeah, I just want to see the structure of this team kind of blend together in a way that makes sense, and we can kind of see what we're working with going forward. Then we can shoot RJ Barrett into the sun. We can maybe trade quickly and get a point guard of the future eventually. Like if we just know the nucleus is intact, that's a team that is going to be, they're an all lives matter ass offense. They have zero pick and rolls. They are running, passing you to each other, playing nonstop handoffs. Like they will play team basketball.
It's funny that this is the thing now. It's the all lives matter offense. It's going to be a thing for this season now.
Yeah, like
that's Darko to a T.
It's so annoying to witness this too, because like I like what Darko's doing in general. I love his play style, but I hate the guys in it. I don't hate them obviously, but I don't think there will be like there to maximize what Darko's trying to go ahead and preach. When you think about like the most expensive teams in the NBA, you're looking at the Knicks, the T-Wolves, the Boston Celtics, the Lakers, the Rockets, the Clippers, the Cavs, OKC, Denver, and then right smack in the middle, you have the Toronto Raptors. You have no business committing so much money to nothing burgers and players who have uncertain futures, but they're just willing to give out bags. And for that, guess what? Next year, I'm going to try for their G League team. I'm going to go ahead and try to scam their new front office manager because they just like giving out money. Maybe he's not like Messiah Ujiri, and maybe they're just like on a different pathway now. Maybe my window has closed. But I am on the hunt.
Your window has closed. If Messiah was there, you'd have a much better chance of making the team.
Fuck, man.
You'd be a lock for the roster.
Shit, I'm African. Hey, Brian! You know another one. You know, I already get in the door, you know?
Yeah. Raptors, find a way to make sense this year. Give us a vision to buy in on so we can be nerds and be like, they're a sneaky 7 seed. You don't want to see the Brandon Ingram led half-court offense.
Exactly.
Give me a reason to be a dork about you, because right now I don't got shit.
Please, I'd love to see him in the playoffs.
I would love to be a dork about you. Okay, is it my turn?
Yeah.
Cleveland Cavaliers. This is the most obvious big question of any team in the league.
Yes.
Is this going to be the year where your core finally succeeds in the playoffs? Will it translate? We know in the regular season, you were one of the most dominant teams in the league. You found a way, after bringing in Kenny Atkinson, to fully unlock the power of having 2 elite bigs and 2 elite guards with movement shooters all around them. You were a goddamn machine, and then everything went wrong again. Is it your fault? Not necessarily. Is it bad luck? Partially. Is it repeatable? Yes. There's been multiple times now where everything that could go wrong did go wrong. So all we can do now is wait for the playoffs and see if things will finally go right. There is no analysis to be had. We know you're great. We know it's predictable in the ways that you can be strong and weak with the 2 small guards defensively, but the strengths of the 2 bigs defensively. Like, we know you guys to a T. There's no questions besides some bench pieces and how those change this year. But big picture wise, you are who we think you are. Will it work in the playoffs?
We should honestly be sitting here talking about how they should be able to win legit like 70 games next year. The talent disparity is ridiculous over there in the Eastern Conference. We should be talking about them as like sure-in locks. We should be like, the Cavs are making it to the finals, and then whoever else when it comes to the slaughter fest that's happening in the Western Conference.
I do view them as that.
I feel like the consensus is not, though.
That's the thing. I view them 100% as they should, and like on paper, there's no reason for them not to be in the finals. They should 1,000% be in the finals. And like I do think that I'm going to pick them when we do our predictions next week. Spoiler alert, I'll pick them to be in the finals. For somebody that I feel is so certainly the best roster in the East, I have weird lack of confidence in that opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they are certainly the best team, I'm like, I've never felt a favorite be so susceptible to fuck shit going wrong and them not being able to live up to their potential.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's just weird. Like it's not like,
That's funny.
it's not even like necessarily explainable. Like, yeah, small
it is
guards, like,
explainable.
yeah, there's some explainable parts of it. Some of the roster weaknesses, small guards, lack of spacing. You don't necessarily get the best of Mobley as a scorer. Yada
Fuck
yada.
that. You have to win. Fuck that. At the end of the day.
And you won in spite of those so many games. You just get so unlucky that you just have some mystic being preying on your downfall.
You have a top 10 player in your hands, a top 12, 13 player, two of them in your hands right now. You have like one of the better centers in the league, Darius Garland, who's a top 10 point guard. You got not the 6 Man of the Year winner, but you got DeAndre Hunter, who helped your offense become more high octane than ever with his 3-point shooting. Okay, you shipped out Isaac Okoro, cool. Now you can sit down and empower guys like, what's his name?
Tyson?
Yeah,
Lonzo?
sure. Yeah, Tyson,
Strus?
Lonzo, Strus. Yeah,
There you go, that's the one.
Strus, exactly, that guy. You have Lonzo, who's a new point
That
guard
guy.
who's just trying to like establish himself in them. You have like a lot of working pieces, and none of them should tank your season.
Yeah, the real question on paper is, can we get more value out of Lonzo than we did out of backup point guard last year? Why am I blanking?
Ty
now?
Jerome.
Out of Ty Jerome and like his pitfalls in the playoffs when the scoring fell apart. Can we get more out of Lonzo? Will he be available? That's the real question mark on the roster, because that's the only question mark. You really just replace backup point guards.
Yeah.
Outside of that is, will it work in the playoffs?
Don't nobody care about
If
this
it
team.
don't,
I care a lot about this team.
No,
I'm
we're
just
just
so,
all like,
yeah.
who's on this team again?
I
Like,
know. It's so funny how
Listen,
this
man.
team is like the least depth of any of these conversations. This has been 3 minutes. That's the end of it.
Yeah.
Will it work in the playoffs? That's the only thing we need to see.
You fucking better.
I pray to God. I'm so sick. Otherwise, we're getting Jared Allen to the
Oh
Lakers.
no, I'm tearing it. Wait, what? My God, bro.
Donovan, what's next?
Let's go with the Memphis Grizzlies. So my question for them was, can the season be as close to normal as possible? / was the last 9 games real? / is Ja the guy? To the last one, I'm gonna say no, because this morning we got news that Ja's he's already hurt. He sprained his left ankle. He's already week to week, and it's not like a Zion type of thing where like he's always gonna miss like 60 games. He's gonna miss every 4th game, and that is the most frustrating thing, because you never know. You never get a lot of consistency with Ja. However, after Taylor Jenkins was fired last year, Ja averaged 28 and 6 in the last like 8 or 9 games. Actually, in the last 7 games, he missed 2 of the last 9
Naturally.
games. Right? But he had more success, and he did look more comfortable in those games after Taylor Jenkins was fired. And then you had the playoff series where, until once again he got hurt, he had figured out the Oklahoma City Thunder, and he was going crazy, and they were going to win that series until he got hurt. And so you have all of that, and you're coming into the season. Zach Edey already hurt. Jaren Jackson Jr. already hurt. You might not have John Morant on opening night, so I have no idea what this team is going to be.
That's the phrase. That's the phrase right there. Nobody knows. But
Nobody knows.
It's barely provocative either. That's the thing. It's kind of like bland, because they're running it back with this new coach that they brought in into last year, which I shouldn't even say running it back. It's the first year they're going to be underneath him full time. So that's interesting to see where that goes. But roster-wise, they just got worse. They got rid of Desmond Bane. So the big question mark is like, what's your pivot? Clearly you got something in mind. You trade Desmond Bane, you decide to sell high on a guy that you think isn't worth it to have 3 big contracts.
Well, but you know what the pivot is. The pivot is John Jaren Jackson Jr. can be good enough to where, one, we don't have to be as expensive as we were, and they can rise to a level that now allows us to make a move to bring in somebody else ancillary that can make a little bit less than Desmond Bane, but we can still get as far. Because honestly, as far as, let's just make it to the second round.
Exactly. They
You
weren't
know,
getting
like-
anywhere with the expensive trio, so they said, fuck that. Let's put ourselves in a situation where we can still be good, we can float and figure out what the next pivot is or who becomes available. Can we get the next OG Anunoby, whoever that is, that becomes available for trade that can take us to the next level? Can we do that in the same way the Knicks did, right? Pre Karl Anthony Towns, pre a gigantic trade. Can we get one of the elite role players that becomes available? Usually one becomes available every year. Whoever that may be, can we be in position to get that guy? Okay. So the whole thing is be patient, I guess. See what we got cooking. We don't even know yet. Eventually we'll find out. But you got to show us a little more than that to start the year, right? Like there has to be a unique change to their style of play, something to justify that, yes, I should feel good in the short term about my team trading Desmond Bane and telling ourselves we'll get better.
Yes, but I don't. You have to show me something at the start, but they're not going to have any of their stars at the start of the season.
It's tough situation.
So again, in terms of all of those questions, can the season be as normal as possible? No, because that's already out the window. And then can Ja be the guy? He just has to play enough, and we'll see if that happens if you finally get some consistency in terms of his play. But if he's not there every single night, or if he's constantly in and out the lineup, we're gonna get into another situation where March rolls around and you may, be trying to figure out what the identity is. The one thing that you can hope for is that in this offense that's going to re-empower Ja, do you at least see the flashes?
Do we know that?
I don't.
They did that into last year.
Okay, so the only reason why I'm gonna say yes is just because the offense that they ran last year was an all lives matter type of offense, and so it wasn't empowering Ja.
Yeah,
and so that's why I think this one will at least re-empower him to a certain extent.
For sure. Like that got Taylor Jenkins fired because they prioritized Jaren Jackson essentially in a style that fit him better, which wasn't even a bad choice. Like they never had a good half court offense, but you had to get something out of Ja. Otherwise, it's never going to work if you get nothing out of him. I say nothing, but a subpar product. So we understood why they had to fire him and go back to empowering Ja, because otherwise you're not going to make a playoff run at all. You're just dead in the water.
Yeah.
I get why they did that with 10 games left in the season. That should only pivot to give yourself a fighting chance in the first round. But I could see if the summer comes around and they still say, you're asking if Ja's the guy. They're asking if Jaren Jackson going to be the guy. Mm-hmm. And like, how do we get the most out of Ja while also making sure we're prioritizing Jaren? Like, I could also imagine that. What made sense for the last 10 games doesn't necessarily got to make sense for the next season.
Listen, man.
Now, speaking in generalities, that doesn't really mean anything in terms of like, who are we going to play through? It's real basic, but like, we don't know what this team's going to look like. It is a coach that coached them for 9 games.
Whose team is it?
Exactly.
No.
Is it Jaren's team or is it Ja's team?
Is this like nightcap ass question? I don't know. But that's kind of what it is because they had such a stark difference in that play style and like just how much it catered to Jaren Jackson's abilities to attack off the dribble. And again, this guy coached for 9 games. We have no clue what he's going to do now that he's in charge.
Facts.
God damn it.
What did he prepared to show me? I forgot his name. It's a European name that I can't remember. You go next, Mo.
Okay, so let's talk about my next team. I think it's about time we talk about the Atlanta Hawks finally again in this episode. So yeah, I think easily the biggest question is whether or not Jalen Johnson can remain healthy for an entirety of the season. Now you can sit here and look at like someone like Kristaps Porzingis and see if he can have a bounce back year, which is very interesting. How is Dyson Daniel going to progress in his offensive game? What is Trae Young going to look like? I understand all of those things, but I firmly believe that Trae Young could go ahead and have the most efficient year of his career. I don't think any of that shit matters if Jalen Johnson isn't healthy, and I think our ceiling is dramatically reduced or deduced without someone like Jalen Johnson on the roster. I think you can see on the TV right now that you see clearly Trae Young shoots much more efficiently from the three-point line with someone like Jalen Johnson, and that consistency just fares to be true alongside every single player on the roster who he played with a decent amount of time. And he has that level of impact and effect when it comes to being a ridiculous driving force who just creates an immense amount of space for everyone. And then also he takes a certain level of playmaking load off of him. We're looking at a non-all-star who should have been an all-star last year 110%. And as long as he healthy this year, he's going to go ahead and become that. And we need an all-star on our roster.
Yeah. I'm interested by the three-point numbers there because I wonder if that's more about Jalen Johnson creating open shots for Trae and him being, able to flex off ball a little more. I'm sure that's part of it. I feel like part of it is it just forces Trae to take less bad shots. Less of these terrible off-the-dribble threes that
it's both.
Second year in the league was going in. Past few years hasn't necessarily been a calling card of his. The tough shot making hasn't really been there to the same level we thought it was going to be for his whole career. So yeah, and Jalen Johnson's obviously a big part of that. And KP, in general, are we going to see this team have the depth needed? I think you would say yes if they're healthy to allow Trae to not force it and not have to be Can he be more efficient by taking less shots?
Yeah, and I think he will be. But even if he is more efficient, that's not going to define our season necessarily. That's not going to change our playoff trajectory necessarily. Jalen Johnson simply being there, being the five type defender guy who can defend not 1 through. I was almost said 1 through 5, but no, like 1 through 4 confidently. Can he be a pseudo point guard? Can he be the best finisher on this team? Can he be the second best playmaker on this team? I think so. I think he can be the best rebounder on this team as well. He does like so much and covers so much ground that we don't have from all of our guys, whether it be Onyeka and his struggles at times being with rebounding, Kristaps and his ability to not necessarily be the most physical guy. He covers so much ground. And if he's not there, like our season is not, I'm not going to say cooked.
No, it's cooked. It's cooked. Because like in the analogy that I've been using, and I've said like since the finals, is like, can you basically recreate what the Pacers just did and having this very defensively challenged point guard and having all the other, 6'9" demons, all that other type of stuff. Basically, like, can Jalen Johnson turn into y'all's Pascal Siakam? In terms of this other guy who can also create offense for himself, who can be a good defender, and for him be a playmaker as well on top of Trey and his playmaking.
You know what you're asking for?
What am I asking for?
An all lives matter offense in Atlanta.
Whoa, nah.
Let's do it.
Let's
get Trae Young off ball. Let's get him running in transition. Let's depower him so we can empower him and his playmaking.
No, 100%. The off ball stuff, 100%. Like, I think that is something that for a lot of the star guards who always have the ball in their hands, that's something that you've seen a lot. We saw it with prime James Harden, where it's like, okay, if he's not on the ball, he's just going to stand above the break 35 feet from the basket and not going to do anything. We've seen that with Trey. You've seen the Knicks you've seen it with Luka, like being able to play 5-on-5 basketball at all times instead of 4-on-5 if your star player does not have the ball in his hands. That's super important. And so if Jalen Johnson can elevate himself and be this all-star and be this playmaker, and we can use Trae Young to be to be an off-ball player. One, that helps everybody else, but two, it just gives you another look that you can use and that you can go to instead of just saying, "Oh, there's 2 minutes left in the game. Trae, go kill him." Like you might be able to surprise some people with your style of play.
I think we can get pretty first takey with the Hawks conversation right now, because we mentioned it on the episode 2 weeks ago about the one thing you should know about this team, and the one thing you should know about the Hawks is they check every box now for theoretically how you want to build around Trae Young. They have the roll man defender that can be a mobile big. They have the stretch 5 that can be a rim protector in a traditional sense. They have the slashing secondary star in Jalen Johnson, a slew of defensive wings around him, an elite point of attack defender in Dyson Daniel around him. They have every single complementary piece you could want. So we can get real ESPN with this. Is Trae Young good enough to be the guy? Like, that'll be the question above our heads today, the season, because if he's not,
are you a man or a mouse, Trae Young?
Yeah. Well, what kind of star is Trae Young? Is he a winning player? Yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Can you build around Trae Young? Will be answered this year.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, I sat down and wrote on my notes too. I've had 2 nitwits next to me, thing 1, thing 2 alongside of me saying, "Oh, Trae Young, get trade down. The Hawks need to go trade." Shut up! No, none of that's gonna happen.
What the fuck did he just say?
You know why? Run it back if you need to know what I said. All right. We have every single thing in place. I think exactly precisely what's going to happen is he's going to go out and have an all-NBA caliber year. Will he actually make the all-NBA? I don't know, but probably will, considering how dire the East is. We have all the spacing, all the shooting.
All-NBA is across the league, so he might not be one of the 15 best players in the league this year.
Yeah, I think he could. I think he could.
All-NBA is tough, but to your point, he could be caliber in the conversation. What happens if he's not? Like, from a Hawks fan perspective, let's say they are mid. And let's say KP's healthy and it just like doesn't work for whatever reason, right?
I mean, they could definitely be the 5 seed.
They should be, but like, what if they're not? What if they're a disappointing 7 seed, or what if they are the 5 seed and just get bounced the first
honestly,
round?
The bar for me is, I don't even give a fuck what happens in the playoffs. We have to make it like firmly. We cannot be a playing team. I think the line for me in my head is we haven't won 48 games. Can you guess when? When's the last time we won 48 games? Let me ask.
2015.
Fuck, it's been since 2015. Yeah. That's 10 fucking years of not cracking 48 games.
What'd they win the conference championship year?
I believe that was in 2016 or 2015, whenever we won 16.
No, I mean, what the year when they made the conference finals?
The year
that was 2020. Oh, how many games they won?
Yeah.
I think it was like 44.
It was a shortened season. So
okay.
there were only 72 games, but they won
Yeah.
41 games. So
Okay.
on 57 or a winning percentage of 569.
Okay. So let's say they do win that, and let's say they're the 4 seed or the 5 seed that we're hoping. You don't care about the playoffs. Like, what if they get bounced in the first round by the Pistons? Will that tell you? And let's say it's in a way that we've seen Trae Young get bounced before, and it's kind of the double teams, the overwhelming size, that yada 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 we've seen before. If that works again, will there be long-term concern? Like, do you need to see anything more than regular season wins?
I think for the
I should say,
trajectory-
sorry, with the pending contract of it all.
Exactly, yes. I think that's the biggest concern here. It depends entirely on how we go out. If it's like Trae Young guns blazings and like we see the normal story with KP happening where he's just not injured and then a bunch of Hawks die off, which has been the case over the last few years, and it's like, okay, I'm giving Trae that contract because nothing is necessarily proven just yet. But if he just folds in a way that we've seen happen throughout the regular season in terms of he's just shooting, he's doing entirely too much,
Yeah.
and he's not giving any other player on this roster an opportunity to like have flow in this offense, and you just get the ball when you get the ball, then I feel very weary and I feel hesitant to go ahead and do so. And in that point in time, that's when I'm like, uncomfortable conversations, but you are going on the trading block.
Mm-hmm.
You have a single year left on your contract after this year. You're not getting that max money from me. Someone else will go ahead and do so. The Sacramento Kings will give me whatever for you. I'm happily going to go ahead and like fleece any team that's willing enough to do that. But I don't think it's going to play like that.
It
at
could.
all.
It's the non-zero chance. I don't know if I think it will either, but like it's not 50-50, but it's not 10-90 either. Like there's a good chance that happens, I think. Just because for everything I think this team can do well this year and be really good in the regular season, I could see them getting stopped in the first round. I say that without seeing them play yet, but they wouldn't be shocking.
Yeah.
And that contract situation is going to be weird because they're going to want to give him less than the max, and he has no reason to take less than the max. He should be demanding the max just for market rate,
Yeah.
So I could see us very well going to that realm. So that obviously will get into a whole bigger can of worms of what you do in terms of prioritizing the return on Trae Young trade if it goes there. So really what we're saying is the biggest question mark this season is this is do or die. This is the Trae Young era.
Yeah.
Because if you had trade him, you're probably rebuilding.
On
the fly, you have some good players.
because we have Jalen and Dyson, who's on a great trajectory as well.
Say that again.
Come here.
Say that again.
Retooling.
Yeah. Retooling doesn't mean finding a new best player. You only retool when you have a superstar. If you're trading Trae, you got to find a new star.
Listen, if we were like a little bit closer right now, I would put my hand on your shoulder right now.
That's a rebuild, bro.
Like,
Jalen Johnson's the 50th best player in the world. That's a rebuild.
If we go ahead and like trade for someone who's at like he's like 75% of Trae Young, then we're gonna be in the playoffs.
Okay,
it's a bonus.
No, that's not happening.
brother,
That could
Our
happen.
GM is too smart for that now. We're
Probably.
not dummies.
Probably.
Trae Young at this point, even if you guys traded for Trae Young right now, the fact that y'all haven't already given him the contract extension not only shows to trade that like, hey, we're in a moment of limbo. It shows to the rest of the league like, hey, even we're not sure about this guy. Like his trade value is in the absolute dumpster right now because we've had trade conversations over the last couple of years, and every single time it just doesn't get done because teams are like, yeah, I don't know.
He's never been available. That's why.
Who want me?
No, hell no.
Right? It's been like that. So we've had 2 years of his trade value going down and down and down.
He's never been available, but they listen.
Yeah,
They listen.
If the team
Reports
was
don't
like,
happen for no reason.
like he's never ever stated that he was unhappy in Atlanta. That's just narrative
Yeah,
as fans were like waiting to go ahead and jump the gun on.
Nobody ever said that he was going to get traded because Trae wants out. It was always, hey, I don't think you can win with this guy, so like you guys move on from him.
There was a point where we thought he wanted out for himself when they were like really down bad post DeJounte. There's been phases of both, which is like worse. Kind
Keep
of.
Atlanta out your fucking mouth, man.
There's been phases of the team shouldn't want him. He shouldn't want the team.
Keep Atlanta out your mouth.
Yeah. But we'll see though. This can go either way. It will be one of the more interesting teams to monitor long term.
But if you do trade him, you are rebuilding.
Keep Atlanta out your mouth.
Okay.
Yeah, I do know that you will be rebuilding for sure.
Yeah.
Keep Atlanta in your mouth.
Whoa. What's your team?
I just made him uncomfortable.
No, I just had another joke I wanted to make, but I won't make it. That wasn't uncomfortable. That was restraint. Next team, a pretty quick one. Dallas Mavericks.
Okay.
How do you maximize Cooper Flag year one?
Hell
What
yeah.
position does Cooper Flag play year one? They are a team that's going to be in a strange situation where they're waiting for Kyrie, but Kyrie will be back in season, and they will be good before Kyrie's there. They won't be as good, where if Kyrie was healthy, I think they'd be one of the better teams in the conference, potentially. But they'll still be a good team. They're deep. They have 3 bigs who can play center, counting Anthony Davis, a deep center room, multiple strong defenders on the wing, D'Angelo Russell to hold it down and be a innings eater during the regular season before Kyrie comes to lead the offense, which is good enough. And then Cooper Flag, who even as a rookie might be a super soldier 3-and-D wing that can block shots and run in transition and do all this interesting stuff, averaging 17 points per game and being a strong plus defender. That team is going to be good. How do you deploy Cooper Flag to get the most out of him while prioritizing his developments on top of winning right away?
Yeah, the lineups that Dallas chooses to play is going to be super interesting because they have a whole bunch of options.
Yeah.
He's going to play shooting guard at times.
Dude, they're making his life like genuinely harder.
I don't even know if it's harder necessarily because it's like it's a weird usage.
Just go do stuff and like for a guy like Cooper Flag, where the fact that like the one question about Cooper Flag is like, is his on ball like scoring game or just creation game, is that like one of the best that we've ever seen from this prospect? If that's the biggest thing, and his strengths are his defense and his versatility and that he's super, can just do everything, I do feel like this situation is really, really good for him, whether it's D'Lo playing or when Kyrie comes back and Kyrie's playing point. Because now you can tell him, really, and this is 100% like Unk analysis, man, just go hoop. Like, go be a hooper. Go affect the game in every single way. And so you can ask him to focus on defense in certain spots and him being disruptive. You can ask him to play off ball or on ball because you know that you're waiting on Kyrie to come back to reach your full form. So in terms of development, you have the room to allow him to develop in so many aspects of the game that I think it's like the world is now his oyster because he can really do everything.
It's gonna be it's not a bad situation at all.
Yeah,
it's a weird unorthodox situation, but you can imagine it like.
But it's not bad.
It's not bad at all. They're gonna be playing true positionless basketball at times with some of the lineups they deploy, where it's gonna be like 3 power forwards and 2 shooting guards, but like it works.
Yeah,
like it's gonna be unique as fuck, and he's a unique player, so it's not gonna hurt him. But there could be a world where they're not maximizing him in his rookie year and they have to prioritize certain things. Like, it'll be an interesting thing to navigate. We've never seen Jason Kidd have to navigate anything like that in his time with the Mavs. So I can't really point to whether or not I feel like they're equipped. It's just a question mark that I don't really have an answer for.
Yeah. I feel like you are like team wide with how they're like willing to bend to Anthony Davis's ask when it comes to forcing him or having him become a full-time 4. They're just making your life a little bit harder.
That shit's dead now. That shit's dead now, I think.
When it comes to him being a 4?
Full time. His ass is going to be playing 5. When you have PJ Washington, you have Flag, he has to play some 5.
I don't know, but you also have Daniel Gafford and like Lively, who you invested like heavy into. So
fuck Daniel Gafford.
Dude, they say we love Daniel Gafford. They give him a bag. I don't know.
I believe it. But like you have when Kyrie's healthy, you have to start Kyrie, you have to start Clay, you have to start PJ Washington for it to make sense. Like, unless you're going to bench either Clay or PJ, which hurts your spacing, like there's going to be AD's going to play a lot of 5.
Dude, with the weight that he gained too, I'm just like, in my mind, I'd want him to play 5. I think you 100% should. But also that like you're handicapping your offense.
Yeah, he's going to play a lot of 5, and I can see Gafford being a trade candidate.
Potentially.
Yeah. It's going to be fun because there's going to be...
Dude, like, AD's going to be so pissed.
Get over it. You're an amazing center.
For 10 years.
Cooper Flag walked through those doors, shit changed.
I'm going to be very interested to see whenever Jason Kidd is like, hey, Cooper Flag, go play point guard tonight. Like for the next 2 weeks, go play point.
Yeah. And like even on top of the AD thing, like Cooper Flag is going to be like the perfect power forward defender. You don't want him being a 3, having to chase too many wings because teams are playing small. Like you want him to be a weak side shot blocker. Mm-hmm. It'll be like he can play 3, he can do it at times, but he needs to be positioned to help down low, and you can't do that full time with the 3.
I agree. I feel like they're in a very awkward position to where they could be like silencing how good he is.
Yeah, but I don't think they will. I think they know he's the future. Like they're gonna. I think they would sooner be like, if this isn't working, it would sooner be like, well, AD, hope you had a good time for this year and a half. Time to go. It's Cooper Flag's team. Like
you got out of the Luka mess because you got Cooper Flag. He is the guy.
Yeah, he'll be prioritized. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So we'll see AD. It'll be an interesting year for him for sure.
Facts.
Okay.
All right, my next team, the Phoenix Suns. Can you finally bring stability to this home? Because if I was like on the outside looking in, I would call CPS and I would tell them to go pick up Devin Booker right now.
I'm gonna let y'all talk about the Suns. I care so little about them. I'm gonna use a bathroom break while you talk about the Suns.
Go ahead. Tinkle time.
The Suns, like, They've pissed me off, and they have absolutely no stability whatsoever. And if you look at them since 22, it's just been crazy. Like, you go out and you fire Monty Williams, and then you trade for Kevin Durant, and then you trade for Bradley Beal, and you trade DeAndre Ayton away. And then guess what? After you fired Monty Williams, you hired Frank Vogel. He lasts only a year, and then you bring in Budenholzer, and he's like, hey, everything's gonna work out. Then after a year, guess what happens? Then you fire Budenholzer again. And then, even after you fire Budenholzer, now in the offseason, Kevin Durant's like, oh, I want to be traded. So then you trade Kevin Durant away. And so all of this is happening, and you bringing in Devin, or like you have Devin Booker there, but now you have Jalen Green, you have Dylan Brooks, and in what is, once again, a roster that doesn't fit with itself. And there's just nothing that you can point to. Also, on top of trading for Bradley Beal, for Kevin Durant, you also traded for Yusuf Nurkic. Like, there's so many, and traded that away. You traded you've made so many moves. You have no first round picks to really get you out of this. I don't see how they can go through this season and once again, like, not make any other moves. But like, I just think that the Suns have to figure out a way to actually be forget competent, a regular NBA team again.
That's just not happening. That if you want that to happen, I feel so sorry for you, because I'm about to get ready to crush your hopes and dreams. These guys have the most hilarious team construction. Obviously, like, they have very limited options to go ahead and do so when it comes to building a smart team, but they have specifically 2 lead guards. Lead guards being Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Next guard after that you have in line is Grayson Allen. Those are your offensive initiators. They have guards, group of good wings when it comes to Ryan Dunn and Dylan Brooks, and then you got like a slew of bigs too, and Kaman, and then also Mark Williams. You have no point guard. They have no gap fillers. They have like good pieces, but they have like a lot of the same redundant Lego pieces, and sometimes your pieces are Fugazi, and the Fugazis I'm talking about is Jalen Green. So I look at this team and I'm like, although the pieces are Fugazi and it's so easy to be forgetful, or not forgetful, but not forgiving to the Phoenix Suns, it's so easy to be depressed about them. I also want to sit here and be like, could they be an interesting defense? Could they be like a top 12 defense?
Hell no.
Okay, are we done with the Suns? Are you crazy?
Is it I'm trying to find ways to look for sunlight. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Like, where is the sunlight coming from this
Good
team?
pun.
It can't be all bleak.
Good pun. That marks the end of our Phoenix Suns territory. That was crazy. A good defense?
I think they might be a top 14 defense in the
You're
league.
out of your
no.
mind. You're
Hell
out of your
no.
mind.
Ryan Dunn, Dylan Brooks.
No.
I think it's possible.
They're gonna start Mark Williams.
What do you think they were last year? What do you think they were last year defensively?
With no center, I know they're trash, but they got centers and wings now.
They got centers. Mark Williams isn't a good defender yet. TBD if he ever will be.
Yes, though.
And they're gonna start him.
I think they were 26th in defense.
27th.
Nah,
Good guess.
checks out. They played like 27th for sure.
Maybe they can be the 18th best defense. Maybe.
I think that's, if they're gonna hang their hat on something,
But
it might be that.
if they're the 18th best defense, that means they're probably like the 25th best offense. They can't be both. And I don't think they should be. They should prioritize offense because they have Devin Booker.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out ways to sunlight, man, and that's the only way. That's the only way.
What do you
Yeah,
guys say
that's
is the biggest question for them? Just what are they doing?
Can you find any type of stability?
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
I don't even want to give.
I mean, bro, they fired. I was saying, like, they fired the last 2 coaches have only lasted 1 year. So really, it's like, is Jordan not safe?
Yeah, I don't even want to know what else I missed. We can keep going.
Yeah.
I hate so much disdain for this team. In these episodes, I want to give every team their just due, not the Suns.
Yeah.
Every year, there's a team or two we just shit on and don't care about. It's the Suns.
So for this next portion, for my teams, I have straight stinker.
Okay, do a lightning round of your stinkers.
Lightning round. Okay, first one up. You guys don't actually. I want to hear you guys' input. Genuine question. Think really hard about this.
Okay.
If the Sacramento Kings
I'm not thinking.
disappear from the league tomorrow, would anyone notice?
Would anyone notice?
Yo, honestly.
Real question.
Yes. The guy that runs ball don't stop would be in despair because DeMar DeRozan doesn't exist anymore.
Damn.
And he's like, yeah, he'd be in despair because he'd have a little bit less mid-range jumpers.
Fuck.
DeMar DeRozan would be remembered.
Yeah.
by the
Only him.
real Hooper crowd.
All right, so I guess they're somewhat important. Next team, Chicago Bulls.
That's your question for this?
Yeah, that's my question for I have nothing for the Kings genuinely.
Yeah, they're just running it back, and it's weird. My biggest question is, do they hate Keegan Murray? I've seen a lot of Kings fans talking about how they keep saying they love him, but they keep posting their year preview graphics and stuff that show their best players, and he's never on it. They keep making posts without Keegan Murray.
Why would you put Keegan? I mean, I guess when impactful, yeah.
They show like all the stars besides Keegan Murray.
Yeah,
like they're Kings fans know what I'm talking about. There's a funny pattern of maybe they don't fuck with Keegan Murray.
That's hilarious. I mean, I think it's smart marketing wise. How would you put Keegan Murray on your posters?
Like, it's not like that type of poster. But there's just a lot of posts where they show a lot of players that are like, Keegan should be with that group.
Okay,
they don't fuck Keegan Murray.
Shout out to Keegan Murray, I guess. Next stinker, Chicago Bulls. Biggest question. Not really a question, just a statement. Live by Modest, die by Modest.
Yeah, how do we empower Modest? What do we get from Modest Buzelis this year? That's all I care about with the Bulls.
That's dope.
Like they're gonna do their thing where they have Giddey pushing the ball in transition, him and Kobe White being a very fast backcourt, scoring lots of points, giving up lots of points. It'll be just regular ass 38 to 41 win Bull seasons. Can Modest Buzelis be the guy and change the trajectory of this team? Is my question.
Mm-hmm. Okay, along the same lines. Next stinker team, the Portland Trailblazers.
That's not a stinker team.
They're not really that interesting to talk about.
I think they're very interesting.
Okay. I'm going to toss you a bone.
Okay.
Shaedon Sharpe, what are you?
I don't even care about that. Can this be the best defense in the league is my question.
Yeah.
Can this be a top 5 defense? How high can we reach? Mm-hmm. Can Donovan Clingan be the next Rudy Gobert? Can we get him in a spot where he can play full starter minutes and make himself one of the best defensive players on the planet? Pair that with Drew Holiday coming in the door. Pair that with Toumani Camara already being one of the best defensive players on the planet at the ripe age of 22 or whatever the hell he is. Pair that with Denny Avdia being a pretty good defender and a blossoming offensive player. Can this be a truly elite defense and make a play and push?
Post All-Star break, 4th best defense in the league.
Yeah.
Can we do that again? Is that repeatable or is that March nonsense?
No, I think since the start of their rebuild, they knew that they're going to hang their hat on something when they gave the keys to Chauncey Billups. I think that's very real. I don't feel like that's a question at all. For me personally, I look at the offensive end. I'm like, okay, you can have the best defense in the world, but there are going to be real life limitations to that. And if you don't have an all-star caliber player like a Sengun or that's it really. That's it really. If you don't have someone who can like handle a certain load of offense and be productive or conducive to like high level offense or a decent level of offense, I don't want to say nothing else really matters, but you kind of find yourself in the same exact conversations, which points to me to someone like Shaedon Sharpe, or you could say Scoot Henderson as well in terms of what are you currently in the NBA?
Which young guy on the perimeter is ready to like take the reins and make themselves the offensive dynamo that leads the team? All this first take stuff. This is real with them. They need to figure out who their guy is because they have honestly they're like a role player super team right now with Drew, Denny, Toumani, and Clingan, and then if Yang is something, they have a role player super team, but without the guy. And I don't know. Do you still have faith that Shaedon Sharpe is going to be that? Do you think he can be an efficient scorer with his athleticism and mid-range jumping ability?
Yeah, his mid-range shot is truly like elite.
It's good.
It's elite. It's not good. It's elite.
Genuinely. Sure. Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Elite.
But again, the jump shot overall, the 3-point shooting is so wildly up and down. And then after that too, how can you like talk about the rest of his game? It's kind of a question. So I don't know.
He's such a weird athlete. His jumping ability is like the best in the NBA. Like legitimately, he jumps higher than anybody.
Yeah. But
he's not an elite athlete at pretty much every other way. He's not fast. Like he's fast. He's a small guard, but he's not like proportionally quick in which he is twitchy with the jumping ability. So it's weird because his handle isn't the strongest and he doesn't have the best first step to blow by people. So if he gets ahead of steam and gets an open lane, he'll jump over everybody. But he's not good enough with the ball in his hands to create that consistently because of lack of first step. So he's just a weird athlete that like, how do you even fix that if you're just not that gifted speed wise? Like the handle would have to get a lot tighter. You have to get a lot better footwork, attacking your angles, and like we haven't really seen that improve. So I generally don't know how to feel about him because he's just so unique in his strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah. It's like he has the framework there when it comes to seeing what a top flight point guard or guard is
shooting guard.
in the NBA, but also he just has so much like fillers in his game that are unfilled currently.
You know what I feel like? I feel like it's the opposite for me. We're talking about mincing words. I think he doesn't have the framework, but he has the ancillary shit. He has the leaping ability. He has the counter and a mid-range jumper, but he doesn't have the simple stuff. The creating shots off the dribble at the rim, the consistent three-point shot, the good team passing, let alone like primary creator passing. Like all the building blocks I want from a strong lead guard that can be the best offensive player. He kind of sucks at all that, but all the juicy extra stuff that you'd want to build on top of the fundamentals, it's like, wow, he's so amazing at this. Surely we can harness this. And I just feel like he'll always kind of be that guy.
I fucking hope not.
Which is a weird player. I can't even think of another player like that.
Just like an athlete, like
That guy that does the flash, but not the consistent important stuff to that degree. But while also like averaging 18 points per game and being like not terrible. Like there's some guys that are really bad that are like flashy dunkers, whatever, but they suck. He doesn't suck. I'm not here to say he's terrible, but I just feel like he's like, I don't have a lot of faith. I'm not buying stock in him making like some kind of all-star leap or anything just because the fundamentals are so iffy.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, I don't know. I saw that.
Is he better than Benedict Mathurin?
Yeah. Oh shit. That's
That's a
hard.
weird combo.
I think I would ultimately lean towards him, but Benedict does like he can get to the rim, and he like loves being physical, and he can get to the line as well. I don't know. They're like damn near the same tier players, but I think
the question is, can Benedict Mathurin be the best player on my team? Essentially, can we have him take a star leap? Yeah.
I think he's better than Benedict Mathurin for sure. No, I think that's kind of disrespectful.
I don't think it is. I know why you're saying that, and people will agree with you for sure because the flashiness I'm talking about. But I think the fundamentals are that weak that it's actually not as crazy as you think. But you're right. People in the comments are for sure going to call me a hater and say it's stupid, but I don't think it is. But yeah, the question was who's going to take this team by the reins and be the guy.
Yeah.
Do you think Denny has that in him? Does he have that leap?
Potential.
Second half of last year, he
I
was
don't know.
25 and 5 consistently.
He's a goon, man, but I don't know if
Being 25 and 5 over a whole season is crazy though.
yeah, that's like
He could do that though, I think.
you're a top 15 player if you do that.
No, I mean Jalen Johnson can do that.
25 and 5. Listen, I'll take the glaze any day.
It's more like 4 assists with Jalen Johnson, I guess, but
Yeah.
Jalen could do that. Well, I guess that's hard because if he
I don't
plays a
know.
different point guard, he
Yeah.
could do that. Because Trae Young is such a assist magnet.
How many players averaged 25 and 5
Not a
last
lot.
year?
And it might be a little bit less, you know. Like
Yeah.
it might not be quite that. It'll be around about that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Denny could do that. Is that enough if he does that? Because that's a
If
realistic.
that's enough. That's a top worst case scenario, top 9 team in the NBA.
They're going to be a popular little sneaky playoff pick for people for that reason. Then
Yeah, I could sneak them into the 8th seed for sure.
you say for sure, man. Then we look at that conference. It's tough. That means you're sneaking
It
out
is
a pretty
rough.
good team.
Things happen.
Are you sneaking out the Mavs?
Things happen.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Things happen.
That'd be the
I might
one
have
to
to.
me.
I'm still thinking about like the conference standings and stuff like that. But if you tell me like the Mavs get into a hole early on, just because like the offense is just so weird that they don't win games, and some other teams are able to like just stay competent and just hold, float.
I
Yeah,
think their
maybe.
defense should be also crazy too, and they're more talented offensively than them.
I
mean,
think
like-
6 and 7. I was looking up just like tentatively. It might be like Warriors Clippers. So it's like right after that you get in that combo. Then you have Mavs, Spurs before you get to the Trailblazers. Like that's already 3 teams for 2 spots. Like, and I can't even Kings if we're gonna give them respect. Suns if I give them respect, which I
Yeah,
don't.
right.
The Pelicans,
Bro.
yeah.
Finish your lightning round.
Oh shit!
Oh no, the lightning round ended because of Trailblazers. So I wrote in the
true.
doc instead of lightning round, I changed it and I wrote 2 stinkers.
Yeah, okay.
Did you say Kings? Who was the second team you said?
The
Bulls.
Bulls, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just
the
gonna keep it the
Bulls.
same.
2 more stinkers, genuine stinkers. Okay, I got the Utah Jazz and the Wizards. Okay,
These are interesting teams though.
you're a disgusting guy,
You're really a sicko.
but I'm the same type of disgusting as you because I did write down some interesting thoughts for both teams. I completely forgot for the Wizards that they had Cam Whitmore on their team. I think he is an interesting player. Someone who was seen years ago as a lottery pick, stooped completely because of medical reasons, and his papers just didn't necessarily check out. Now,
Just papers.
yeah, his medicals didn't necessarily check out. Now, of course, like he asked out from the Houston Rockets. They did him of gracious doing by sending him back to his hometown in Washington. And now we're at the point to where, okay, like Washington, yo, you got Trey Johnson there, Alex Sar's there. What is gonna be the young player to pop? I'm not gonna go ahead and give Alex Sar slight or a Bilal Coulibaly slight or anything like that, but I just want to know who's going to pop for them this year. It has to be someone. It has to be someone. Could it be Cam Whitmore? I don't know.
I wouldn't get my hopes up on that end. But yeah, I think it is interesting to see like what we're going to see from all these second-year leaps. And you could throw Kemba Moore in there. But yeah, all the guys you said with Trey Johnson, and then the slew of guys from last year, they got them 3, Carrington, George, and Sarr. Like, what does a second-year leap look like on top of bringing in 2 veterans that can like make them competent? You know, clearly they want to still tank. They have a top 8 protected pick, but they also don't want to be an abomination to basketball. Otherwise, you don't get CJ McCollum. You reroute him immediately. They kept him for now. I'm sure they'll flip him at the deadline. But for now, they have him and Chris Middleton. That sounds to me like they want to play a brand of basketball that encourages good development and not complete bullshit like we saw at times last year. But even last year, it wasn't disrespectful to the game.
It got much better when they got rid of Kuz.
Yeah. Like some sneaker teams, it's like, oh, they're hurting these guys' development. I never felt the way about the Wizards. Like they were dog shit, but it wasn't like it was fine. You know, like they had a good coach, they had a good system in place where I felt like we were getting good reps for these guys. That's really all it's really about. There's no one question outside of can Alex Sarr be good at offense to add to his defensive potential? Can he not be the worst rim finishing 7-footer in the NBA?
Yep.
I don't know.
And then the same exact questions apply to the Utah Jazz. Who is going to pop? Who is a building block for this team? I feel confident in Isaiah Collier. When it comes to everyone else, it's
Bailey.
like
It has to be Ace Bailey. I think like you can have a little bit of hope for the guys that they've drafted in the last couple of years, but also you go down the list and it's like, yo, there are some misses on here, and so their drafting hasn't been great. You go best player available, even for Ace Bailey's sake. Did all the hooting and hollering about I don't want to go here and there. You have your agent staring into the camera, doing all this meme mugging, all that stuff. I need you like
don't put that on Ace Bailey.
No, I'm putting everybody in his camp. I'm putting that on you. If that's your MO and that's what you want to do, you know what? Fine, go ahead. I'll live with that. But you have to go to wherever you go to, and you have to kill, and you just have to be good. And so like I want to see Ace Bailey at least have the flashes of I am a guy that people thought was, you know, the potential number 1 overall pick, and then obviously things change, but like I still am this like top tier of talent. And then after this season, if you're the Jazz, you walk away saying we have a core that we can kind of build around with Walker Kessler, Ace Bailey, Isaiah Collier shows some more stuff. And then now at the deadline, we can flip marketing, get some more assets. And now we're going somewhere as opposed to, we're just being disrespectful, you know, in terms of how we tank it, because it really is. I mean, at the beginning of last season, we all thought that Utah was going to do the same thing that they did the year prior, which is they'll be spunky in the first half of the year because we know that Will Hardy is a good coach, and then they would just trash. But can we get back to that point? Can we get back to being spunky, or back to feeling like next year that spunk will come back? Like that is what Utah's goal should be. Because you can't be this bad, and I'm very skeptical that Danny Ainge signed up to be the GM of Utah to be this bad for this long. Like eventually you feel like he's gonna make a move.
I ain't gonna lie, he's legit done not a good job of rebuilding this team so far. Like
everyone says that.
We'll see.
Everyone says that. I could see that flipping this year. I understand the sentiment. He hasn't been perfect by any means, especially to like the degree of like respect he gets as like, you know, like an OG, like great GM.
Yeah.
So I'm not mad at people that say that. I'm sure I've said it before too on the show. I kind of believe in Ace Bailey on this team specifically. I think I've been talking about it since the draft. Like, my biggest question is like, can we create the most dynamic slashing off-ball slashing wing duo in the league between Ace Bailey and Larry Markkinen? There could be a lot of synergy there with those two being gigantic wings. Like, I don't know if people realize how fucking huge Ace Bailey is. Like, he is going to be a force at the rim, and him playing in that system, which includes a lot of motion, a lot of backdoor cuts. All the ways they use Larry Markkinen to make him a star, I think they can do that with Ace Bailey at the same time and have two of them being a constant threat to shoot the ball, attack off the dribble, play off of each other, cut backdoor, run in transition. Like, that can be really interesting. And they're going to have great spacing with the stretch 5 and flip. They have sense of ball. They have Collier to set everything up. Like, I think this could sneakily be a decent offense.
Yeah.
It wouldn't shock me if they were a decent offense, but I also think that like they're still gonna lose, obviously.
Oh, for sure.
Like they're still gonna lose mad games.
I think it could come together and them not be like, what is Danny Ainge doing? Nobody's talking about him being a moron. Like, they could be fine after this year.
Don't disgrace the state of Utah, and we'll be okay.
Yeah.
You know,
I think Ace can really bring it all together if it works out in that way that I'm imagining it.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Now, is he willing to buy into that role? I don't know. That's probably a big question mark.
Yeah.
I think we do a lot of like projecting with like him and his desires. I don't know what's true and what's not. We'll have to see how he plays in that system, but I don't think he's the type that I think people do a lot of assumption that he's some like, all I want to do is get my mid-range jumpers off. All I want to do is get a bucket. Like, I'm not going to assume that until we see it. I'm going to assume he's coachable.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good system for him.
We got to see this offense pop because they have nothing to hang their hat on defense at all.
Yep.
So we'll see.
My next team, I still have 3 good teams left.
Damn.
Like episode. Yeah, you started doing your lightning round. I was like, I'm not close to done. Denver Nuggets.
Do you have stinkers left?
No.
Okay.
I got all the stinkers, bro, this game.
I gave my stinkers a lot today earlier. Talking about the Nets and the Hornets and stuff.
Yeah.
Denver Nuggets. Can the non-Jokic minutes finally be decent? Not good. Can they be decent? Can they be not completely sinking your team when Jokic is on the bench? That's the hope right now. Everybody is high on the Nuggets to a degree we haven't seen since they won a championship and they were favored to go back-to-back. People are you're saying they can win 60 games last episode, and that's not ridiculous. Everybody truly believes that by adding Jonas Valanciunas, by bringing in Cam Johnson, who I think can provide a little bit more of bench playmaking than Michael Porter Jr. could, without even getting into his benefits of the starting lineup and whatnot. But they have those 2 guys, Tim Hardaway, Bruce Brown's back. Like, suddenly they have 9 good players instead of 6. And everybody's like assuming that means good bench now. Jonas Valanciunas is a backup, not really good enough to be a starter anymore, but in 12 minutes a game when Jokic sits, that can make them be an even net rating instead of minus a million, like it has been for the entirety of Jokic's prime. And if that's the case, they weren't even a good bench when they won a championship. This has literally never been the case. So if that's true and the hype is warranted, this could be the best Nuggets team yet.
That's very fair. Yeah, because I think having the bench and having that depth is awesome, and having Cam there is really, really helpful. And I think for them, what I'm gonna be most like focused on is how does Jamal Murray look to start the year? Obviously, he is a slow start merchant. Like
I feel like you've seen that before,
right? And I can ask this every single year, but I mean, who knows? Like if they come out, because I'm with you. I do, or I don't know how you feel, but I did say it last week and you just brought it up. So I'll say it again. I do think that they can win 60 games. I do think that this team could be really, really good. So they should be, and I think a lot of people are thinking about them, especially now that Fred is out. They are the second best team in the West.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know how I feel really about the Nuggets. I need another week to continue to think about it before predictions. I think people are doing a lot with the bench thing and like assuming that like these ancillary players that can't play in the playoffs mostly are going to like make them a whole different crazy team that they can beat the Thunder. Like I've seen people saying that and I'm like, you're making me second guess myself because that's a lot of glaze. That's a bit ridiculous to me, but it is going to be meaningfully better than last year. Like that is much better depth than they had before. Do I think they can be the best Nuggets team ever? I don't know.
Probably, yeah. I mean, they took this.
They could, but I'm not 100% sure. But it's in the realm of possibility, and that's why it's the biggest question. Like, that's within grasp if these bench moves work like we hope they can.
Yeah. I think when it comes to the conversation of, I guess I'm having it too soon, but I will say they did take that Thunder team to 7 games. They have Cam Johnson, who's better. Jokic is only continuously getting better. Like, he's ridiculous all time, obviously. Another year under the young guy's belt. You have some important pieces in Bruce Brown, like you said, Jonas Valanciunas. I don't know. It's very interesting, though.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I got to save my take.
Bruce Brown's our backup point guard now instead of Russ.
Nice.
I don't know how I feel about that.
It's comfortable.
Russ did some good things last year, but obviously the good and the bad both come with that. Bruce Brown's probably less variance.
Yeah. Very comfortable.
Which I do think that if you have Jokic, the less variance.
Yeah, you welcome that.
Yeah, the better. And they're also just gonna get they are going to get a boost just because there's not going to be this cloud over the team that was basically there the entire time where like Mike Malone is calling out everybody. He's calling out the entire team every 2 weeks in a press conference and calling everybody soft and everything like that. The fact that like that's not going to be there and they seem much more bought in. That's going to be good. And if the stuff that we heard about Jokic and the rise in leadership that he took after Malone was fired, like if that extends over into this year, we can, like you said, the best Nuggets team yet. What if we're also coming off a year where Jokic shot like 40% from 3? are we going to get, once again, the best version of Jokic? Every year that you have a Jokic year, it's going to be crazy. So I am high on them, and I do think that that's a very valid question for them.
Yeah, and like I'm not a Jonas Valanciunas fan at all, but like it really can't be worse than those fucking bodies they were trotting out last year to play center for them. Like if he's just regular and can baseline, be big, and give them just rebounding. They were getting nothing from guys that were playing last year.
Zeke Nachi. Oh, no, not Zeke Nachi. Ooh, my bad. Fuck.
Zeke Nachi was playing backup center sometimes.
Oh, I know. But I almost said that he was going to be playing for them now. He's not. I don't even think he's there. Who's their guy who, like, towards ACL? The
De'Ron
rookie?
Holmes.
De'Ron Holmes.
I forgot about De'Ron Holmes.
Too. Yeah.
Never mind. 60 wins is happening. Never mind.
Yeah.
This team's going to be filthy. This team's going to be ridiculous. I forgot about De'Ron Holmes.
Yeah.
They just have a lot of avenues to supplement that bench that they didn't have last year. Less variance in Bruce Brown, which I'm not certain would be better than Russ. Russ was solid at times. Like we talked a lot last year about him being the perfect fit with Jokic and like activating him with his passing and being able to feed Jokic in ways he never got fed before. So I won't act like Russ was the worst in the world last year. That's a bar for Bruce Brown to live up to, who hasn't done much in the past 2 years. So maybe that'll help. Tim Hardaway is the one I don't really care about. Like
I forgot he was there.
It'll be good regular season shooting. He probably won't play in the playoffs. But, they need all the shooting they can get. They were a dreadful shooting team last year.
Very true.
Dreadful shooting team. Jonas Valanciunas will provide some passing, do some more similar stylistic stuff to what Jokic does when he plays. Will be a good rebounder, good screen setter for Cam Johnson and Jamal Murray in those minutes. So they just have a lot of ways they got slightly better on margins that make a big difference.
Yeah.
I like this team a lot. I fuck with this team heavy.
Okay.
That's a 2 seed. Probably. Yeah. I'm sure that'll be the 2 seed for all of us in our projections.
Yeah. All right. Next team. Very interesting, but also very simple. The Minnesota Timberwolves. Can you prove everyone wrong again? It's interesting because like there's a lot of things that can happen in order for them to prove everybody wrong. But it is simple because I think that their best path to doing that is very clear. Everybody just has to be better. Like Ant has to be better. I think you have to get leaps from Rob and from Terrence Shannon to then replace Mike Conley and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Like there's some holes. You need a much more consistent Dante DiVincenzo. Like
very true.
Right across the board, everybody just has to be better. But that like they still have a very weird core in terms of having Ant and Julius Randle, and they did have obviously like success, and they found it and they started.
Rudy Gobert's bald now.
He is bald.
I actually did not see that.
It's coming different now, man.
He is coming different.
Might be a 2 seed.
Yo, he might be. He's coming. Might be
a 2 seed. But yeah, like this team, like especially once they found their bearing, like the offense started to look better. Their defense really found themselves, especially in the second half of last year. Like once Gobert, because Gobert had kind of like this renaissance. I just think like they need to find a way to replenish a lot of the stuff that they've been losing, and that. For them, they've made that decision that's going to come internally.
Yeah, specifically with the young guys.
That bet that's going to come
specifically
internally.
with young guys. They'll be the deciding factor.
Yeah.
Like, the starters all need to get better. Julius Randle and Gobert need to carry that synergy, everything you mentioned. It really is like all a swing on the young guys. Is their young core ready to be playoff contributors now?
Do you remember what they gave up for Rob Dillingham 2 years ago?
It was like a 2031?
2028 first round pick.
Yeah, from the Spurs.
So they basically, and they moved up with their own pick. So they gave up 2 picks for him.
That's a lot. That is a lot for a guy who you didn't play too much last year. You need production.
So he has to come in and continue to spell Mike Conley and be more of a punch there to pair with him as a backup point guard.
Have to do that.
You have to do that.
Have to do that.
They lost Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So yes, Dante DiVincenzo has to play better, play consistently. That'll help in the immediate. Terrence Shannon Jr., you had to give the offensive production that Nickeil Alexander-Walker lost. Nickeil Alexander-Walker was a great shooter. You are more of a slasher, but you can net out as being a positive offensively there. And Jalen Clark, you had to replace Nickeil Alexander-Walker defensively. Nobody else in the roster is able to fight over screens and be the on-ball defender that Nickeil Alexander-Walker was consistently. Jalen Clark can. Jalen Clark has to. So there's a lot of dart throws for this team, and that's before getting into if they get anything from Jean Beranger as a rookie. Probably not. But there's tons of dart throw rookies, and at least 2 of them have to be good and ready to play in the playoffs now.
It's a lot to bank on someone like Jalen Clark, who, again, he didn't play no real serious minutes at all.
He will this year.
And so you're throwing real darts and you're just crossing your fingers, similar to Anthony Edwards, hoping that these guys take like a sizable leap and firmly stamp their position in the NBA.
Yeah, and he can be a very strong on-ball defender. Like I saw someone make a comparison like Lou Dort in terms of like his like strength and upper body, like ability to defend on ball.
A lot of people are gonna hate what you just said. If we got another one of these guys in the league,
But like if he can be there, Lou Dort, in terms of like that strong on ball defender, that'd be great for them. And yeah, so like right now they have 4 great starters, and then Mike Conley as a old, you gotta really manage him, 5th starter, and then Dante DiVincenzo, good 6th man. 7th man because Naz Reid, good 6th man. So they're 7 men deep right now, 6.5 of Mike Conley. They need at least 2 good young players there to pop. And hopefully it's Terrence Shannon and Jalen Clark, and then Rob Dillingham, whatever he can bring.
I feel so like confident that Terrence Shannon Jr. is gonna be a goon.
I know you do. You love him.
He's gonna be not a sniper, but a great shooter as he was in college. Not a good shooter in college. 35, 37%, which he was. I think he's gonna prevail to be like one of the like he's gonna firmly cement his like hierarchy as like one of the more important offensive players.
He's gonna be what Cam Whitmore was supposed to be.
Such a weird conversation that no one's ever had in their entire life.
But that wing that has a slashing ability that can be harnessed off ball, like that's what the idea of Cam Whitmore was. I think he's actually going to be.
Yeah, it's there. It's there. I see where you're cooking.
True.
Yeah. So yeah, what does the youth movement bring?
Yeah.
Next team I have the Pistons.
Oh hell yeah.
A few question marks here in terms of up and coming stars that could change this team's trajectory. I feel good about Jalen Duren. I feel good about Asar Thompson. We'll see what year 2 Ron Holland brings. They're important to note, but not big questions to me because I feel good about their trajectory. By far, the biggest question to me is Jaden Ivey the shooting guard of the future next to Cade Cunningham? Because I think I feel pretty, not certain, but I feel good that if I was building this team, I would want my second star to be a shooting guard next to Cade Cunningham. I think he's the type of guard that needs to be spelled by another dynamic creator that can take some of the scoring load off his shoulders. So you don't have to have him be the go-to scorer every single play down late in the playoff game where you have to just run him into a wall, figuring shit out from the mid-range, creating shots for everybody. He needs some sort of relief from a guy that can create with the ball in his hands. What Malik Beasley brought last year was huge for them. That spacing that was brought, that helped and allowed him to take that playmaking leap. But I want somebody that can allow him to take a scoring efficiency leap because he has to do less. Jaden Ivey's the only hope on the roster for that. As much as I love Duren, as much as I love Thompson and Holland, that's not their archetype. They'll be great in other ways. Jaden Ivey profiles as a great slasher who made big leaps as a shooter last year, was really efficient on all the off-ball shooting, scoring play types. And defensively, I don't know. We'll see where that goes. But the star equity he has will really decide what the future looks like for them. Because either he's the guy and it fixes this and it fixes their half-court offense issues in the playoffs, or he will be traded at the deadline because we need to find that guy.
Yeah. No, I think like for them, it's going to be super difficult. I'm looking at the box score for game 2 of the series that they played against the Knicks. Tim Hardaway played. He's not there anymore. Malik Beasley played 30 minutes. He's not there anymore. Dennis Schroeder played 29 minutes. He's not there anymore. You go like, and even if you go to the other game that they won, it's the same thing where you have like 50 to 60 minutes of guys who are playing for you, key playoff minutes that aren't there anymore. And so on that base level, you have to replace guys. And we always talk about anytime there's a 2 guard that's a little bit ungruntled, send them to Detroit. Let's do it. And there's a reason why. So I agree with you. And I think that if Jaden Ivey like pops and he is that guy, one, it just helps because that's a guy that you took 5th overall. And that whenever he was taken, everyone was like, yo, the Pistons got to steal. Like I can't like Jaden Ivey, he fell to 5. That's awesome. And so if you compare those 2 guys, you are then allowed to play Asar Thompson and it gives him some room because now he doesn't have to be 35% from 3. You can allow Ron Holland to come out here and be Ron Artest and just beat people up, right? You have so many options to where you can still play your defensive forward guys and still maintain that level of physicality if you want to go that route. But then you still have that offense to supplement that. It's so important. And for whenever Cade goes off the bench, if Jaden Ivey, who can do, like some combo stuff and he's running, bench lineups, that's cool too.
Yeah. And you look on screen right now, his, I keep showing this data baller site that splits your stats into creation, spacing, and finishing play types as a scorer. And spacing, he is a plus 9.8 relative to shooting last year before he got hurt. that makes sense. He shot the ball from 3 extremely well. It was very good spot up. But you look at the creation and the finishing, negative relative true shooting in both by pretty big margins, negative 6.3 relative true shooting on creation. That can't be the case. He needs to be able to create with the ball in his hands. And, we were happy the start of last year when this happened because at that point, all we wanted in the fucking world was shooters next to Cade. It was please give him competent spacing. He's dying out there with no shooters. And he looked like that, and that was encouraging, and then he got hurt. At this point now, I'm less concerned with the spacing. I want a creator next to him. Somebody that has serious upside to be not an equal as a scorer, because Cade's a good scorer, but like be his Chris Middleton. Give him an outlet valve that isn't just a guy who can do something with the ball in his hands, but it's like a legit option that if the primary defender is on Cade, this guy can go like be a go-to scorer in a late game possession that matters.
Yeah, I 110% agree for all the things that you guys said. When you think of young guards in the NBA right now who have sort of I guess the phrase I want to use is make it or break it season, he just like you can say like a Reed Shepherd and whatever else you want to throw in there, he's damn near at the top of that conversation because this team is now fully ready to go in and compete, not necessarily for a championship just yet, but compete with the best of them and eventually build into that.
Yeah. And I'm not out on Ivy. I'm happy to give him the chance.
Yeah.
I don't really believe in him as in this role necessarily. I kind of do feel like the outcome here is like trade for a really dynamic shooting guard. It's not impossible that Ivy's that guy, but I'm kind of assuming that we're going to find out that they're better off separate and a trade will happen at some point, I think.
Yeah, like this is not like a 2-year plan anymore. He's had the opportunity throughout his career to go in and show and establish himself as one of the guards who has those abilities. Of course, like what happened 2 years ago was unfortunate. What happened this past year was unfortunate. Tough shit. Like things move so fast in the NBA, and this season will tell us everything we need to know.
Again, very small sample size. He got hurt early in the season. They both on paper, through this small sample size, scored so much better without each other. Mm-hmm. Like this is kind of crazy. Cade went from 23 to 28 points per game without him. Ivy went from 18 to 26.6 without him per 75. And, part of that is just usage because Cade is so on ball. So naturally, Ivy does better with the ball in his hands in terms of raw scoring output. But I don't know. I'm not super hopeful that they have good synergy this year.
We'll see. Because, this was the first year that Ivy was like coming into his own as the player that he was, and they barely had time.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not out on him, but I haven't necessarily like seen much outside of like, oh, he's young and could get better and like could work. But he's not, he's not like, I'd rather him have like a CJ McCollum type where he's like a bona fide off the dribble shooter that can attack from all 3 levels. And I just don't think it's Ivy's game.
And honestly, if I'm the Wizards, I'm making that trade happen. If I'm the Pistons, I am making that trade happen. Why not?
That's an interesting one. Yeah, I don't know. Well,
it's harder for the Wizards because it's like, do we want another young guard?
No, I think the other way around. Do you need to give up Ivy to get CJ? That might be a bit steep of a price.
Nah, it's not.
I don't
think so.
I don't think you would.
Being so unproven, of course, like he has. Yeah. I think he has all-star potential. Okay, but I think that's completely out the window.
Yeah, I don't think that at all.
So I think they pretty much net out at the same value.
I just mean like youth and price, like just thinking about what GMs would think. But no, I would do that too in terms of like 1-for-1 swap for this year.
Yeah, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Okay, Don, what's your next team?
The Houston Rockets.
We haven't gone to the Rockets yet?
No.
Wow.
This is gonna be long since on Earth.
Yeah. Off, bro.
I've 2 good teams to end.
God, come on.
But yeah, so the Rockets. Who's going to be the 5th starter? Because I've no idea. Like, I have no idea who's going to be the 5th starter. But the reason why it's so interesting is because obviously with Fred out, you have whoever's going to be that 5th starter gives you a fresh start to really mold this entire team and really give us an insight on like how you see everything. And so, obviously, if Amen is going to play point, then we'll see just the biggest starting lineup in NBA history.
Yeah.
If that's not the case, and you get to a point where like Reed is now starting at point, later on in the season, I don't know. But if that happens, then you have Reed Shepherd, who did not play basically any meaningful minutes last year, now thrust into the spotlight to play point guard for a team that has championship hopes. It is so interesting either way that they go. If you decide to call somebody up and say, hey, these guys, they're just not cutting it right now. We need a point guard. Who does that? But they have a lot of versatility in their roster. We talked about with the Magic, where you have like 4 guards on the roster and then everybody else is forwards. It's the same thing with Houston, where you have a couple guards and everybody else is 6'7", 6'8", just crazy long forwards, and we're trying to figure out that fifth starter position is going to be the most interesting to dictate how they play and how they feel is the best way to maximize their offense and KD.
So it's either going to be Steven Adams, Reed Shepard, or Tari Eason. Which one would y'all do? Because that's three very different looks and a very like different team identity.
I think that I would go with Reed. I think the Steven Adams thing is cool in spurts. I wouldn't want to lean on that as my.
A lot of people do.
I wouldn't want to lean on that as my starting unit and that being like the basis of my thing. I think it was very smart and a very cool thing that you can go to because you knew that your offense wasn't great. Let me try and start the season and see if we can create competent offense and not have to go with this double big lineup. I want to see. Also, we took Reed third overall in the draft. Let me see if he has it or not.
I think I agree. I think you try Reed, but have a pretty short leash. If it doesn't work for the first 2 weeks, I think I try Tari Eason first, and then I go to double bigs if I need to, if like nothing's working or like disappointing. But I don't know if I'm still doubting the double bigs like in the back of my head like I did at first, and they proved us wrong that like it can work. But now I'm like, do we want to keep trying that? Like, do we want to keep trying to extract that much more value or like use that as a complementary punch?
I think it's best used as a complementary punch. If you use that for your whole bat, like I think at that point in time, you're just like not showing your hands too much. But because everyone's already seen it. But I just don't think that's like the best way to utilize your day-to-day offense. And like I think you're shifting the whole game when it comes to Sengun too as well. I feel like I'd rather very much just try out, going back to what you guys had started with Reed, of course, third overall pick, you got to prioritize him to a degree. And then afterwards, if that doesn't work, beat the fuck out of everybody with Tari Eason on defense. That's the goal.
Yeah, the double big is tough too and the reason why I wouldn't want to do that is because if you do start that, you put so much pressure on KD.
Yeah.
To basically like run point then. It like because like Amen like yes he's gonna
Again.
like Amen right we want him to do that to start the season. KD's handle is very good and like he can also initiate offense, but then you're gonna be in situations where it's like KD, Tari, Sengun, Adams, and it's just these like so clunky lineups where now Kevin Durant is 37, 38 years old. He's coming here. He was just supposed to fit into this offense and just get buckets, and now he's running point again. It's going to be so tough, and it's going to be very taxing. I wouldn't want to do that to start off. And the Tari Eason thing, he said that he wants, he feels like he can play more minutes, and like I agree. I think he can.
Yeah,
that's why I'm with you. We either go with Reed or we go with Tari. And if Tari's there, the one thing that I would be nervous about is like, can you and Amen, and if there's anybody who could do it, it is you two. Can you guys maintain that defensive intensity every single night, playing like these amount of minutes? Because like, if you guys are playing in the role that you were last year, them coming into the game together and being the Terror Twins, that's scary. When you can just say like, hey, for 10 minutes a night, just ruin the game.
I also think big part of it to me is how you maximize Sengun, because I want him to be better. I want to set him up to have a better scoring year and have him like get in a good rhythm and be a like really lethal secondary scorer off of Kevin Durant. And to me, the best version of that is give him better spacing with him at the 5 and KD at the 4, or technically Jabari at the 4, KD at the 3, but those two as your interchangeable wings. And that's like, both corners empty. You can have some good post touches, which I think will be a big part of their offense with no point guard now. They're going to have to rely on him in the post to be a shot creator, which he's really good at. You can still play through him in the post with Steven Adams down there. They proved it last year. He's a good interior passer. They can do that bludgeoning thing and still play through the post. But I really want the offense to be better and like not have to rely on the rebounding stuff. And like, they can find value with the double bigs thing, but I want to set him up to like have a higher scoring floor. And that's like, that would probably be the biggest priority to me, because I know I can still go to the double bigs thing plenty of times. Like they're going to run that regardless. We're talking about what you start and close with, but they'll do all of this in healthy spurts. I really want Sengun to have like the rhythm night in, night out of being in the best position to take a scoring leap.
This is gonna be so interesting.
Very interesting.
It'd be and like the first 10 games of like how Amen is gonna come out. And
can he beat LeBron or not, bro? Tell me the truth already.
Yeah, I mean, KD,
maybe. But yeah, I don't know. They're just in such a bad position that I do think this ends up with them making a call and going out and getting a traditional point guard. Just because it's just a lot. It's a lot to ask of everybody, of a man to, because even if you were thinking about saying, okay, man, we're gonna put you more on ball and you're gonna run point a little bit more this year, you still thought that you had Fred to start the game and to still play meaningful minutes.
My last team, Oklahoma City Thunder. My biggest question is, do you have a real backup ball handler on this roster?
Mm-hmm.
We know how we feel about the core of this team. They're going to be fantastic once again. We think J-Dub can improve offensively from the regular season last year. We think Chet obviously can stay healthy and take another leap. All that we've talked about at length. To me, the one question I don't know for sure is there going to be a backup ball handler to prevent them from having the scoring droughts they had at times in the playoffs last year? It was kind of baked into their style of play with how much defensive personnel they prioritize, getting out all the elite defenders, and with just the utter lack of ball handling outside of Shea and J-Dub. And I say utter lack, it's complete and absolutely zero. They had literally no other players that can create the ball in their hands in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope that's not the case. I would hope either AJ Mitchell or Nikola Topic are ready to give at least 10 minutes a game of capable backup ball handling whenever Shea's on the bench. That way those bench units can be J-Dub plus a point guard, not J-Dub is the point guard. That to me would be a lot more dynamic, a lot less variance night in, night out, and just make them a more well-rounded team that doesn't have the silly series that go to 7 that I think can directly be caused by that.
Yeah. Okay, I can understand that. If I was to have a question for them personally, I think I might lean towards someone like Chet. Of course, like I think he's going to be he's already like one of the top 6, maybe 5 best centers off the top of my head loosely. But I want to see how high he can go. And of course, like defense is defense. He's the second best, third best defender in the entire world. You could tell me that. But how high can he be offensively? I want to see if he can go ahead and like not have nights so like consistent nights shooting like 12% from the 3-point line. Can you like make sure? Can you like genuinely establish yourself on the offensive
Can
end
you make
as
shots, please?
as like a 17, 18 point per game score? I think that's like genuinely the case, but it's not proven to be so yet. And if it is, hey, great. But even if it's not, you're still gonna probably walk your way into 65 games. But hey,
Yeah.
it is more interesting if he can like fill into what we initially thought his ceiling was.
Yeah. No, I need 20 a night from Chet.
That's insane.
Yeah, I didn't even consider it a question because I think it's like, I think he'll definitely be better to some extent without a broken hip. And yeah, it is a question like how high that ceiling is, like you said. But I'm like assuming there will be some type of improvement, and that'll be enough to like offset the year by year you got to get better thing in terms of like you can't stay the same, you got to get better, otherwise it's hard to repeat. So I'm already baking that in my head. I'm looking at them as like there's very few flaws in the roster. We can assume Chet will improve to fix one of them. I don't think we can assume the backup point guard thing. That might just once again be a big flaw. Because it wouldn't be shocking at all if Topic can't play in the playoffs as a rookie.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it might be I guess it could be a detrimental flaw.
Dude.
They got pushed to 7 several times, so it was damn near detrimental.
Honestly, I got so curious, and I looked at like the history of NBA players who would have break their hip in this and like not return to form, and the numbers is actually kind of fucking scary. So it's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Apparently, he fell at a concert. Wait, hold on. This is okay. That's not true. Not true. So it's Thiago Splitter, Isaiah Thomas, the little one in recent NBA history. Then there's Kevon Looney, and then Garrett Henderson and Wilson Chandler. Not a lot of players have done this, but also the players who have done it, we don't see them play the same at all ever.
Well, those are very different. Like Isaiah Thomas one is like a small guard who's aging, and I don't know if that was the same injury because chest was a hip fracture. He came back in season. I think Isaiah Thomas was a little more complicated than that, if I remember correctly.
I mean, he had played on it too, though.
Yeah,
he did,
and like made it worse with that. So, yeah, maybe some of those other ones are 1-to-1, but also like with the age of Chet, like being so young when it happens, like
maybe that just changes like the trajectory of his career completely, and he's not like he moves extremely well still with that fucking jacked up hip that he has. But I wonder if like that could just be an underlying thing that doesn't help him reach the ceiling. Maybe it is, but regardless, he's like still good.
It's a fractured bone, so I would assume that it heals and he can do the proper strength and conditioning to get back on track. Because to me, it looked like he didn't have the strength in his legs just by the fact that he wasn't jumping as high. He was missing dunks. That screams to me like poor conditioning. He needs to do some squats and get the strength back. And make that stands to reason. You can't do that while you're rehabbing. So I have faith he'll be fine. I also don't know a fucking thing about hips. Maybe he's not fine. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. My last team, the New York Knicks.
Great. 30 seconds.
Yeah, right. How much of an upgrade is Mike Brown actually? Because obviously, like we have the questions about the defensive ceiling and slash floor of the team with Brunson, with Cat. That's great, but there are also just some baseline things that Tibbs wasn't doing in terms of playing a bench and having offensive creativity. You have that now, and Mike Brown is saying all the right things. He's saying everything that people want to hear. We're gonna use the bench. We're gonna play faster. We're gonna get up threes. Like if those things are actually true, then even this team that was very high in offensive rating, is this offense actually going to be better than what it was, even if they are, like 2 spots less in offensive rating? That's going to be the key, because you have Mikal Bridges, you have Cat. Cat was not maximized in the playoffs at all. Mikal Bridges ended up not taking layups and not taking contact. We've seen that a little bit in preseason. So like, we'll see how that goes. OG Anunoby in spots last year was cooking. He, that he can do a couple things with the ball in his hands. And then obviously there's the Josh Hart of it all, which is how do you fit this lineup that Tibbs was very, very stubborn to go away from until it was do or die time. It looks like Mike Brown is going to go away from that to start the season, right? Probably start double bigs. If Mike Brown can do a baseline things of like, this is modern offense and modern team building that actually helps the Knicks and go a step further, this is a team that, like, it wouldn't shock me. Obviously, they're one of the 2 best teams in the conference preseason wise, but it wouldn't shock me if they were the number 1 seed over the Cavs if Mike Brown,
I agree,
and everything that he's saying is actually true.
Regular season, it might shock me a little bit just because the Cavs are so proven, but it would not shock me if the Knicks beat the Cavs in the playoffs at all.
Yeah, I think
that'd be some bullshit, man.
The pace thing and the threes thing is that intrigues me a lot.
Yeah,
like they clearly played so slow, and that was like a Tibbs thing. And he's like, we are going to grind it out. We're gonna play like Brunson iso ball, but if you can just get easier points and by playing faster, creating just more opportunities for Mikal to feel more comfortable, or for Cat to get his game off, I think in a regular season context, they can get that done.
Yeah. I'm curious how the double bigs thing will. So I feel like double bigs maximizes Cat's defense, because I think we saw, at least when he was next to Gobert, he's better, or the weaknesses are shined a little bit less bright when he's not at center. Whether or not that's a Gobert thing or a Cat's good at power forward thing, I guess we'll find out. But I feel like running double bigs with Mitch helps him defensively, obviously, because he matters less as an anchor. But does that prioritize him offensively? I feel like offensively he's, traditionally been at his best as a 5, just more space, more room for him to attack off the dribble. If you're going to do more like playing off him as a pick and popper, playing through him as a hub, things to get the ball in his hands and maximize that, like we talked about Tibbs wasn't doing. My first gut reaction would say center's best for that. But we did see him a good offensive season next to Gobert, like I said. But I feel like that's kind of like you pick a direction with what position he plays, right?
I think that because of how good he is offensively, and if Mike Brown is the level of offensive coach that I think he is, I think when it comes to the value at the end of the day on the court, you'd it'll be worth the trade-off of having him play the 4 defensively. And when it comes to the probably like less production or value that'll get off offensively, it'll be worth it, because the defense just like outweighs the. You gotta
pick one, because last year they didn't do either. Last year they weren't maximizing offense or defense. I can understand both sides, but you gotta pick one.
I think it's gonna be okay, because Mitch can't play 30 minutes a night. He can't play 35 minutes a night. So you're gonna, and you probably only do that in the playoffs anyways, as like a certain lineup. What I do think that, like, obviously those lineups aren't going to be as like intertwined as they were last year, and because you are playing faster, there's just going to be more possessions to go around, to where if you do play Cat with a secondary lineup, you can have the offense revolve around him and feel better about Mikal playing, like, just having more combinations of doing all of that. They've already talked about having Brunson be like actually off ball and not just like, I'm going to give it to you on playoff ball, but I'm going to give it back, but like actually using him in action. So I think the offense being much more creative and much more dynamic this year is a key thing for them to actually have a chance whenever you get into conference finals mode. And we're playing against teams that have Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. You actually have to, figure out how to be creative instead of just saying, "Oh, go kid him, Jalen," with 20 seconds left.
They're going to be such an interesting case of this team that treats the coach as their as their offseason upgrade. Yeah, their depth is better too. It's not like they have all the same players, but like the core is still the core, and we're treating the coach as like the fall guy to say this is how we get better because we're locked into our core. A lot of times I feel like that it becomes underwhelming in how much the difference is. Like the Suns, we thought Mike Budenholzer would fix all this shit. He fixed almost nothing. That happens a lot throughout the course of history. But I do feel like if it was ever going to work, it would be coming off of a coach like Tom Thibodeau, who is so unique and so himself and so not Mike Brown.
Yeah.
This might be one of the cases where the coach like actually makes a drastic change.
Plus,
will it be better? I don't know, but it'll be different.
well, and like the Mitch thing is interesting. There's so many options that we could run at the 5 now because like we could really say like, hey, you got 20 minutes. That's all I need you for. Because there's Mitch. Hug Porty is awesome. I like him a lot. And then with Gershon, if he can play the small ball 5 and he can shoot as well, now you can actually do a double big lineup to where it makes sense. So I'm very excited for the big rotation that we have this year as opposed to last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to be an interesting team for sure. Like that's going to be
Yeah.
one of the more interesting coaching watches the first week.
Yeah. Life will be so much better too. Also, if now that you have another year or a year of continuity going to this year as well. Hey, hopefully Mikal Bridges doesn't do some weird stuff also to start the season as well. I remember like a lot of people were so pissed at him. Imagine just
man, that jump shot was pitiful.
imagine he just like started off as a normal player that we've known him to be over the last 7 years of his career. I could see a real world where you guys leap the Cavs in the standings.
Right now the over under is at like 52.5. I would take the over.
Oh, I'm taking the over for sure.
Sure.
Yeah, for the Cavs it's 56.5.
I think they'll be relatively similar.
Yeah, like 4 game difference.
I'll
take us.
I think it's probably
surprise.
I'm not surprised to take it. I think it's probably that low just because it's easy to assume Mike Brown will be better. It's not a given. Like he'll be different. But I guess that line is there because like sometimes there is a little bit of acclimation needed. And so maybe like they could lose some of their strength right away while they're trying to gain a new one.
There's also, it's just like, because the offense was the way that it was, there were parts of last season where games were just harder than they needed to be.
Yeah.
And so there was so many games, so many moments where it's just like, man, like why is this game like a slogfest? We're playing Chicago. Like what is this? So I am excited because
I don't think there's ever been a funnier moment in my life than opening night last year with the Knicks meltdown.
Yeah. No, that was tough, man.
Yo, there were fans harassing him too. Yeah, harassing you in Boston. I remember that because we did our opening night show there.
Yeah,
that was the funniest. That was the funniest game reaction.
Yo, and we were driving. We were
driving
back from Boston to New York, and then that's when he was raging in the car. That night was hilarious.
That was terrible.
You know what the second funniest night of the year was?
What was it?
Neesmith hitting all those threes when we were at the Knicks bar.
Oh yeah, you're just always there for the worst moments. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's why I stopped watching. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because I talked about like, can you imagine like your lowest moment as a fan, and then I was just like,
that's the funny part is the lowest moment as a fan was like actually like the worst part of his year. Like, it actually was a traumatic moment for him. And that's the funny part because it doesn't need to be.
It was actually terrible.
Oh fuck, man, that shit was hilarious. Yo, man, I'm dead.
And with that being said, that is all 30 teams. That is 3 hours of podcasting before we even get to the second half of the show. This is going to be a 4.5 hour show.
You're welcome.
This is the defining show of the year, I guess. One question for every team. Hey, man. On to the second half. Let's have some fun.
Crayon eaters, if you with me.
I need a snack, man.
It's bad.
My blood sugar low.
I know they eating right now. Cheetah puffs all over their fingers. Look at you. You're not slick. Let's march on.
Let's go.
To TikTok time.
Woo. Welcome to TikTok time. Today, like usual, we are once again going to begin with the draft. But this is going to be a very specific type of draft that we haven't done before that I'm very excited about. We are going to draft NBA players by their skills, building a player with only traits from the oldest players in the league.
From the unks, building the perfect unk.
Yeah, to build the perfect unk. And this time, it's not about you guys thinking about the perfect unks and trying to recall the right players, seeing who sells, who doesn't. There's 15 players on screen right now for 15 skills. we have to pick each player, and there's no repeats, obviously.
Okay.
So we have to take one from the bank, and obviously, if you take that player, it can't be taken by somebody else until we run out of players.
Okay.
Draft order is me, Mo, Donovan. After Mo got first last time, Donovan got first last time in the offseason changing of teams.
Yeah.
So you get fucked over now because you were gonna have the worst player on this list that nobody wants.
Not necessarily.
We'll see.
I have to nail the first turn. That's where it is. Because everybody, there's 3 unks for. There's an unk for everybody.
Yeah. It's just you, whoever, because you had the last pick. So whoever we don't want, you're stuck with. So you better think of long and hard
That's
about
true, yeah.
the worst player on here.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys know how this works. First off, give me Steph Curry shooting, obviously, to start this draft.
First pick in every draft. It's okay.
Yeah, it's got to be Steph every time.
Okay, that's a pretty easy pick. Now I'm up next. I think I'm going to go ahead and so I can focus on body or shooting. I'm honestly going one of those 2 things. I just realized too, there's pretty much like no good defenders here at all, except for one. So you're all cooked. That's hilarious.
Because we're here to get buckets today.
And I also will say, whoever selects Eric Gordon, you are losing. Ought to be me. Okay. All right. So for my body, someone who still moves very well, I'm going to go ahead and grab me Kevin Durant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So you said instead of one of his scoring skills, use his body. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, no matter what, you're going to be gigantic. No matter what phase of his career.
Possible. Fluid still, can get to his spots as well.
Okay.
I like it.
Donovan, where are we going? This is the draft for you. Can't blow it now.
Interesting. Okay. So obviously,
I feel like it's pretty easy for him. Damn.
I mean, obviously, like Bron is going to be on here.
Okay.
But do I want to take Bron body, passing or finishing?
Yeah.
Right? That's kind
of hard.
I know. And I'm not.
With the current state of his body, it's not a no-brainer.
Exactly.
It's not.
But it's also still a pretty
But he
good
can
body.
also. LeBron can still dunk on somebody.
He can. Nobody else on here is dunking on people.
And so for that,
Jeff Green, he has a dunk per year for him.
A couple years ago, I don't know.
I don't know. I still think that
might have a point
LeBron at this stage in his career can still dunk on somebody, and I think I'm gonna take that. So give me LeBron finishing.
Ooh, that's surprising. Okay,
wow. Okay.
Go for it.
And then what I'll do is for passing, give me CP3 passing.
Damn it.
Nice.
Yeah, that wasn't falling back to me.
That's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, go ahead and give
I
me
think I'm okay with that.
Al Horford defense.
Okay.
Clearly, I'm working with a bigger guy here.
I'm glad you did that. Thank God. I needed a good body, and there's about one more I want on here. Give me DeMar DeRozan body. Imagine if Steph Curry was 6'7" and swole.
Okay.
I was kind of scared you were going to do that. I'm so glad you picked Horford because I can't use him, obviously, because I'm small. So glad you did that. And now, dude, what does Kevin Love do these days? There's no leadership on here.
He's funny as fuck. What do you mean?
Okay, so just be joking.
Yeah, he be memeing his ass off on Instagram. He's on to that phase.
So that does not help.
He's building he's focusing on his secondary career, building a meme account on Instagram.
And then give me Mike Conley passing.
Okay.
I bet he still knows how to do that.
It's a nothing burger. Okay.
I mean,
what can we do? Again.
There's not exactly superstars left.
Okay, you guys are incredibly sleep.
On who?
You know what? I'm not even gonna go there. I'm gonna take a step back because I think you guys will not select him. So
don't underestimate.
I'm going to indeed underestimate. Damn, bro, we're at this phase now where there's nothing
It's
left.
tough.
Yeah.
It's real tough.
Like, why is Garrett Temple here? We have never said his name on the show ever. I swear to God.
Garrett Temple has been in the league since 2010. He's never averaged double-digit points.
Jesus.
He is an icon for keeping a job.
Jesus, man.
Big vibes guy.
Great.
Jesus, man. Now we're super bleak and we
Come on,
can't
man, pick a
honestly
player.
go right or wrong. Who do I want?
Solid.
Fuck, bruh. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. For finishing, give me Jeff Green. Again, I am catching a body, bro. You guys are asleep. You are getting posterized.
If he dunks on someone this year, I'll be baffled.
No, he did it last year.
I know, but one
Watch
more
him do
year-
it again. Uncle Jeff got it.
We'll see, man. He's. I don't know if he's gonna play this year.
Bro, he's gonna get some minutes. They gotta
10
find some
minutes.
minutes for him.
You might get a dunk a minute.
Okay, what's funny is he might end up with Eric Gordon. Because
Yeah.
what I'll do is, for my body, fourth quarter. Why is Batum in? I'll take Nick Batum body.
Okay.
Dude, you can't move, but you're tall.
Mind you, if we're playing in FIBA, I'm good. Right? Nick Batum still gets after it in international play.
Would LeBron's finishing be good if he was slow as hell? I don't know.
I mean, Nick Batum is like he's like 6'8", 6'9".
Yeah, but yeah, okay.
I think it'll be good still. It'll be good.
He'll have some good layups.
It'll be all right.
He'll have some good layups.
He can dunk.
But you're not gonna get by anybody. He's not gonna have a chance to dunk. You have no burst.
He'll
I'm
be
a
all right.
cutter. I'm
Yeah.
a cutter.
Okay, backdoor.
Yes,
Okay.
backdoor. Backdoor, CP3 passing.
Okay.
I'm a Boris Diaw with hops. Like, understand.
Draymond Green with hops.
Mm.
Now we're cooking.
Come on now.
Okay.
We're getting somewhere. Shooting, I guess with this body, it's either Joe Ingles or Kevin Love. Joe Ingles hasn't done it in a long time.
Eric Gordon in the league for a reason, brother. What are we talking about?
I mean, all these guys can shoot. So
I guess so. Brook Lopez is the most recent to have a decent shooting. But you know what? Here's the thing. I need somebody who can really, really do it off the dribble, and the most recent person to do it off the dribble.
Jesus, what are we doing?
Give me Kyle Lowry shooting.
fuck.
Oh.
I was hoping I was gonna take his finishing.
Yeah, I'll take Kyle Lowry shooting.
I didn't really want it, but I was like, I gotta take somebody. Larry finishing would be hilarious.
Oh my gosh, man.
Oh, who was gonna be your passing?
Shit, you sniped my pick. That was my only hope for a solid passer. Fuck. Okay, so I need passing and shooting. There's Kevin Love, Ingles.
The way to go
Temple.
is definitely Joe Ingles shooting. I mean, Joe Ingles passing, Eric Gordon shooting.
I guess.
I
guess.
That's probably
Yeah.
the best way to go.
Yeah.
Dude, picking Joe Ingles is tough.
Fuck, man. I'm not doing that. Give me Lopez shooting. Fuck that.
That's the wrong pick.
It's not. He's not a bad shooter.
You're a big man, so I guess.
Yeah,
it's
he's
fine.
not a bad shooter at all.
Yeah, but I mean, whatever. There's no good picture for you. So
I'm
right,
actually
go
very
ahead.
upset because that was going to be
Who
my
are you
defense.
finishing with and being defense? Exactly. You nerf me, I nerf you back.
That was
and
gonna
you.
be my defense
oh,
pick.
so you picked Lowry already. Okay,
Yep.
I'm not picking Joe Ingles. I'm not picking Kevin Love because Kevin Love doesn't exist anymore. I'm in DeMar's body. I keep that in mind. I'm 6'7" and I can move.
Mhm.
So I'm fast. I guess give me Eric Gordon's finishing. He can probably still hit a layup.
There we go. You lost. He single-handedly got tanked.
That's not that big of a deal.
Eric Gordon fit. You can't get to no rim.
I had DeMar's body. Can Eric Gordon hit a layup if he was 6'7"? Probably.
No. With his finishing ability, no.
What are you talking about? You're talking
got
like he's an
DeMar's
abomination.
body.
What do you think Eric Gordon
Just like
is?
how you said, can Batum go ahead and get to the rim with LeBron? Like, come on now.
I have DeMar's body. I can move still.
Yeah, you
No,
got
man.
DeMar's body. I don't mean none.
And the defense, I fucking guess give me Garrett Temple. I have no clue if he can play
Jesus
defense, but I
Christ.
know Joe Ingles can't these days.
It's a black hole.
Garrett Temple can probably move his feet.
You know what? No. You know what he can't do? Communicate.
Yeah,
on
I'm a
defense.
genius on the defensive end.
Yeah, he's in a
I
call.
can run the NBA PA.
You do have wisdom on your side.
I'm smart as fuck.
All right, so for passing, give me Joe Ingles.
That was going to be my next
That's the
defense.
best pick.
Nah, he should have taken Kevin Love.
Fuck no.
You're
For
gonna have mad outlet passes.
Hell no.
Low-key.
Yeah, but I want you to have K-Love defense. Go ahead and say it. Shit.
I will take Kevin Love's defense.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
The single worst
Fuck.
trait on here.
Yeah. Fuck,
I
man.
will take that to end
It
this out.
sucked that you couldn't.
My player was, oh my
It
goodness.
was almost perfect.
If I had gotten Brook Lopez defense, I would have been okay.
You low-key should have prioritized that probably. But then again, no, you're in Batum's body. Batum's body with Brook Lopez defense would be garbage.
So
That'd be terrible.
I didn't think that he was gonna go with Lopez for shooting.
Damn, man.
Yeah, neither did I, because the other guys are like, there's
I thought he was gonna take like Kevin Love shooting or something.
or Joe Ingles. Like Joe Ingles
Yeah.
can still spot up the same way Lopez can.
I just wanted to nerf you. You nerfed me. I had to go ahead and do
You
something
did
about
fuck him. Yeah, Donovan was cooked either way. Loki, you'd have been best off getting Garrett Temple defense if I picked somebody else.
Well,
it. Who am I right now? This is just Paul George.
KD's body. Well, it's hard because you have Kevin Durant's length. With Lopez shooting, Joe Ingles passing.
He's Bobo in
I
10
was gonna
years.
say he's
Bobo in 10 years.
Well, Horford's way better of a defender, so not even.
Yeah.
Okay, who's like a Bobo build that can play good defense? You're Jonathan Isaac, but like a little bit less springy.
But Jonathan Isaac, who can shoot like Lopez? That's just Brook Lopez.
Yeah, Brook Lopez can shoot for a
Prime
stretch
Brook Lopez,
five, but like for a non-7-footer, he can't really shoot like that. You know?
But Kevin
He's
Durant's
a
7
fit-
feet tall.
He can
so
shoot.
it's like-
You're tripping. Brook
No,
Lopez
I
can
mean the
shoot.
scale is different though. When you're not a stretch five, like like he's not going to be running off of screens or anything like you would want in KD's body. He can stand in the corner for sure.
You don't need him.
He can stand in the corner for sure, but it's not exactly a good shooter for a wing.
What?
I mean, having Curry shooting is just.
Yeah, it's not fair.
That's the best one for sure.
I'm surprised you didn't pick Kevin Durant shooting, just because that's another like OP skill.
Yeah, I could have, but then I was looking at the bodies and I'm just like, bruh, like there's only one other good option than DeMar.
I think I
like,
would have picked Jeff Green's body and KD shooting for my first two picks if I was you.
maybe.
Because Jeff Green's tall. I'm like, fuck it. He's like, can snipe.
I guess. Is he moving? I don't know.
Actually,
not
no,
bad logic.
I don't know how DeMar's body felt to me. He's the best athlete on here, I think, which is crazy because he's DeMar DeRozan is 39 years old or whatever, or 36.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but I didn't feel great about the passing options.
Yeah. So for audio listeners, I have DeMar DeRozan's body, Steph Curry's shooting, Mike Conley's passing, Eric Gordon's finishing, and Temple's defense.
You read that and you're like, holy shit, man.
It's fine. All I'm doing is in layups, but like it's just hilarious on paper.
He is not getting to know him. Okay, so I got KD body, Brook Lopez shooting, Joe Ingles passing. I got Jeff Green finishing, and then I got Al Horford defense.
And I have Nick. I don't even want to say this. I have Nick Batum body, Kyle Lowry shooting, Chris Paul passing, LeBron finishing, and Kevin Love defense.
LeBron finishing is
We got to
so
get to the
crazy.
bottom of what finishing and body do separate from each other because everyone always justifies that however they want. You say,
know.
man, I can't get to the rim. I'm DeMar, not Eric Gordon. Like I can
Yeah,
get there.
like I mean, I just look at it as like that's just like your frame, but like the finishing ability.
Yeah.
Like
but also you got
How
to think about
skillful you are when it comes to
it's
that.
the frame, but also like how fast you are, like your handle, how fast, how about if you can get to the rim at all. I think of finishing like post layups and I guess like dunk package.
so, like so you're putting like athleticism into body.
Yeah, that
yeah,
makes
what else
sense.
would it be?
No, I'm saying like I'm solely taking the frame. Where
So
it's like
you're
where
picking one single part of the body, just the height.
Frame and weight.
height, girth, and timing. This is all I'm
Body
worried
fat
about.
distribution.
And then and then like finishing is where I like,
No, I think athleticism is definitely part of body.
see because that's why it's like
Yeah.
I could take Kyle Lowry body when I get DeAndre Jordan finishing.
What type of skill
And now
set?
he's
You are
jumping-
diabolical, bro.
And now he's jumping
Yo,
50
you-
inches into the air.
You are gross.
You can explain it however you want to make it work to figure vision.
Type of
But I think finishing is mostly like the finishing move, like your layup ability, your touch. I guess post moves would go into that. And then, yeah, I guess like how much you can like catch a lob if you're in the air, like your ambidextrousness.
Eric Gordon, known finisher. Nice.
I think it's fine.
It's not.
You can do
that-
worse.
See, that's whack then. Then I would like to switch Braun body and Batum finishing.
That's still trash.
Yo, Batum is not finishing
That's
shit.
still garbage.
No, it's not.
If he's doing no dip threes, what is he doing?
If I have LeBron body and now I can jump up hella high.
I would have only picked Batum for shooting. I would have stayed away.
What is that? What does that
Finishing,
matter?
passing
If
too.
I'm
Passing
LeBron-
work, yeah.
If I'm LeBron and I can jump all the way up in the air, do you think that any NBA player, if they're
probably.
they're 40 inches in the air, can dunk?
Well, not that high anymore. But yeah, you're right. I
You
would-
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would do that first.
If I'm any NBA player and I'm 25 inches in the air,
Yeah.
If I'm an average amount of height, it doesn't even jump high anymore. Okay.
Nice.
What a ridiculous draft. That's hilarious. Next thing we are going to do, there's a lot of new rosters in the league right now, a lot of new starting lineups. I'm going to have you guys guess the NBA team you're looking at by a collection of their stats.
okay.
So these are random, a mixture of different stats for different players. They're not all going to be uniform. You try to tell me which team you're looking at. First off, which team is this?
Oh, shit.
9.1 assists, Dimer. 22% from three, Bricker.
Brick, for sure. Brick layer.
0.9 offensive rebounds. Hilarious.
It does not crash the glass.
Okay, I think I got who this is.
Who do you think it is?
Is this the Detroit Pistons?
This is the Detroit Pistons. Tobias Harris not getting any offensive boards.
That's hilarious, bro. Damn, Jaden Ivey did throw me off for a second.
Yeah,
because I'm
yeah.
like, there's no way, like, no guard did that alongside Cade.
Mm-hmm. Jalen Duren, 69% field goal percentage.
It's crazy.
Dunk specialist. Okay, listen. Started you guys off with a nice little layup. That one was supposed to be easy. Next up, which team is this?
9.6
attempts.
Chucker.
That's a lot of threes.
Jeez.
1.5 free throw attempts as a big. Soft.
Yo, 87% field goal percentage is just, what are we talking about?
Wait, that's completely wrong. Wait,
Okay, I was about to say.
Yeah, I was like, that's a slasher.
Yo, yeah.
Straight slasher.
I completely fucked up. It's not supposed to say that. Pretend that's a question mark.
Okay,
I wrote
question
that
mark.
down
Cool.
wrong.
Cool. 7.8
Okay, but-
rebounds.
It's probably supposed to say 47.
Okay, 47. 41% from three, though.
Honestly, what gets me is 1.57 free throw. Who doesn't get to the line as a big?
I don't know, but you know that like your point guard is chucking.
87% field goal for a shooting guard.
That's dumb. Like, this is God, bro. Like, Jesus? What? Who is... Yo!
Nobody's ever done that.
Yo! Like, this is the GOAT. I don't give a fuck what he does. He doesn't have to win a ring or
The one
anything.
above all.
Yeah. He is literally the one, the chosen one. Damn.
That's 47 though.
Okay. Is this the Lakers?
This is the Lakers.
Yeah.
DeAndre Ayton refusing to hit the paint hard.
That sticks out like a thumb, bro.
Yeah. Luka almost 10 threes a game last year. It's
I
crazy.
did not know that at all. 10 threes. is
His ass
crazy.
was not slashing.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Who is this team?
Point guard who doesn't pass? Oh, brother.
3
This
point.
guy stinks.
Yo, this team sucks. 30% 3-point shooter. And then you got a guy who only averages 1 assist.
1.2 assists a game. Your center gets 6 rebounds. Your point guard doesn't pass. Your center doesn't rebound.
Your power forward is just chucking it up. Your power forward has 20 shots a night, bro.
Dude, this is so bad.
They're chucking.
Your guards don't pass. Your wing doesn't shoot. Your big doesn't rebound.
Oh, this is
Is
the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, yeah.
This is the Bucks. This is the Bucks.
True.
They ass everywhere. Yo.
This is so bad on paper.
Yep, this is definitely like Giannis coded for sure. I feel so sorry for you, brother. 3.4 assists. You can't pass.
Man,
You
this team
can't
sucks.
rebound. You can't shoot on the wing.
Your wing not shooting is the icing on the cake.
What do you do?
Everybody sucks at their assignments.
Bro, 6 rebounds. The point is, what do you do?
And it's funny, like the Miles Turner one's misleading. He does some stuff. Kuzma, I guess. Top 2 guys don't do shit.
Yeah, the top 3 really. It's like, what's going on,
Don't
man?
do shit.
You guys are not helping me.
Gary Trent shoots a
Your
little bit.
backcourt averages less than 5 assists a game.
Oh man, go to hell.
Next up, which team is this?
3 blocks?
Per 36 minutes.
Oh, that's a hack. Okay, I'm not paying attention to that. All right, 11 points,
Let me see.
31 3-point,
Can't nobody shoot, though.
1.5 steals. This is dumbass hard.
This is really hard.
Okay, I'm assuming you're a good shot blocker.
3 blocks per 36?
I'm assuming it's there. It's
Yeah.
3.
11.1 points. Is this 11.1 points is kind of mid though. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not.
It's decent depending on how you look at it.
It's not changing your life.
1.5 steals is interesting. 31%.
Is this the Orlando Magic?
This is not the Orlando Magic. Not a terrible guess. I mean, it's not that similar, but it's not that different either.
Okay, well, I would guess. Nah, never mind. It's not that. It's not that. I was about to say the Minnesota Timberwolves, but hell no, it's not them either.
Not the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Okay.
And it's not shooting at 31%.
Wait, but 55% from 2. Elite from the mid range. Is this going to be the Houston Rockets?
This is not the Houston Rockets. Nobody shoots 55% from mid range. 2 in total, so it counts the rim.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Jordan might shoot 55%
I
from
was
mid range.
Once again, it's like, is this the GOAT? Like,
Yeah. Okay, could this be? Oh no, not them. I almost said Miami Heat, but it can't be them.
Keep in mind, why would I put 30 per 36 for the center?
because they don't play.
Okay, so who are the 11 point per game point guard scorers in the NBA?
I will say the point guard wasn't on this team last year.
Oh, he wasn't on this team
Yes,
last year.
so different role for him now.
Fuck.
It might
Okay.
still be 11 points per game now that I'm thinking about it, but just he wasn't playing this position last year for them.
Okay.
but I don't know how much higher it'll be this year.
Yeah, we.
Okay, but the centers that like would be productive if they actually played.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is this the?
Talk to me, please.
No, never.
What's your last
mind.
guess? One more guess.
I almost said the Indiana Pacers.
This is
but
the
can't be
Portland
them.
Trailblazers. It's Klingin, who can't play starting minutes because he's out of shape.
Yep, I was thinking about Portland for a second, but I was like, can't be them. 11 points, like that doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
But it
Mr.
actually
Drew.
does.
Makes perfect sense. Next up, which team is this?
23 ejections.
Okay.
1,000 games played.
The Golden State Warriors.
This is the one.
23 ejections and then hella games played. Warriors.
1 million games played.
This is
That's
Al
it?
Horford.
23 ejections? That's it?
That's a lot
Hella
of ejections.
technicals though. Hella technicals. What do you mean that's it?
That's a 23 to a year. That's a lot of
Yeah,
ejections.
you get thrown out of the game
twice a year.
That's
That's a ton of ejections. You need 16 technicals to get ejected.
dude. Getting thrown out of the game.
I mean, yeah, but
That's a chunk of the
Okay,
season.
well, I guess this is like
It's like the third most all time, by the way.
You're not there for like a chunk of the season.
I understand that, but like he's fine.
A fourth of a whole season ejected.
Yeah, that would piss me off. I understand why Curry was crying.
And it's
man.
not counting suspensions. He also got booted for like 20 games at one time for Gobert.
What's his problem?
Yeah, that whole imagery. is-
Next up, which team is this?
21 points, 15 points, 18.
He just wanted to choke somebody.
He's looking for anybody.
Dude, just rich.
Okay, very well-rounded team.
Hella scores.
Okay,
Everybody's
21,
scoring.
15, 18, 14. You got a sniper as a big. Ooh.
21 a night.
Okay, this is a pretty good team. At least they should be really good.
At least the starters are good.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty good team.
It is everybody's only a couple centers shoot like 42% from threes. This the Denver Nuggets.
This is the Denver Nuggets.
Wow, okay.
Plenty
there
of
we go.
centers shoot well from three, but not plenty of starters.
Dude, he takes 5 threes a game. Or he took 5 threes a game last year.
And that's why he's the GOAT.
Insane turnaround.
Also,
bro.
look at Christian Brown, man.
Wow, 15 points a game? That's crazy.
Good for him. Next up, which team is this?
17th season?
17th.
Good Lord.
Jesus Christ.
3 teams in 2020.
It's a lot of teams in 1 year.
Come on, man. There was only one man who's getting passed around like that. That's Dennis Schroeder. And this is the Sacramento Kings.
This is the
Okay.
Sacramento Kings.
I had no idea. 3 teams?
Sabonis at 0.4 blocks a game kills me.
He don't even try.
He's ground bound.
Damn.
3 teams. So,
He does
yeah,
not jump.
Dennis Schroeder's out here like, man, this is slavery.
Dude. He just getting transported from here to there. like-
Exactly.
They're kicking me out of my house repeatedly. Next up, which team is this? This is
Fouls.
personal fouls.
Do nothing but fouling. The Memphis Grizzlies.
Not the Memphis Grizzlies.
okay. Such
3.5. This the New York Knicks.
This is the Knicks.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. 3.5. He saw PTSD in his
I
head
said, oh, no,
immediately.
no, that's
He had
egregious.
visions.
That's
flashbacks.
egregious right there.
Knicks.
That's so many fouls a game.
Damn, 3.5 is insane.
3.5 on average.
Yeah.
You're always in foul trouble on an average basis.
Welcome to my life, bro. It's frustrating.
That's
Damn.
crazy. Mikal Bridges at 1.5 does not foul. I feel like that's a red flag. Be more active. Passive defender. Which team is this? Straight field goal percentage.
Oh yeah, this is the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, this is
39%.
None of these shots are going in.
nasty
the
for
Washington
Saul.
Wizards.
That's so disgusting.
And the 2 best ones are from people who weren't here last year.
Yeah.
Is that yeah. You got to come in. You got to fix this.
This is so disgusting.
And Chris Middleton's only 47 for the time he was with the Wizards.
Mm.
Because he was there. That's like the 18 games of just the Wizards. If I did the whole season, it's way worse. Oh, no, vice versa. Never mind. That's for the whole season because he shot well with the Bucks.
Okay.
With the Wizards, he shot 41%.
Ooh, shit, man. Okay.
It's bad. Last one. Which team is this?
27. Oh my.
Oh no, you got this.
Can't.
Wait. Hold
Nobody shoots.
on. Oh yeah. Oh no. I would say this could be the Orlando Magic, but it's not. 35% is too good for Franz. Way too good.
Nobody shoots. How is this the Houston Rockets?
This is the Houston Rockets
Yes.
with Kevin Durant as shooting guard.
Yes.
Jeez, yeah. If this is their lineup, fuck, man.
Yeah, this is them starting Steven Adams. 3 bricklayers from 3. 1 decent shooter and
How
then
do you
Kevin
have
Durant.
3 guys in your starting lineup 27% or under in 2025.
They might not do this, but if they do, if they win, if this is a top 10 offense for the whole year, start this lineup, give Ime Udoka the fucking award.
Dude, if it's that level of offense, they're winning the finals. Not even doing that. They're sweeping the playoffs.
They're three-peating.
Yeah.
And that's the last one.
Oh my goodness.
These are wacky. These are fun.
Yeah. 23 ejections is hilarious.
God damn.
Next thing we're going to do.
1,000 games played.
So many games.
What a great identifier.
Next thing we're going to do, we're going to do 2 more 5-level games. As we preview every team throughout this month before the season starts, like I said last week, every week we're going to do 2 5-level games, 1 from each conference. Today we're going to start off with the Lakers.
Okay.
Got to do the popular teams that get the views.
Let's do it.
So you guys know how it works. I'm going to name 5 teams. You tell me who's going to be better next year, them or the Lakers. Level 1, Lakers versus Suns.
Suns.
Shut the fuck up.
Yo, I'm like, should we stone him? Should we crack his head open and discover his brain and analyze it?
Sweet chin music?
Spear him on set.
Level 2, Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, I'll go with the Lakers.
Yeah, Lakers for sure.
Yeah, we have to go with the Lakers. Like the Grizzlies are already half the starting lineup is already in the infirmary.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot trust them. I do not know what they're going on. I have to go with the Lakers.
And on paper, they got worse.
Oh yeah, that's they haven't done anything except for tell Desmond Bain get out of town.
And replace him with a rookie, I guess.
Damn.
Shout out Cedric Howard. Level 3, Clippers.
No, I'm going.
Ooh.
Actually,
I think I'm gonna go Lakers.
Regular season wise, they're probably going to place close to each other.
Yeah, they're gonna be right next to each other genuinely.
But who do you trust more in the playoffs?
You do have a healthy Kawhi though.
Which, for how long?
Guess so.
Which duo would you trust more in the fucking playoffs?
I mean, obviously, I would trust the Lakers more in the playoffs, but even in the regular season,
In the regular season,
I think I
the
might
Clippers-
take the Lakers though.
Really?
Yeah, because the Clippers, like, shout out to them.
They're deep.
Even as like great as they were, and with all the transition, the Lakers were still the 3 seed last year.
They're deep, but it's not like their downfall was lack of depth last year. So, like, they're insulated for injury as well, but I don't think it, like, is going to massively change their win total.
Yeah, their downfall was mental toughness and, and choking under pressure once again. But like the Lakers, the one thing that they needed was a center, and they actually went out and got one. And you still have Luka.
Okay, yeah, we can go to the Lakers. It's gonna be close though.
Level 4, Houston Rockets.
It's up for debate, honestly, and I might lean
The
towards
team
the
with a
Lakers.
bucket getting white duo or the team with fists, bricks, and elbows?
I think. See, if the Rockets had Fred VanVleet, then I would pick them without a question.
Mhm.
But I have no idea who's running point guard, so everybody might just be passing the ball back and forth to each other.
Yeah, running the most simplistic offense ever.
This is like the Rockets are going to play basketball how I play 2K, which is just like
Hella pick and rolls.
I'm holding down R2, I'm going straight to the basket.
Rockets could win more regular season games by a little bit, but I'm trusting the Lakers in the playoffs more.
Yeah, there's just so many other questions around this
I'll go with the
Rockets
Lakers,
roster. I think I'll go Lakers. Yeah.
But if the Rockets make a move and get a point guard, which they probably will, then I'd probably go with them again. But
Yeah,
for now, I'd pick Lakers.
If you give me 10 games where I can see the Rockets have competent point guard play, I'll switch to them. But right now, that's such a big unknown. I'll take the Lakers.
Okay.
Yeah. But I could definitely see us changing our mind like a week from now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Level 5, Oklahoma City Thunder.
And this is where it ends.
Yep. Sadly,
This is where it ends.
They.
Remember last year, Lakers fans were like, give me the Thunder in the playoffs.
Oh,
when
yeah.
they got Luka.
Oh
got
yeah. What did
boat
Shannon
race.
Sharp say? He was like, "What'd he say?"
Lakers in 5.
Yeah, Lakers. He said OKC, KFC, UFC, Lakers in 5, something like that.
Yeah, we're going to Thunder.
Yeah.
Hey, we made it level 5. The Warriors didn't make level 5.
They didn't.
I say as I pick the teams. Next up, 5 levels with the New York Knicks. Jumping over to the other side. Jumping
Okay.
stupid ass. Level 1, Knicks versus Pacers.
Finally, we can beat these dudes. It's about time.
Finally.
I told you
He
all.
said Vince Carter meme. Yes. Finally, yes. The way he said finally was crazy.
Bro,
Came to a
all
revelation.
summer long. Like,
All I had to do was assassinate their star player, and now we can beat him.
Assassinate one of them and shipped another one too.
oh my goodness.
Yeah, I hope
Bro,
so.
we lost to them in the playoffs. I saw a summer league game. We lost to them in summer league. I was like, Lord, please.
Level 2, Knicks versus Hawks.
Yeah, shut your dumb ass up.
Hey, man.
It's us. Don't say a word. It's
Hey,
us.
man.
It's the Knicks. The Hawks are
Close.
very respectable, but it's the Knicks.
It's
Hey,
us.
man,
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if it's
Level 3, Orlando Magic.
It's us.
the Knicks.
The Magic have the ceiling to get in the conversation if their offense is fixed. That's a way bigger question than anything to do with the Knicks. We're going with the Knicks.
Thank you. It should be us.
You got it.
Level 4.
Shout out to Desmond Bain though.
Level 4. The Pistons with another year of development from the young guys.
Very spunky. However, multiple of the players who were there last year are not there. They also have to kind of like rebuild, retool. But listen, we got MB55 on our side now. We're cooking.
This guy doesn't know about Jaden Ivey.
He's an idiot.
This guy don't know about year 2 Ron Holland.
He doesn't know Jalen Duren's going to dunk on Cat.
This idiot don't know none about a fully healthy offseason Asar Thompson.
So yes, he's an idiot, but we're going to We're going to the Knicks.
Sadly, yes.
Level 5, the Cavs.
And it's
It's a
debate.
conversation.
It's a debate. In the playoffs,
least.
the matchup wise, I could see this being a debate. I could see people siding with the Knicks. But as far as regular season success goes, I have to go with the Cavs. Like they're a proven commodity. They're going to be the 1 seed again, and I can only hope that their whole team doesn't get hurt again.
So are the Knicks. The Knicks are also like a proven commodity.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
a
regular
nice
season.
2 seed probably.
they are very proven.
Caps had 1 seed. 1 year as the 1 seed. It's like, oh,
Yeah, but they can do it again. The core's still
proven
there.
commodity.
I think I'm just gonna lean
It
towards
was pretty goddamn proven in that 1 year though. It was a pretty
Yeah.
great year.
It's a Mickey Mouse schedule.
I'm putting my faith in Evan Mobley and Donovan Mitchell Mickey Mouse schedule.
I'm gonna pray that the Cavs stay healthy in the playoffs and show they're not frauds. But this is the last year I'm giving hope to them.
They're
sure.
too worried about the meat off. I don't trust it.
Beat off.
All right, next thing we're gonna do. I asked you guys on a community post to give us your best predictions for this NBA season,
Okay.
and we're gonna rate it, giving the guys a W or an L take, seeing how well they did in the assignment. What are you laughing for? You think it's me bullshit?
No, nothing.
All right, let's see what you guys cooked up for us. Predictions for this year. First off, Derek White finally makes the All-Star team.
Maybe.
If this happens, I will stop watching the NBA.
Damn, why?
Derek White.
Stop. Don't hate on
great
Derek White
player.
like
No,
this.
no, it's not about him. It's about the Eastern Conference.
If the Celtics get 2 this year, that would be shocking. They better be a goddamn 3 seed.
What if he's the one?
He has to.
Jaylen Brown, fuck off.
Yo, man.
I'm just saying, like, what if Jaylen Brown is shooting, tour dates? And
I think he'll probably translate well to a 1 seed. So I would sooner believe Jaylen Brown gets the All-Star nod. They got to be really good to get 2 All-Stars, and that'd be shocking.
They got to
they-
win
they
like
have- they-
54 games
they have
minimum.
to be a top 4 seed,
Easy.
and then I can consider it.
And,
2
like,
All-Stars is
and,
a lot, man.
and the East got to be good. That's like a good 4 seed. Like they can't just be like technically your 4th because the East sucks. And I don't know if I foresee that, but I do see Derek White getting a lot of usage obviously this year. So there probably will be more combo than there was in years past because somebody's got to take these goddamn
It's
shots.
going to be a 21-6 year for Derek White.
Hey, Sengun got in on that. We can get Derek White in the All-Star game. This is an injury replacement All-Star.
Yo,
right here.
LaMelo Ball, we can't let this shit happen, man. Yo, we cannot let this shit happen. Trey, we can't let this happen. Brunson, we can't let this happen. Franz, yo, we cannot let this
No,
happen.
Franz, we better not let this happen. You better
Fuck
shoot the
no.
ball well.
God damn.
Jalen Johnson will let it happen. Scotty Barnes will let it happen.
Please.
Next up, Owen says Aaron Wiggins will save basketball again.
I mean, of course.
I don't really like the premise of this though, because I don't know why we would say he stopped saving basketball. Where's this again come from?
This is his legacy. This is what he does year in and year out.
Is he
What are we
not still
talking
actively saving basketball?
about? Hell yeah.
Is he employed? Is he an NBA player?
Correct.
Okay, so he's saving basketball.
I agree.
Yeah. I did hate. I had to show it so we could laugh at you, but I hate when y'all come up here and be disrespectful to legends that are in their primes.
Exactly.
Like you forget after one offseason that these guys are still doing it.
Every single day that ends with Y, just know Aaron Wiggins is saving the day with hoops.
Dumbass.
Come on now.
Brady Waspin said the Clippers get the 3 seed and go to the Western Conference Finals, but lose to the Nuggets. Disregard the second part. Can the Clippers make the conference finals?
I mean, okay, so like we're gonna start the season and like mathematically they are going to have a chance, but we know that they have no chance. We know
I think
long
it's
as-
possible.
They
It's
could make the
possible.
conference finals. I find it hard to believe they can win enough playoff series in a row with enough health and
Two-
just strong performances to get past the conference finals. What if you told me they get there and like win a tough second round series? Someone gets hurt. James Harden plays bad, but it's okay because John Collins is kicking ass. Sure.
John Collins,
Yeah, John Collins is gonna lead them to the conference
I
finals.
love that, man.
Shut up.
No,
Yeah.
their ceiling is conference finals if things break well. But that's like it's their ceiling, but it's not something I'm confident in or anything.
I'm not picking a team that's under investigation to make the conference finals. Like,
I'm not picking them either.
what are we talking about? The fans are watching. No, I'm not doing that.
But as far as bold predictions go, you could get bolder. This is possible.
I think it's possible.
Also, you said lose to the Nuggets. I can super believe that in the conference
Yeah,
finals.
I think the biggest actual basketball talking point for me is if their defense can improve on what it was last year, which was pretty good.
Top 5.
Yeah, like, and with Chris Dunn now being relegated to a starting role, it makes it a little bit harder.
Into the bench.
But they're a bench role, yeah, it makes it a little bit harder. But if Brook Lopez's defensive presence makes things harder, which is now just being a backup big because they didn't have one, John Collins being there as well, I could see this happening for sure.
I think they got marginally better. John Collins gives them a little bit more, like, just like versatility in the big man room. And like you said, Brook Lopez, reliable backup. I don't think I feel any different about them in a playoff context than I felt last year. But end of last year, I thought they could make the conference finals.
If they make the conference finals, and especially in this scenario, they lose to the Nuggets in the conference finals, that means that you are probably beating the Thunder in
Assume the Nuggets beat the Thunder.
Oh, okay. They take them out.
They're beating the Lakers.
Either the Lakers or the Rockets or anything. If they play the Rockets, they're getting thrown around like a rag doll.
Or the T-Wolves.
That's still hard. Yeah, that's still hard.
And it's
for them
going
to do
crazy.
Hey, man, the Western Conference is so crazy every year. We're
Shout out
talking
to-
to all these teams. I'm like, damn, this is tough.
Shout out to the East, man. Y'all got your life so easy.
Tuck Jumps says, now that they have depth for the first time ever, the Nuggets will break the single season wins record.
Whoa, now. That's a lot of dip on your chip.
The Nuggets glaze has been crazy. Jonas Valanciunas is moving these people's needles. Can they win 75 games?
You think Jokic is gonna care for every single one of those games? Play 110% hard?
Yes, I do. But I just don't think that they're good enough to win 74 games.
Maybe 64 on the high end. Even then, I'm like, damn, dude, calm down.
This is I could believe that this is like an all-time Nuggets team for sure.
All-time Nuggets.
What does that
Yeah.
mean?
Like the
60
best team that
wins?
they had. They might break whatever their personal winning record
Yeah, what's
is.
the franchise record?
What did the Cavs win last year? 64?
Something like that.
Yeah, something crazy.
They're not winning more than the fucking Cavs did last year. The Cavs were amazing last year.
I don't know.
They
I
are a
don't
good
know.
team, but yeah, I think you guys got to relax a little bit about this whole depth thing. They have some depth. It's not like they built the strength and numbers warriors on
They
that
were
bench.
so down bad last year that now that they have a couple guys who are just
They're
like
jumping for
useful.
fucking joy.
Yeah,
for Tim
exactly.
Hardaway.
So I understand it.
Yeah, I appreciate the glaze a little much. Shepard says the Pelicans will have a top 6 seed in the West. Do you see that vision for them with the skinny Zion?
No. Only because they can't guard anybody.
Yeah,
And like in the West, you have to guard somebody. And they don't guard
you
anybody.
got a lot of body.
If he took out the word seed and said offense, I'd be like, yeah, we are cooking now. But
Top
you
6
completely
offense in the
lost me.
West. Okay.
Yeah, I could. That's tough still, but I could believe it for sure.
Yeah, because he says I believe in skinny Zion. I do as well. He believes in the Jordan Poole redemption arc. I do as well. All of that leads to good offense. None of that leads to good defense.
Yeah. I see what you were cooking, but come on, man. The West is just too
Yeah,
nasty.
if there was ever a year where Herb Jones was going to have the case laid out in front of him to win DPOY, it's this one.
This will be a very fun 41 win
Yeah.
team, though.
If the NBA did their expansion,
41?
Would be generous.
That's maybe a little bit too much.
You are being generous.
Maybe a little bit too much.
Winning less than 40 games is tough. You gotta suck ass.
The West
Not
is,
in the West, though.
The West is stacked.
They
I
might
don't know,
win
like,
35.
What if they 10th or 11th seed get last year? Oh, do we think they're gonna be worse than that?
The 10th seed, maybe.
The 10 seed won 39 games last year.
Damn. Maybe they can with 39.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, 10 seed they win
Yeah,
39.
I'll go 38 for them.
When Adam
38.
Silver goes ahead and
Damn.
fixes the conferences and
Damn.
moves them to the Eastern Conference, then hey, you got it. Top
Oh, we're
6
making
seed in the East.
runs.
Yeah.
Boat says the Trailblazers can be the Rockets of this year.
It's not ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. Well, okay, in the sense that like that they're going to win 50 games, that is ridiculous. But to say that like their defense is going to be elite from start to finish, I do believe that.
Yeah, and just like seed highly. Like obviously it sounds ridiculous now. Nobody thought it would happen with the Rockets either. It's ridiculous until it's not. I don't mind the Blazers as your like dark horse. They're gonna be a good team pick.
Yeah.
Like, that's as good as any of the teams that we don't see coming.
Yeah, like if you have any superstar walk in there or all-star level player and they have the worst night of their fucking life, I can believe it. And a lot of players did have not a good night at all over there in Portland. So
Who's gonna be their Şengün though? Who's gonna be the all-star guy that's like the engine?
maybe Denny. Maybe Denny. Maybe you get a little bit from Shaden Sharp, Scoot Henderson. Like maybe it's a combination.
Shaden Sharp is Jalen Green. Denny is Şengün.
Good,
Jumani Kamara
good defense. Listen,
is a man.
great defense.
Drew Holiday is Fred VanVleet. Clinging is clinging.
Okay.
Great defense plus all lives matter offense.
Mm-hmm.
We can get to high 40s.
Yeah.
Foreign star averaging 20 and 5.
I can see them winning like 43 games.
That's a lot.
Say 42.
No, I mean, I can see 43. I mean, I think it would make sense to me if they're shockingly good.
You can
Again,
you
as
can,
a shocker.
you can tell me this for any Western Conference team. I'd be like, that's a lot, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I see.
But
Yeah.
if you tell me that they are shockingly good and that means 43 to 45-ish, I can see that.
Yeah.
Somebody, every year it happens. Somebody vaults themselves into playoff talks we don't see coming.
Yeah.
Like, people would assume it's like the Spurs now because Wemby's so good. If you tell me they take their spot and they're actually the surprise team, I'd understand that.
I'll believe it.
Yeah, that would be based on a jump from somebody, but I would believe it.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe
Yeah.
Yang Hansen is like amazing right away. And like,
That's super true. Yeah, literally.
I
Like
forgot about Yang.
mhm.
last year when we did our
can't do that.
our season
Can't do
that
predictions,
Never again.
no one put this Houston Rockets team as like a top 5 team in the West.
I put them 10 and I think I was the highest.
Yeah, you were the highest.
I was like, they'll
put-
be a playing team. You guys are like, what?
Yeah, I was the absolute lowest on them, and now they were the 2 seed. Very true.
You guys are like, Jalen Green sucks. Fuck you.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think they can barely make it. They were so much better.
Yeah.
Next up, Jace says, if healthy, Jaylen Brown will lead the league in scoring.
Scoring.
What is he going to average? I think he could average 28.
That's not gonna do it.
Oh, no. He's not going to lead the league in scoring.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, it's a different conversation now. What do we feel like he's actually, predict his scoring average?
27,
27-28? Yeah, sure.
That's like not that different than what he did before, though. What was he last year? 20. Actually, no, the past couple of years, they've added
Yeah.
a lot of pieces. But
Yeah,
he's
he
averaged
dropped
20, like 26 before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before they added KP and all that.
We could see 28. maybe
27.
29.
I'm going 27.2.
First full year without Jason Tatum.
He got so many opportunities to just do what he wants.
I think he averages at least 26, like bare minimum. 29 on the high end.
Okay.
Can he scale up that high, or is he just going to be Jaylen Brown regardless? I feel like low key he might not play that different. He already like does a lot of ISO and shit. Like
Yeah.
it's not like Jason Tatum was like setting him up. Like he might
now
just
it's more ISO.
29. I think he's going to get 29, shoot 43% from the field, though.
sounds about Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
Next up,
Hey
Jenny.
man, I'm not reading all that.
Jenny says
That's so rude.
Giannis requests a trade and is sent to the Hawks for Jalen Johnson, Reese Shea, and the first from New Orleans.
I see you guys found my burner.
If he does request a trade, this would make sense. A pretty good package. Because that New Orleans pick could be a top 5 pick on top of a number 1 pick, and a Jalen Johnson might be a young star.
He's from Milwaukee, too?
Don't care as much about that.
So
This-
basically,
Oh, it's a cool story.
so
right?
basically, 2 top 5 picks and Jalen Johnson for Giannis.
Mhm.
That's not a bad deal at all.
I think they probably want like a bunch of other picks too, a bunch of small picks. You might have to load up a couple other
It's got
first
to be a
rounders.
3-team trade then.
You-
Yeah, we don't got that.
Yeah.
Spurs got that shit.
Yeah, we could do a 3-team trade, but if I'm giving you Jalen Johnson and the New Orleans pick, call somebody else. I'm keeping Reese Shea.
Mm.
Really?
Yeah, I think if you trade
Your team wouldn't be that good after that trade
for Giannis and you give up these 2 wings, like your depth is
because you'd
kinda
start.
cooked.
You'd have Trade, Dyson. Who'd be the 3 now?
We have Trey, Dyson. Ooh.
Yeah, who's your wings now?
We got Nikhil Alexander Walker.
Okay, yeah, Dyson's big. You can do that. You can start Nikhil Alexander Walker as a 2, Dyson defends as a 3.
Who knows what happened with KP?
KP starts the center to stretch the 5 for Giannis.
Yeah.
Can I
much
give you
good.
Onyeka instead of Zachary Shea? Can I pull that?
Can I
off?
give you Dyson Daniels instead of Zachary Richardson?
Probably.
I'd rather do that.
That sounds like a negotiation.
But
middle
I don't
point.
think they'd. If the Milwaukee Bucks are dumb enough, sure, go ahead.
Look, that's like a trade package. Jalen Johnson could blossom into an all-star for them. Dyson's a good running mate and a potential top 5 pick. That's not a bad package.
Hey, man.
Because Jalen Johnson's what? Like that's worth 2 or 3 first-round picks.
Yeah, he's a potential all star
2.
this year.
You think?
Yes,
Yeah.
say 2. So,
Yeah,
for now, solid
2 first-round
2.
picks.
Yeah, solid
Okay.
2. Could turn into 3, but yeah.
I wonder if who would
Well,
outbid
actually,
them?
I don't know if Desmond Bane's going for 4.
You're right.
You
You're
know,
right.
if he makes
Yeah.
the All-Star
But it's
leap,
different. It's different.
but like if
'cause they
he
had to
makes
overpay.
but if he makes an All-Star leap and now we have like a young All-Star, that's 3.
That
wins.
complicates it. It makes it different. Like that's so hard to think about because most of these trades are picks. But Jalen Johnson is worth a good amount of picks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like this is a realistic trade package.
I wouldn't hate this package. We have to actually I would hate this package, but we have to tinker a little bit, but we can get there.
It's a solid prediction. I do though
Amen.
think if Giannis requests a trade, I imagine he probably like forces his way to a destination.
What if he just wants to go to Atlanta?
Maybe be cool with it. I fucking doubt it, but
I don't know.
maybe.
I don't know.
How
If he wanted to go somewhere, where in the league would he
Wanna
I
go?
wanna- Yeah, like
Ooh,
nowhere.
Let's
You
derail this
say
conversation.
Miami. I don't know. Why would you want to do that?
Timberwolves. It would be hard for them to give us the ammunition, but I can see him trying to force himself to play with Ant. I'm sure he'd love to play with Ant.
That would be fun. Send me to Houston.
But I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can successfully force his way to the Timberwolves. The Bucks might tell him to fuck himself.
Yeah.
But I think
what if he wants to go to the Golden State Warriors and play with Curry? Just get some shit off.
I can see that. I mean, that's pretty short sighted since Curry's 38. But I can see that. Cavs.
I mean,
Mobley trade. Mobley.
They'd win a title.
You don't think he wants to play with D-Mitch and Darius Garland?
I don't know.
You could do a lot worse.
I mean, you can, but I don't think he'd want to do that.
Knicks. There's always the New York aspect.
I don't know if he would want to do it.
I don't know what he wants. Clearly, he wants to be Milwaukee, so who knows what else he likes from city.
I love this trade, though.
Maybe he wants to go to Memphis if that's the case. He just loves tiny cities. Next up, Diego says, every single team this season will win more than 20 games. We'll get no terrible tank jobs.
I disagree. I think that the Jazz and the Nets are both on they're both on teen win watch. Or wins in the team. I don't know how to say it without it sounding crazy.
Yo, we recorded for hours.
No, the Brooklyn Nets are on. There's a
you just stopped immediately. You're like, I don't know. I'm done.
I don't know.
If we're still here, comment the Nets are on teen watch. And
That's funny.
that's what I was gonna say at first, and I was like, yeah, teen win watch. I was like, all right.
Brady, both of you.
No, there's a world
so
for the Brooklyn.
He said,
I said, no.
There is certainly a world where the Brooklyn Nets win 9 games. That's in the cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they will certainly win less than 20. I'll be shocked if they surpass that. If that happens, Michael Porter Jr. is an all-star.
Yeah.
I agree.
Rockets finish as a play-in team.
Okay, so like it
Dude,
sounds crazy, but considering that like 2 through 8 last year was separated by like 3 games,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be the craziest part.
I think this happens 100%. If someone like KD goes out with an injury, then they're left with like, if he misses like 10 games, 5 games here and there.
Guess who misses games
fucking
every year?
over. Who?
Kevin Durant.
You're fuck, man. It's cooked.
Yeah, if it'll be hard to win without Fred VanVleet and Kevin Durant. They'd have so little just professionals in the room to set up the half-court offense.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a hell for Sengun to try to get a fucking regular-ass
At
post-entry pass.
that point, we're playing 3 bigs.
Oh, God.
I'm playing Sengun, Steven Adams, and Clint Capella. We're getting every rebound possible.
We're just fighting. Yeah, I don't think they'll finish as a playing team, but that if you tell me that happens, it wouldn't shock me because everything bad happens to Kevin Durant in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Everywhere he goes, a disaster happens. I can see this.
He shouldn't have went to the Warriors in 2016. This is what happens.
I wish he went to the Warriors last year. I wish he would have let that trade happen.
Nah.
That would have been really fun.
That would have been cool as fuck.
Leave your
would've
ex
been-
alone, man.
It would have been cool as
Nah,
fuck.
it
I mean, he agrees, but yeah.
He would have still got his ass whipped by some other teams, but
Wembanyama becomes a top 2 player in the world this year. Top 2 is tough.
29,
Top two's
7,
a
and
lot.
6. That's a lot of assists, and I think he can do that.
Do you think he can get into like Shea, Giannis, Luka combos?
Yeah, I think he can.
Luka combo, okay, the back end of that, but like I don't know, one of those guys will be in the finals probably. And we,
Yeah.
and we think Wemby's gonna be above them.
Top 2 players is tough.
And like Shea's like in Jokic combos, like he's not a distant second in the world right now.
Also, I understand that. Listen, 7 rebounds is ridiculous. You're a 7'6". If he averages 7
Everything you just see, 7. Yo, get your ass in the paint. Yo, what up?
You're
He's mad, about,
7'6".
he's mad about theoretical lack of rebounds in this hypothetical.
You're 7'6".
Talk about him getting 22, putting up 29. 6 assists is insane.
Mind you, he
3
didn't even do
blocks.
7 rebounds. He's in theory.
That's what I'm saying. If the rebounds comes out and it's 7 rebounds a game, I will be frustrated.
Didn't he average like 9 last year? It was more than
Yeah.
So if his rebounding drops, you're getting worse.
You're getting worse. Yeah.
I don't like that. I can't have you turn into Jaren Jackson.
Sockfish says Luka becomes clearly the best player in the league and averages 34, 10, and 10 again.
I'm sorry, you can't do that until you win. The only way that he can have like best player in the league is if the MVP and the title go to the Lakers this year.
Well, what if they make the finals and they lose again, but he's MVP?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
That would mean
so
that would-
sad.
That would mean Jokic doesn't make the finals though. So it's not like the best player in the league has some crown.
Losing to the Eastern Conference is so damning. That's what it is. You can't lose to the East. You could lose to Shea. You could lose to like I don't know the Clippers or the Rockets. Are you losing to Jalen Brunson?
Best
You're losing to Jared Allen. You're not the best player. Not my GOAT.
You're the best player in the world. You're getting dicked by Jared Allen. You're getting dicked by DeAndre Hunter.
Brother, you just got dotted by Max Strus. Brother, you're sick. You are not legendary. How about that?
We probably gotta call him fat again. Even though he's skinny.
Exactly. What? Come on now.
No, but this is possible. And any year could be the year where Luka becomes best player in the world. Any year literally can be. We'll believe when we see it.
Yeah, I just think like Jokic is still in his prime because it's like, oh no, Luka averaged 34, 10, and 10. Jokic is gonna average like 32, 12, and 8.
But again, he did this a couple years ago and made the finals. He could do that again. And if things break different matchup, you tell me he wins the final somehow. Like it's always possible with Luka. He's always gonna be within striking distance. Hard to assume this when the Lakers don't have the best team in the world.
Yeah, this is not crazy. I could see this happening.
Yeah, it can't be crazy to say Luka will make the best player in the league.
No, I think it's crazy. I just don't think he's jumping Jokic right now.
I think the best
The
player in the
proximity's
league
there, though.
for that singular year, I could see it happening.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever crazy
fun.
if someone that we consider in like tier 2, like right behind the best guy in the world. I don't think it's ever crazy to think one of them can make the jump. Like Shea made the jump last year. I would have said it's crazy before last year.
But what did Shea do?
You want it all?
He won the MVP and brought the title home.
You're right. Yeah, and everyone's still like, yeah, Luka's or Jokic is still that guy. This
Hey,
is
man,
his league still.
It's gonna be a conflict if Shea does it again. It's getting crazy.
I don't think he'll do it again.
He's a very close second. He's still second, but very close second.
Yeah.
There's no gap there. It's not a huge gap at all anymore. Well, okay, I think it's the same tier. Next up, pressure from Lakers fans and JJ Redick becomes too much for Ayton and he retires from basketball halfway through the year.
Ayton retires.
That would be, and I cannot exaggerate when I say this, the funniest thing to ever happen in my life. That would be, as a content creator, oh my fucking God, that'd be the funniest thing that ever happened to me.
If he retired, yeah.
A former #1 overall pick just 7 years ago.
Because JJ Redick is too mean, he retires.
Yo.
That would literally be the funniest thing I've ever seen in this world.
There's two things that would be cemented in NBA history. Number one, Ayton. Your reputation is in the toilet. Number two, JJ Redick, you actually need to be like
euthanized,
underwatched. Euthanized.
You're insane.
We gotta contain him.
We gotta stop an outbreak.
Yo, because you're actually like, bro, we can't do that.
You're taking this whole Pat Riley thing a little too far.
Yeah.
Next up, we get the exact same 8 Western Conference playoff teams.
I just think that's dumb. Like
what?
That just doesn't happen.
If there was ever a year though, very little change this year. It's like the craziest offseason of all time. Like, who would be the one that drops out? Grizzlies?
Maybe.
Yeah.
If you're telling me they're 8 again. Outside of that, I mean, injuries always happen, so it probably won't. But the other top 7 teams, you don't really foresee them dropping.
Go through it.
OKC, Houston, Lakers, Denver, Clippers, Minnesota, Warriors, Grizzlies.
Yeah, if you tell me that the Grizzlies are out, you tell me that.
For the Mavs, like, on paper, we'll probably predict the same top 8 as last year on paper.
You don't know me.
All right.
I don't know.
Spurs.
Nah. Yeah.
Surprise.
Again, second year in a row.
Yeah.
Now I'm not falling for it.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not.
I promise you are.
I promise you I'm not. I'll leave him out just to spite you right now.
Oh, man.
Yeah. He's 100% falling for it. Wait till the first game of the season happens. He's fucking falling for it.
Who is their first game?
Oh, my gosh. He's already prepping.
I just want to see. I'm just curious.
That's funny.
Speaking of, next one. The Spurs won't even make the play-in even if they're healthy. They are overrated.
Dude, he said
All right, well, I'm looking at their schedule right now. First 4 games, Mavs, Pelicans, Nets, Raptors. Oh, this starting 4-0. Hey, man. Spurs to the bowl. I trust it.
They won't even make the play-in if they're fully healthy. I don't think that's crazy. There's a lot of good teams. They could miss the play-in. Like, that's super possible. They could just be not good. They're still super young. They have a weird guard group. Their wings are young, unproven, or old as fuck. They're big men. I like Cornette. I don't know for sure they'll be good here. Like, there's enough questions that this isn't crazy.
The only way this happens is if their defense, or if their defense is like complete dog shit as well, which is very like in the air, then I could see this happening.
It's never been good.
Yeah, I could see this happening.
I can see. Okay, yes, I can see it being bad.
Dude, he said Fox is overrated, inefficient, poor defender, has terrible advanced stats.
For a supposed superstar.
He hates
He got
Fox.
hate in his heart.
What's good.
Dude, Fox has to repair his reputation. There's a growing thing on like the nerds on Twitter that he's a bad contract and like he's overrated.
I hate that so much.
He has some reputation to repair.
Yeah.
Bro, this is Sabonis.
This is just a bonus.
His burner account's going crazy. Ant becomes a top 3 player in the league, taking another leap, averaging 29 points per game.
Top 3 is very hard.
Last week he told me he's gonna be a legend after this year. He better be top 3.
I could see it. I could see it.
If we're thinking trajectories and continue, he's due. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it's not crazy.
Top 3 is hard because that means you're passing up Giannis or Luka
or both.
Yeah, both. So that's tough.
That's fucking Wemby. You leaving him too?
You know what? I do agree with this. Ant's gonna be the best player in the world after this.
Right. I can see 29 though.
Yeah, the 29 does seem very. It's actually reasonable.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is a hot take. I love it.
The Warriors maintain the level they had last year after the All-Star break for the whole season, winning 56 games.
Steph finishes top 5 in MVP. Okay.
So
and they win the championship.
Yeah, there you go.
All right,
So are the Warriors post Jimmy Butler trade legit? Can they really win if they're healthy?
If they are healthy, yes. However, everybody's geriatric, so I don't know if they're gonna stay healthy for 5 or 6 months.
I do know they won't. Like at some point, somebody's gonna get hurt and they'll overcome it. Like there's no chance.
Steve Kerr has to be smart and he has to do like a really good job of load managing some guys. Genuinely.
Yeah. Also, what if Jonathan Kuminga starts doing like a sit-in and he just starts protesting? Like
they're gonna fire him.
Yeah,
dude,
cut him.
They can't happen.
He's a player option. He's a team option next year. They're gonna send him home. He's salary about. He's salary filling out.
He's finna hold him down.
Hold him down.
You just wanted to say that. And that's the last one. If you're still here, comment we're hosting down.
What the hell?
That's why I said sit-in.
I know. All right, next thing we're gonna do. Let's talk about the theoretical NBA MVP race for this season. I want to sit down and talk about how many players can realistically win the MVP this year.
Okay.
So we know the names are usually on the ballot. What's the case for everybody, and how many names are actually going to have a chance? Because everybody's always like, "You can get in the conversation." What's the actual conversation going to look like?
All right. Automatic locks for the ballot. Jokic.
Always going to be top 2.
Shea.
Oh, probably going to be top 2 for the next at least 3 years, as long as the team's good.
Giannis.
It feels like he's
on the ballot.
Yeah, it feels like he's like
he's always on the ballot.
He's like a mortal lock for 3 every year. There's something in the air. Some divine intervention has decided that Giannis will be 3rd place in MVP for every year of his career.
Yeah, and we're gonna get to February, and everyone's gonna be like, "I don't know, man. Giannis is having a crazy season.
Yeah.
He's the most underrated player, and so he'll be there." So that's 1, 2, and 3. Luka.
You would think we'll get back in the convo. He's good enough that he's always in the conversation. Do we think the Lakers are going to be good enough that he'll have an actual case over Jokic and Shea, who probably will be above him in the standings?
If they're the 3 seed, maybe.
And that's not a guarantee, but they could be. They were maybe the 3 seed last year.
I could only see that happening if like the Nuggets are below them. Which got to be like either the 3 seed and Lakers or 2 seed, and
yeah.
But
I think Luka's good enough. The team's probably good enough. He'll always be in striking distance. I guess he probably gets a spot on can win the MVP.
Yes, he can do that. Will win it. The Lakers are gonna have to be a top 2 seed minimum.
Yeah, like he's at. You can't put him higher than 3 on your like predictions. I think.
Okay.
Like you can't really expect him to be above Jokic and Shea.
So that's 4. Ant.
So that's where the convo gets interesting. Can he realistically win it? Like that's the next name that we can assume will like make the jump and like he's due to get into that tier at some point. But we know those other 3 guys are already there. We know Giannis is going to be there, and he's going to have the backpack type of argument to him.
The Timberwolves going to have a special season.
They better be the fucking 1 seed, and he better average 30. Like I don't know how you'd argue him over Shea unless the OKC team falls off.
Yeah.
And why would that happen?
I am kind of optimistic because this is going to be the first off season in a while where they aren't bringing in somebody new that they have to completely like reintegrate. So
that makes me feel like he's less likely to win the MVP though, because there's no real. We're hoping that these young guys step up and they can maintain where they're at. Unless you think one of these young guys is going to be like an elite role player and can help them take the next jump. I feel like this year is about reshuffling and maintaining the status quo.
Terrence Shannon Jr., you are the one.
You scared me. Yeah, I feel like this year's about maintaining though. Like, are they going to make a jump?
And that's how they lull you to sleep.
And
now Ant has the power of surprise, the element of surprise on his side. And when nobody thinks that the Timberwolves are going to be at the top of the conference. Nobody thinks that they're going to take that leap. Boom, they take the leap.
So you giving Ant the number 5 spot as a realistic MVP candidate?
Yeah, he can be on the ballot.
Yeah, it could be 5. It could be 5.
No, not can be on the ballot. Can he win? Is there going to be a...
He can win. If Ant comes out and Ant averages, and he has like one of those scoring seasons, if he averages 29, 30 points a game, he can win MVP this year.
It would be like Shea's last year. It would have to be best scorer on the best team, and they're driven by him offensively.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, that's a clear top 5. Now, is there anybody we wouldn't see coming? Because like obviously those top 4 guys are the best players in the world, and foreseen jump into that. Is there anybody else you think could jump into that top 5 and be one of those guys that perennially is going to be there?
Man,
Brunson's not doing it. I don't think Brunson's going to win MVP.
Yeah, but like Brunson and D. Mitch are going to be like the lead scorers on the top 2 teams in the East, but the lead scorers on the top 2 teams in the West are just going to be a lot better.
Yeah, and both of those teams are very, like, obviously, like, their scoring drives a lot, but those teams are very well-rounded as well.
Yeah.
So I think Cade Cunningham, if he like reaches another level offensively with like how bare his team is, and then he also drives them to a top
2
they have the
seed.
top
They
2 seed.
have
They
to
can't
be a
be-
top
No,
2 seed.
he has to be the 1 seed, I think. I think Cade, because he's like several levels below these guys. So you said like if the
Yes.
offense drives another level, he better draft another level, and then a level, and then a level, and then we can talk about Shea convos. So they got to be the 1 seed like easily and have some like unforeseen team success that he's driving, I think. Because unless you guys think he's taking like a top 5 player leap, which
I'm not doing
Nah.
that.
I
I'm not
don't
doing
rule
that.
out, but I don't really see that as a ceiling.
I don't think that that's happening. I don't think Cade can win it this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to say with a young guy because you never know. But I feel like for this year, I'm kind of expecting him to be around the same level he was last year. I don't know what I see like a necessarily gigantic jump coming.
Mhm.
Yeah, unless like just every shot just goes in. And
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
just
yeah.
like super efficient.
He can get
Like,
better on the margins, of course, but like
Yeah.
there's no clear path where you're like, oh, Wemby's going to be more sort of a post scorer. Ant's going to add the mid-range game. Like, I don't really see that coming.
The only thing that I could say is like, okay, Jason Tatum's there out of the East. Someone needs to go ahead and take that spot. So it's just more of a player.
Well, then
placement
Giannis
type
would
thing.
probably take that spot out of the.
Giannis is already there.
That's true.
Is there
Yeah.
any world? What does Wemby have to do? For everyone saying he's going to be a top 5 player, what would a Wemby MVP case look like? If that were
Top
to be-
5 or 6 seed.
35? No.
You can't.
Gotta be
has to
higher.
do
You
more?
have to be a top 3 seed.
Dude, this team is dog shit.
No, I understand, but like Jokic and Shea and Luka, their numbers are also going to be gaudy, and they're probably going to have just as much, if not more, team success. So either Wemby and the Spurs are a top 3 seed, and Wemby is averaging like 30, 12, and 4 or whatever with like 3 blocks. Either that happens, or they're the 5 seed, and he's averaging like 30, and he just has one of like the stupidest seasons of all time.
What if
While winning
And
DPOY.
it's like, and it's like Russell
that's the
Westbrook
part? That's the part you just
type
said.
of thing.
I'm trying to foresee the discourse. What if he's DPOY by runaway favorite again? And what if he averages 30? How often do we see DPOYs that average 30 and let's say 5 assists?
It's Giannis adjacent. Even
Yeah.
better though.
Exactly. So no, it's pretty much when Giannis won both.
Mhm.
You don't really see that in discourse very often. In the course of NBA history, there's been like 3 guys that have won DPOY and averaged 30.
Yeah.
If Jokic and Shea kind of like have regular seasons for their success where they're not clear runaways, I wonder if there would be a mounting argument if they are, let's say, the 5 seed, surprisingly competent,
Yeah.
and he's literally averaging 30 points per game on elite efficiency and being the clear DPOY. I could kind of like see the argument butting up.
Yeah. I think what could also go towards his way too, like narrative wise, is again how dog shit his team is without him on the court. Those narratives, those plus minus merchants, gonna go crazy for him.
Oh yeah, and with the defense too, his
Mhm.
backup's probably Luke Cornett. He might have a stupid plus minus.
Dude's gonna be historic.
Dude.
Yeah, historic.
Luke Cornett is his backup, which fine player, fine backup. The gap in creation and shot blocking, his plus minus is going to be absurd.
Yeah.
And I thank you guys for giving me these talking points to move forward when we get to this point in the season.
Yeah. I
But
could see
it would probably have to be, not even trying to be funny, it's probably going to have to be closer to like 35 in DPOY. Just because with Jokic's passing, he can average 28 and his passing is still going to be otherworldly. Shea's going to average 30 in his sleep. And then we're talking about Luka, getting back to Luka form. Luka can roll out of bed and get 32, 9, and 9. So he's going to have to be better than them statistically, I
true.
think. Like, it's going to have to be like 35, 12, and 6.
Okay, well, now we're getting into like trying to like theoretically understand possible discourse and like plan arguments like it's a Heisman race. What if I just lost my train of thought?
I thought, dude, you had me locked in right now. I'm like, okay.
I started thinking about Heisman for a second,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, yeah, Heisman. And I completely forgot what I was going to say. What was I going to say? That's
Honestly,
crazy.
I was thinking like if
So
he
Reggie
genuinely
Bush.
has like the greatest defensive
remember now.
season of all time, then I think the argument is there.
Average 5 blocks a game. We'll talk.
Okay, what I was going to say is, do we feel like everything you said, if it's him and Jokic is also absurd for all the same reasons he always has been, voter fatigue, we know it kind of hurt him last year. I don't know if it rebounds, if it's like a year off thing, if like 1 year you have voter fatigue, next year you're the favorite. But if that stays a little bit, Wemby will have like the ultimate opposite of voter fatigue. Remember how everybody for years is like, we got to give it to Luka. He's going to be the preseason favorite. If Wemby has a tiniest chance of winning MVP, there will
He'll
be
get it.
a gigantic glaze sesh to try to convince yourself that he should get it.
Oh, God.
Just because it'll be cool and different and unique, and we've seen the same guys win it for so long, and he's the next shiny thing, there will be bending over motherfucking backwards to make an argument for him.
Yeah, like the storyline is insane. They're gonna be like, "Yo, he was training with Monks and KG, bro. Who are other players doing that?"
The monks! I didn't even think about that.
The narrative's gonna be dumb, bro.
Hey, I might be one glazing. That's a good argument. I'm ready.
Where does that phrase come from?
What, glazing?
Bending over backwards.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, zero clue. Just putting words together.
When he was with the monks, he was in China in front of the Ming Dynasty picture. He was in front of Mao. I mean to say, he was in front of Mao posing for photos.
I was so curious about the next word that came out of your mouth. I was like, in front of who?
Something crazy.
No, he was taking pictures in China in front of Mao, in front of the picture of Mao. Mao's an old Chinese leader.
Okay.
So like, there's so many,
Yeah.
there will be an argument for that. That will be like, I can just imagine. I can imagine Kendrick Perkins on TV and be like, "We've never seen a player like this. No one's ever shouldered the load." Like I can just foresee it already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
Is that the only one? So like, Wemby has an outside chance, and we could say is the fifth option. Is there a Brunson thing if they're the 1 seed, like New York bias?
He would also have to average 30. I think
Possible.
it would have
30,
to
and
be,
they got to win like 65 games.
I agree.
65 is nuts. That'd be
Yeah.
crazy.
They
It
gotta win
would
65.
it would have to be 30 points on like 60 wins.
Mhm.
Do we force? Is there a last dance Steph Curry element in here potentially?
No. That man did not win MVP. I'm sorry, Steph. I don't think he can do it.
Keep in mind, the pace they're on after they got Jimmy Butler, that's a like trajectory of being a team good enough to be in convos. I don't remember what the winning percentage was, but it was stupid.
It was like 18-3.
Yeah, so obviously they can't maintain that because that would be what? How many losses would that be? 12 losses on the season?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'd be a 70-win season.
He was also averaging like 29, 30 as well.
Yeah, like Jimmy, we were talking about Jimmy kind of like revitalizes production.
It's a 70-win pace.
Yeah, so what if they're on a 64-win pace and he's averaging 28 points
So
per game?
yeah, if the Warriors win 70 games, Steph Curry can win MVP.
For sure. Dude, if they had a 70-win season to close out his prime, he
no.
would get the most automatic, just like legacy MVP I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wouldn't even be a discussion.
I don't even feel bad about it either.
I'd let the Glaze happen. Like, he undoubtedly wouldn't be better than Jokic and Shea, and he would get it no matter what, just because that would be a crazy moment.
Just coasting off a name. First ever MVP
Coasting
coasting
off a
off a
name.
name.
They win 70 games. He's probably
That
going to
is
average
true.
like 26.
Still.
That still don't mean you're
He's
better
still,
than those guys.
He still wouldn't be better than Jokic. I mean,
They're-
70 wins is 70 wins, so I guess in the
Yeah.
scenario he was to some extent. But
Yeah.
we know what's up. He wouldn't be better than those. At least Jokic, he wouldn't be better.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But also, like, the narrative point of winning more games than the
If he
Thunder.
let me tell you something right now.
Jesus Christ. I forget who I'm talking to.
If Steph Curry and the Warriors win 70 games and he does like normal Steph stuff, I'm taking every chain from every player and I'm putting it directly on Steph Curry's neck.
Just running around snatching
Understand,
everybody.
he's snatching everybody's chain if they do that.
What happened? Okay, last scenario. If they win 70 games and Curry does what we think, but OKC wins 72 and Shea has the exact same stat line as
Oh,
last
then
year.
Shea gets it.
Voter fatigue.
No,
No,
doesn't
they
Curry
already,
matter.
Glaze.
they already don't fuck with Shea.
They
No,
don't fuck with
it
Shea.
doesn't
Curry
matter.
Glaze. Keep in mind, it's against Curry.
I understand.
Curry's not Jokic.
I understand that, but like, I'm sorry. Like,
It's
you
bro,
have, if you have, we're in the same conference and I win more games than you. I'm sorry, you get it. Like Shea would get it. I would argue for Steph, obviously, because I'm 10
No,
toes down.
no.
But like, Shea,
No,
but Shea
I
would get
promise
it.
you, the narratives are gonna go 100% towards towards Curry.
Curry has less help,
Yeah.
more responsibility, more impact on and off ball, makes people better more. He
He's
is the
older,
system.
so it's harder for him to move. Shea's young and is
I
in his
understand.
prime.
I'm going to make these arguments, but I'm telling you, I do think Shea would get it.
They're gonna say take Curry off the Warriors, see where his team's at versus Shea.
Oh,
They're
God.
still a playing team.
You're
They're
giving me
still a playing
PTSD
team.
right now. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, bro.
You're giving me PTSD.
I can see it.
It's the worst time of year. Why did I start this convo?
I know. I can see it.
Hearing that last year made me want to freaking down a bottle. That was ridiculous. The one OKC would still be a 50-win team. God, that was so stupid.
Yeah.
While Chet was on twigs for legs. No backup point guard. I'm so sure.
Oh man.
But okay, that's the MVP combo.
Nice.
Next thing we're going to do. Last thing we're going to do today. I saw a TikTok. I forgot. What was the name of the channel? The same name thing?
I forgot. I feel bad.
Damn.
Shout out to you.
There was a TikTok where people were playing the game with athletes where we're all going to say a name of a player and we had to all hear each other's name and then try to say another name after until we converge in the same name.
Yeah.
So try to like recognize patterns to see where the other person's going to go with their next name.
They gave each other like 9 lives to try and match up.
We just spam it. Who cares? We'll see.
All right.
Yeah, it's our first time. Let's just see if we can do it.
And we'll do, obviously they did it with all elite athletes across sports. We're going to do NBA players. So we have a chance. So we're going to say a name at the same time. Hopefully this doesn't sound like audio nonsense
Yeah.
and try to see if we can get the same player. You guys ready?
Okay.
Okay.
Wait. Okay. So
gonna
we're
go 3, 2,
starting
1.
now. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and then we all say the same.
Yes.
Name. Cool.
3, 2, 1.
Kevin
Kevin
Durant.
Durant.
Who'd you say?
I said Giannis. You said
Kevin
Kevin
Durant.
Durant.
I said Caruso. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Giannis.
Giannis,
Kevin
Kevin Durant,
Durant.
Caruso. I think this is going to be easy.
Whoa.
This is going to be easy. We're going to get this right away. There's an obvious one. 3.
Whoa, wait,
No, you got to go fast. 3, 2, 1. Shea.
Steph.
You said Shea?
I said Shea. You,
Damn it.
you
Steph. Okay.
That's on me, coach.
What the
That's on me.
fuck?
That's on me, coach. That's on me. But I think I understand it. I think I get where you guys are coming from though.
We said Shea. He said Steph. Okay.
I think I get it.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Jokic.
Jokic.
You mother.
What is no?
What'd you say?
I said Luca.
What'd you
We
say?
said Jokic.
I said
We
Why
said
did you guys go Jokic?
Why did you go Luca?
I went from second best player to best player.
Because I said Steph. You guys said shit. I thought we were talking about guards.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. We got this now, though.
Wait, do we got this now?
Yeah, we got this.
Wait,
It should be clear.
Wait, so you guys said Jokic.
Yeah.
I said Luca.
Yep.
Are we allowed to
We
reuse
got-
names? Should we not use?
No,
we shouldn't
you
reuse
can't.
names now.
Somebody already said Giannis. I was going to say Giannis.
Wait, we
next.
did?
He said Giannis.
No, I didn't say Giannis.
Okay, well I fucked up, so now we can't say Giannis.
No, he said Giannis.
Did I say? I don't remember that.
you
said-
started off with
Yeah,
Giannis.
he said
Okay.
Giannis. You said KD. And
Yeah.
I said Caruso to start off.
Oh,
And
yeah,
so-
yeah, yeah.
But
Okay.
you guys
I
just said
remember.
Jokic, and I
said
just
Luka.
said, and I said Luca.
Okay.
And so, wait, time out. I have to think real quick.
Okay. I
3,
got it.
2, 1.
Anthony Edwards.
Fuck! I thought about Aaron, but Wemby's a big man. We're stuck with the big man.
Shit.
Okay, lock in.
Wait.
There's one other name in this range. One name we can go to right now that is available. There's a bit of a caveat, but he's there.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
KD.
Tatum. What'd you say?
KD.
Damn it, man.
What'd you say?
I
Tatum?
said Tatum. We can't reuse names.
Actually, we both said Tatum. Okay. If we don't get it now, we're stupid and we're never gonna get it.
Okay.
KD, Tatum. It's so clear.
Okay, here we
3,
go.
2, 1. LeBron
LeBron.
James. There we go.
LeBron never let me down.
Okay.
Thank God.
Fuck, man.
Okay.
We should have got that sooner. That was kind of easy though. That was
Yeah.
kind of easy.
Let's do it one more time. Let's do past players. So it's a little harder.
Past players. Okay.
It's hard.
Like-
Like,
like all
current
time,
start. Yeah,
yeah.
all time. Let's do all time. That way it's a little harder.
Mhm.
Okay. Game number 2. 3, 2, 1.
Scottie
Hakeem.
Pippen.
What do you say?
Whoa. Scottie Pippen.
Kobe.
I said Hakeem.
If we do not get this,
You said Kobe?
no.
I said Hakeem.
Hakeem, Scottie Pippen, Kobe.
Ooh, wait.
I don't know. Okay.
Wait. He's too confident.
There's
He's
2
confident.
options here.
He's too. I see like
Please.
8.
There's millions.
There's
3, 2, 1.
Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
You guys said Jordan?
Yeah.
I said Shaq. Damn it. Kobe, Hakeem, Big.
Okay. I think we should be on par with
Okay, I
this.
say
Wait, time
See
out.
Jordan.
you guys said Jordan. I said Shaq. 3,
Wait.
2,
whoa.
No, wait,
1.
wait, time.
No,
wait,
go
wait.
fast.
Hold on, wait.
Okay, I got it.
3,
Wait, you
2,
said what did you say last? What did you say last? I forgot.
we get
Struggling.
I said Shaq.
Because I'm asking a question, no one's answering.
I said Shaq. So you guys said Jordan. I said Shaq.
Okay, we got this.
I don't know. We don't.
We
3,
do.
2, 1.
Kareem.
Magic.
Barkley.
Oh my fucking
You
god.
said Magic. What did you say?
Kareem.
Okay, Magic.
Oh my
Hakeem Barkley. We're quite a ways away. We got to figure this out.
Barkley.
Magic. Kareem. Barkley. Okay.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Larry
Tim
Bird.
Duncan.
Oh fuck.
What'd you say?
Tim Duncan.
Okay,
Tim Duncan and
okay.
Bird.
Wait.
Here we go.
Okay, we're on fundamental. 3,
Whoa.
2, 1.
Bill Russell.
He folded. He didn't say anything. Are you dumb?
I said, wait, fuck, you guys don't listen. What part about wait, you don't understand? Fuck.
Okay.
Oh my god.
3, 2, 1. Will.
Well, I
Just say a word. How do you fold
gonna
twice?
say fucking
This
Will.
motherfucker's dumb.
God damn it, bro. You guys are idiots.
Oh my god. Where do we go from here? We said everybody.
All right.
Uh,
All right.
where do we go
Space
from
back.
here?
I don't even know because we connected on the last two.
Okay.
We're
Stay
good.
on.
We're winning.
Stay on the same page. We're here.
There's no same
Okay.
page.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're scaling
pivot.
back a little bit.
3, 2, 1.
David
Jerry
Robinson.
West. What'd you say?
I said
You said what name? What did you say?
I said mumble in my head. In my head, it was David Robinson, but I came out and just.
He said David Robinson too.
But I came out and just said.
Did you say
Okay. David Robinson, Jerry West. 3, 2, 1.
George
Giannis.
Oh shit.
You said
We're
George
cooks.
Gervin?
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say Tim Duncan, but I think I said him like already before.
Okay. Y'all gotta
Yeah,
say
I
some
can't
names.
do that.
I said a name.
Okay, he said Tim Duncan. I said Giannis. You said George Gervin.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
KG.
Jokic. You said Ginobili?
Yeah.
KG.
I said Jokic.
Okay. We have patterns here.
We have a similarity. There's two. This is a
Just
Venn
say it.
diagram.
Just say it.
Yep.
Just say it.
3, 2, 1. Luka
Dirk.
Doncic.
What'd you say?
Dirk.
You said Dirk?
Yes.
I should have said Dirk. I should have
What
said
the
fucking
fuck?
Dirk.
Why you choose the current player?
I should have said Dirk. Oh, I should have said Dirk. Okay.
Okay, Dirk and Luca.
Wait. Okay.
But you guys both said Dirk.
Wait.
I
Yeah.
said Dirk.
Let's stick with
and
the
Luka.
pattern. Okay. I don't know if you guys are going to think to do this.
Wait.
I'm going to think to do it. 3,
Okay.
2, 1.
Nasty
Man.
man.
What would I do, nasty man?
Power forwards. We got
we
the old legends.
never,
I know.
ever-
That's why I didn't say his name. You said Jokic?
I said Jason Kidd.
Why would?
What'd you say?
I said Jokic.
Okay, Jokic, Jason Kidd. Okay.
Wait, who would you say? Okay.
Okay. Doesn't matter.
Wait.
Okay. You said Jokic. You said Jason Kidd.
Okay.
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 3, 2, 1.
Steve
Steve
Nash.
We did it. We did it.
Thank God. Thank goodness.
This means something to me, man.
Let's go home.
Cell after cell, we're here.
Let's go home.
Oh my god, man.
Cleveland.
Crowd eaters.
This is for you. You gotta add the vocal fry. I gotta make sure it sounds shitty.
Crowd eaters. This is for you.
What a game. Shout out to whoever did that on TikTok first. Why am I blanking who
I
did
don't know.
it?
We will find it though.
And with that being said, that's the end of this episode. If you're still here, comment Crayon Eaters. This is for you.
We did it.
It's like a 5-hour episode.
This is insanely long.
Facts.
Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys took 3 times to watch it. Give us triple the views. And we'll see y'all next week.
Just play while you go to sleep.
Please.
Multiple times on loop.
We need it.